Stay tuned, part 2 starting now.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Stanton Forbes' bizarre retrospective tale of entanglement. If two of them are dead. Starring Earl Howard, Catherine Burns, and Nina Foch as Sister Maud. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by Quaker State and Ford. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This week, our story takes place in Midwest America, the Depression years. A lonely farmhouse in which three people come together under desperate circumstances. We are about to meet teenage Dorcas Kimball, her malformed leg a symbol of her bitter life of loneliness and deprivation. Joe John Plunkett, a young hobo, cynical beyond his years, resigned to empty days and nights of aimless wandering. His only goals in life, his next bed, his next meal. And the beautiful evangelist, Sister Magdalene Love, filled with godly zeal and cold worldly ambition. Three people joined by fate in an old house already occupied by violence and sudden death. Their story, if two of them are dead, begins after this word.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man. Just turned 18 and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be me. Get ready for life, be free and to see. Oh, where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here? I'm finished with school, but what lies ahead? Don't wanna get trapped, wanna feel free instead. All over the world, there's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Oh, where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success, learn an exciting job, and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000 or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
I know where I'm going from here.
Picture this. A string of freight cars crossing a dusty stretch of lonely farmland. Suddenly, the dark silhouette of a man hurtles from the train, dropping hard into the sharp cinders of the railroad. The man gets to his feet, slaps the dust from his clothes, finds where his bundle has landed and picks it up. The bundle contains all the man's worldly possessions, an extra shirt, some underwear and socks, a straight-edged razor in a worn leather case, and a small packet of letters addressed to Joe John Plunkett. At this moment, Joe John Plunkett is a hungry man, and a hungry man is ready to do just about anything to put some food in his belly.
It was Plunkett look, all right. I could see that at a glance. At second glance, anyway. First, when I saw that big tent flapping in the wind in the field across the road, I thought, carnival. Rides and games, work and food. But soul food's what it turned out to be. Soul food for suckers. A revival meeting tent. People with nothing to put in their stomachs must be sitting ducks for some Bible thumper. Well, you deliver me. Now, dog. You're a stranger. Everywhere you go, dogs are poison. Probably take a hunk out of my only pair of pants. Get away, you little mutt.
Tippy? Come on back here, Tippy.
Yeah, Tippy. Be a good pooch of Amscray, will you?
Tippy?
And take her with you. I'm not in the mood for conversation with the farmer's daughter. Or anything else. Especially with some skinny little...
I'm sorry about Tippy, but she won't hurt you. She just likes to bark. Little dogs are like that. They think they got to stand up to anything that moves.
Yeah, well, I was just moving on.
Walking all the way into town. You looking for work? Are you hungry?
Yeah, I'm hungry. Although I have to do for it. Something I could see that by the look of her. Edgy and eager. I've seen people who look like that before. They wanted something bad.
You any good with a jigsaw? Building things with your hands?
I don't plan on settling down here.
You see them things over there? Little painted windmills and wooden statues of Uncle Sam? My pa makes them himself, only he took sick. Tuberculosis. He had to go to a sanitarium. I need somebody to make some more. It ain't too hard. And you have a place to sleep and something in your stomach. I don't cook so bad.
How old are you?
17.
What happened to your leg?
Infantile paralysis, but it don't hold me back now.
You all alone in the place with your paw gone?
That's right. I need somebody to help me. Just for a little while. You don't have to stay long. He was right. He was crazy taking in a strange tramp off the road. And looking into his face, I could see there was violence in him. Only for a second back there when he asked me about my leg, I felt gentleness, too. And a violent, gentle man's just what I need. Anyway, I can't stand being alone no more with Pa not here. Reckon I ought to know your name.
Joe John Plunkett.
Mine's Dorcas Kimball. Where are your folks?
Dead. And if questions come with this job, forget it.
I was just being friendly. Ain't had nobody to talk to all to for 2 old days now. Except Tippy, of course. Shut up, Tippy. This here's Joe John Plunkett. He's come to help. I cook a meal pretty good, don't I?
Well, a man half starves, no judge.
Never got no word out of Pa about my cooking either. He was always too liquored up.
Where's your ma?
Dead a long time.
I'll go out and take a look at things in your pa's workshop, see what I can do.
You've been to lots of places, I expect.
A few.
Ever been to Hollywood or New York? Places like that.
No.
Hollywood's got palm trees and sunshine. All pink and gold is the way I see Hollywood.
Yeah. Well, I was never in any pink and gold cities.
New York is silver and black velvet.
All the cities I've ever seen were the same color. Gray. I'm going out to the workshop. I'll owe you the price of 1 square mil at least.
I guess you seen the revival meeting tent down the road?
I saw it.
I don't want you to do no work in my pa's workshop.
What do you want me to do?
Take me to the revival meeting tonight. Want to see Sister Love.
I remember what it said on the sign outside the tent. At tonight's service, there will be a special call for the lame and the halt. It's funny, I'd forgotten about her leg. But I didn't suppose she ever forgot it. Only I didn't see me escorting a cripple to a hallelujah meeting. I'd like to have upchucked the whole damn supper and canceled all debts. Brother, you got into debt so easy, and there was nobody to remind you how hard it is to pay. Nobody.
I want to see Sister Love.
Sister Love? What, a lady evangelist?
I've seen her picture. She's beautiful.
And you think she can make your leg whole again?
I didn't say that.
You're crippled. You may as well learn to live with it.
I am, ain't I? He couldn't hurt me. Didn't matter what he said. I was just so glad he was here. I wasn't alone anymore, just sitting and thinking about everything over and over. I thought about going to the church meeting. I hadn't planned that at all. I just seen the lights gone over at the tent. Seen them when he opened the back door to go out. They put the lights on nearly to attract people. And the thought just came to me like it was printed inside my head. Go to church and ask forgiveness.
Morning, Mr. Thompson. Sure is cold this morning.
Cold? It must be 94 in the shade.
I mean, it's cold inside your car's engine.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask.
Well, just tell me how my engine can be cold on a sweltering day.
Glad you asked. When you start a car first thing in the morning, your engine is cold.
Well, that's true, but so what?
A cold engine does a bad job of burning gas. It can make soot, dirt, and acids form in your motor oil, and they can sure damage an engine.
What can I do about it?
Glad you asked. Instead of asking for my cheapest oil, you can start using a quality motor oil, Quaker State. Nothing finer than Quaker State. It's made scientific to neutralize acids and to hold solids suspended, so they don't gouge out your engine.
Well, thanks for telling me, Caleb.
Down a quart, Mr. Thompson. Quaker State?
Well, yes. Why didn't you give me Quaker State before?
You didn't ask.
Quaker State your car to keep it running young.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
You're 17, 18. You've graduated from high school. You want to make something of yourself, but you don't have that something to make it with, like money for 4 years of college. What do? Well, you don't need 4 years of college to get a good job. Today, there's a crying need for technicians in exciting fields like oceanography, electronic data processing, health service, environmental control, forestry, and many others. Technicians earn twice the salary of the average high school graduate. Some even make more than 4-year college graduates. All you need is a year or two of technical training. To learn how you can become a technician, send for our free booklet. It's called 25 Technical Careers. Write Careers, Washington, D.C., 20202. If you can't afford 4 years of college, write Careers, Washington, D.C., 20202, and make something of yourself.
What a strange little girl. Asking a whole lot of questions, offering answers I couldn't quite believe. And then when she was saying nothing at all, just staring out from behind those green eyes. You thinking about your pa dying?
What?
You got a look on your face. He could, you know. Tuberculosis is serious, isn't it?
Yes. Only there's something worse than Pa dying. It's how he wasted his life. Drinking and ending up in a place like this. He never got anything from living.
How do you know?
I know.
So, okay. I'm going to take the woodcarver's daughter over to get blessed for the lady evangelist. Well, there wasn't a hell of a lot to ask. The meal wasn't that great, but to a hungry man, it was ambrosia. Ambrosia. There's a word. That's one of my mother's words. How'd a woman who used words like ambrosia ever get mixed up with somebody like my old man? That's your tough. A real riding bum. Ambrosia was a worthless hunk of language, and a tramp like me was a worthless hunk of humanity.
Think my dress is okay?
I never thought of the Lord as caring much about what people wore.
Anyway, it's the only decent thing I got.
It's okay with you if I wash out my shirt?
Sure, you can hang it on the clothesline out in back. There's clothespins in the bag.
I'll wear my good spare. I don't figure the Lord is fussy, but maybe your sister Love is. It was hard to believe. That deserted tent I'd seen earlier was now alive with humanity. There was even a string of cars and trucks backed up along the road. Their headlights formed an arrow pointing the way to sister love and salvation.
Every night I watch them come. So many people.
There'll be some places down in front. If you want a place to sit, you better get inside. Come on, people are always strange about sitting in the first row. Oh, you want to see her good, don't you? Come on.
Welcome, Sister Love. Thank you. Read your pamphlet. It tells you all about the legend of Sister Magdalene Love.
Yeah, I'll wait and see her for myself. Looking around, I thought I was already seeing her. That old lady with the faded blue eyes waving a paper fan into her flushed face. And the young man stumbling down the aisle on crutches. And the women in wheelchairs and the men hobbling on canes and all the others. Yeah, they were the lame and the halt. Broken in body and twisted in soul. The large illuminated cross above the stage had just come on. A double line of young women in purple dresses and solemn-faced young men in shining white suits and purple bow ties filed under it in precise formation. I had the feeling the minstrel show was about to begin when a white-bearded man in a white satin tuxedo made his entrance. He looked like the interlocutor.
Look, there's Brother Love. It says in the pamphlet he's her uncle. Both her parents were killed in the bus wreck down in Tennessee, and Sister Love prophesied it before it happened.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Sister Love welcomes you, and let us return her welcome in prayer. The prayer that will shake the heavens. Let us pray. And now, our brothers and sisters, I hear. Oh, yes, I hear Sister Love is coming. Enter, Sister Love. Love, enter. While we are held in thine embrace, there's not a thought attempts to rove. Each smile upon thy beauteous face fixes and charms and fires our love.
So that was Sister Magdalene Love. Face like carved ivory, violet eyes, and red gold hair like a halo of flame around her head. Standing tall and queen-like in a flowing purple robe. But, you know, it was the expression in her face that held you. Now, that was a look you knew you'd never forget.
Brothers and sisters, let us pray. Lord, how secure and blessed are they who feel the joys of pardon sin. Should storms of wrath shake earth and sea, their minds have heaven and peace within. Amen. The days lie sweetly on their heads, made up of innocence and love, and soft and silent as the shades, their nightly minutes gently move. Amen. While they're wretched, like worms and moles, lie groveling in the dust below. As you know, we have been in this place of Sodom and Gomorrah for 5 nights now. And each evening we welcome more lost sheep back into the fold.
Even Dorcas lifted her head and turned around sharply. The man was sitting across the aisle in the row just behind us. He was big and rough-looking, unshaven, and plainly drunk. Sister Love was staring down at him. The look in her eyes seemed to grow softer instead of harder.
You are troubled, dear brother.
Look, Sister Love's coming down off the stage.
Walking like a queen, Magdalene Love came down that aisle toward that heckler. The big man staggered to his feet.
Let me help you, brother.
And that's when it happened. As Sister Love reached out to the man, he drew back his arm to hit her. Now, I was sure he was going to hit her, and that's why I did it. I bolted from my seat, I shoved Sister Love out of the way, and I sent that drunk crash into the floor of the house.
No!
Amy, you get back
As
home.
soon as I did it, I knew I'd made a mistake. Oh, boy, a bad mistake. When you're a stranger in a place, there's one rule to remember. Never do anything to call attention to yourself.
I think I saw one of the markets.
It always means trouble. And right about then, I knew I'd gotten me some big trouble.
Looking for a car that's easy on gas, easy to buy, and yet has the luxury you want in a car?
Look what we've done to our Mustang. Look what we've done to that car. Well, we changed the size, we changed the style, and drove on a like it fine. So, look what we've done to that car.
Mustang 2. It's the all-new economical car from Ford. The right car at the right time. Built even smaller than the original Mustang. It has an easy-on-the-gas 4-cylinder engine, rack and pinion steering, tachometer, 4-speed transmission, plus a beautifully appointed interior. All standard. Luxury plus economy. That's Mustang 2.
When you take a ride, you're gonna know that Mustang's
Mustang 2, $28.95 excluding dealer prep, destination charges, title, and taxes. See your local Ford dealer.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Where does today's girl learn to be tomorrow's woman? At the movies? On television?
Helen, darling, your floors are so shiny.
Yes, John. I used Brand X polish just this morning.
Brand X. Helen, will you marry me?
Somewhere between the super sex symbol of today's commercialism and TV's Brand X image, impending womanhood is alive and well. And where is that somewhere? Wherever there are campfire girls. Campfire reaches the girl reaching out for tomorrow and puts a promise before her. The promise of personal development, of friends and fun. The promise of womanhood. Campfire takes today's girl to tomorrow.
I was right about the violence in Joe John. Well, he jumped up and slugged that man. Don't happen so fast. Joe John, are you all right?
Just sit back down, Dorcas. Everything's okay. It's a bad habit of mine. But anywhere, I got no business.
Yeah, but he's taking that man away. He's as liquored up as my pa ever was.
Now, everything is all right, brothers and sisters. Now, just return to your seats and let us pray for that unfortunate sinner. Now, those of you whose bodies are tortured and maimed, but who wish to cleanse and purify your souls, come forward that Sister Love may lay her hands upon you and give you the healing of her blessing.
Ye sons of men of feeble race, exposed to every snare, come make the Lord your dwelling place, and try and trust his care.
This is what you came here for, isn't it? Aren't you going up there?
No.
Then come on, let's get out of here.
Ah, there you are, boy. I've been waiting for you.
It was that fat deputy who'd taken the drunk away. Well, I knew I was in trouble. Every time I move, I'm in trouble.
What's your name, boy?
Joe John Plunkett.
Where do you live?
We live just up the road.
Oh, you, related?
We're cousins. First cousins. Joe John just came to stay a while with me and my pa.
You're pretty good with your fists, ain't you, Joe John?
No, not so good. I just took him by surprise. You know, he was drunk. I thought he was going to hit her.
I want to thank you, brother.
She came out of the shadows behind us with a burning halo around her head. Her voice thanking me sounded soft and sincere, only I caught a glint of something else in those violet eyes of hers. Something that told me she hated my guts for what I'd just done.
Hush up, Tito. Show me up. There's no way the deputy can find out I was lying, even if he comes around asking more questions.
He might get to wondering where your pa is.
Well, I'll just explain to him about the sanitarium, that's all.
And what if he decided to check up on that?
He won't. Besides, Sister Love told him to leave you be, and you heard her. She even sent Brother Love to get that drunk out of jail.
Yeah? Sister Love seems to be overflowing with brotherly love, all right.
So you can stay here as long as you want now, and you won't get in any trouble.
Well, I can use a good night's sleep. I'll go that far.
I was just thinking, maybe you'd like something to drink first. There's some of my pa's home brew. It's in the cyclone cellar.
Well, I could use a drink for sure.
I'll get you the flashlight.
I was still trying to figure Dorcas Kimball out. Now, whatever it was she wanted out of me, she was still leading up to it.
Here, you can go down and bring up as much as you want.
Well, I sure didn't need that flashlight outside. The moon was full and the stars looked like they went on forever. I crossed the yard to the cellar door. It was so heavy, I wondered how Dorcas ever managed to open it. The cellar was dark. I turned on the flashlight and started down. And then I saw what Dorcas Kimball had sent me down here to find. The dead body of her pa.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
I was in South Korea with the Peace Corps, and we were the first rural health program in Korea. What a lot of us did was to go around and check to see if there was a TB patient in the house. A lot of these people had never, ever had any kind of medical attention at all. I remember one case. She was in pain. She was in real pain, and a doctor examined her and became very concerned. And he told us later that had she not come in, she would have died. I was very, very proud, you know. But you probably heard this, and you'll hear it again and again from volunteers. The volunteer himself gets more out of it than he actually gives to the people he's supposed to be helping.
Volunteer for the Peace Corps. The Peace Corps is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. Spring and summer are the seasons when most people plan vacations and they go flying off all over the place. And of course, they bring back a peck of precious pictures. Many camera stores are beginning to paste notices to their counters warning people that airline security measures may ruin photographic film in checked baggage. Some anti-hijacking devices used to check baggage for possible concealed weapons utilize X-rays, which will fog your film whether or not it's been exposed. Therefore, one of the best ways to protect film while traveling is to place it in a strong, clear plastic bag and hand carry it. Even though the film may be clearly visible in the bag, make sure that the airline boarding personnel are aware of the film so that it isn't accidentally subjected to X-rays. This has been a consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense. If two of them are dead. I'm Rod Serling.
Brought to you in part by Quaker State and Ford. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio. You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow. And once again,
Rest your eyes and listen here.
to the Zero Hour. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The man called X. He is the man who crosses the ocean as readily as you or I cross town. He is the man who travels today as you and I will travel tomorrow. He is the man who fights today's war in his unique fashion so that tomorrow's peace will make the world a neighborhood for us all. He is the man called X. Tonight, Mr. X drops in on an adventure involving some hot jewelry, a hotter steak, and an extremely hot senorita. But at the moment, he's getting a rather cold blast from his fiancée, Nancy Bessington. They're at lunch.
Now, look, Ken, do you think I like the prospect of being married to a human helicopter?
Nancy, I object. I've never been known to hover in midair.
Don't you realize, darling, that all this chasing around all over the world, grabbing a sandwich on the run and missing your sleep and...
By golly, you're right, darling. What I need is to be completely and utterly bored.
Ken, I have some friends up on Cape Cod, and they're the dullest people in the world.
Really?
Mhm.
Oh, sounds like heaven. We must visit them sometime.
We are going to visit them this weekend.
This weekend?
I have the tickets, and we're flying up this afternoon. It's all arranged. The people are expecting us, so you can't back out now.
Well, Nancy, you're an angel, but it's impossible. I have to,
Yes? What do you have to do?
I have to see a jeweler
Oh?
about some diamonds
Oh, Ken, darling.
for the chief.
Chief?
Yeah, just a routine inquiry.
Oh, you two going steady now?
Purely platonic.
How long will you be?
Oh, a couple of hours, I should say.
Oh, then good. Then I'll fly up right after lunch. You can come up on the 4:30 plane, and we'll have dinner at Cape Cod. A very dull dinner.
Promise?
Promise.
May I assist you, sir?
Why, yes. Are you Mr. Blucher?
No, Mr. Blucher is out of the store at present.
That's too bad. I was advised to see him personally about having a diamond reset with some smaller ones added.
I'm sorry. He is not here.
Do you know when he'll be back?
I can't say exactly.
The middle of the afternoon, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Well, as soon as he comes in, have him get in touch with me, will you? I'll be at the Manhattan Health Club down the street a ways, in the Turkish bath. It's extremely important.
For whom should Mr. Blucher inquire?
The name is Thurston. Ken Thurston.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston.
Hot enough for you, Mr. Thurston?
Oh, Axel, this is the hottest steam room in the borough of Manhattan.
There's one other customer, Mr. Thurston. Do you mind sharing the steam with him?
No, send him in.
Good. Don't stay in too long.
Don't worry, Axel, not in this heat.
Is there anything you need? Clean sheet?
No, this one's fine. Just stop back in about 3 minutes and sprinkle some barbecue sauce on me. Oh. Phew. Hello?
Is that you, Mr. Thurston?
Who's there? I can't see through this team.
I'm Gunnar Blucher.
Oh, Blucher, the diamond cutter. Glad you got my message.
Talk to you. I'm in great trouble, Mr. Thurston. Is it all right to talk here?
I imagine, sir. What's the matter?
I get a package in the mail this morning.
Well, that's what I dropped in to see you about.
It's from Holland. I opened it, and there are 3 huge diamonds. Uncut, but valuable for industrial uses. Worth millions.
Well?
Less than 10 minutes after package arrived, they came in and threatened me.
They? Who's they?
The man you talked to with the thick glasses. Herr Schloss and his helper.
Where are the diamonds now?
Schloss made me pack them up again and addressed the box to a jewelry store in Buenos Aires, Argentina.
I get it. From there, Nazi agents will ship the diamonds back to the Reich by way of Lisbon.
Yeah, that's what they do. I knew by the way you talked in the store that you must be from Washington. So I slipped away and followed you.
That's a long haul to get the gems through the lines to Germany. 20 miles as the crow flies, 20,000 miles by the Nazi grapevine.
Will I go to prison, Mr. Thurston?
You'll never live to go to prison if our chum with the thick glasses finds out you've been talking to me. This calls for some prompt activity. Not in a Turkish bath.
Yeah.
Come along, Blucher.
Yeah.
The door's jammed.
We must get out of here. I've had enough of this steam.
Locked. Open up, Axel. Unlock this door.
They must have followed me.
Of course they followed you. Open up, somebody. Axel, turn off the steam.
Mr. Thurston, I'm getting faint.
Come on, Blucher. Let's get our shoulders against this door. Have to break it down. Blucher, are you all right? Blucher. Axel. Axel, everyone, open up this door.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Stay gone.
You seem to be in the market for highly specialized services, Mr. Thurston.
Zagon! Oh, Zagon, you're a lifesaver. Unlock the door.
For how much, Mr. X?
How can you think of money at a time like this?
It's very easy. $200 perhaps.
Robbery. But I'm in no position to haggle. Turn off the steam and let's get out of here. Oh, well, that's better. Now get this door open, Zagon.
I'm having Mr. X as fast as I can.
There. God bless your mercenary soul.
You were in a hot spot, Mr. X, if you'll excuse the expression. It's lucky I happened to stop by.
How did you happen to stop by, Zagon?
Well, would Blackstone tell Houdini? After all, a man who lets his main source of income suffocate in a Turkish bath is a fool, wouldn't you say?
I want to be on hand at your autopsy, Zagon. I'm sure you have a cash register for a soul.
Thank you.
Where's the attendant?
Bound and gagged in the closet.
Well, I'll be getting dressed.
I'll be making out the bill for my services.
Incidentally, Zagon, did you get a look at the fellow who tried to suffocate us in the steam room?
A few dollars might sharpen my recollection.
It's high time you declared a dividend. Did he or did he not wear thick spectacles?
I'd say he did.
Good. Now we know the man we're after, and... Zagon!
What's the matter, Mr. X?
My clothes are gone. Every stitch. My wallet and keys, identification, everything. Zagon?
No, not me, Mr. X. When I speak, I leave the pocket.
I've got to get something to wear.
The sheet you have on is not unbecoming you.
Look, Zagon, get out and scare me up some clothes, because I'm catching the next plane for Argentina. It was sweet of you to invite yourself along, Zagon.
But I am so useful to you, Mr. X.
Yes, you do make a nice deduction on my income tax.
What is this wild goose we are chasing to Argentina?
Why should I tell you?
Oh, you might be a very well-broiled steak by now if it weren't for me, Mr. X. Besides, how can I help you if I don't know why we are after the man with the thick glasses?
All right. Some industrial diamonds were confiscated by the Allies when we liberated Holland. Now, our friend is trying to spirit them back to the Reich by way of Argentina.
Diamonds? How much do you think they are worth?
Millions when cut.
Perhaps you would like to hire me on a percentage basis on this job.
No fancy deals, Zagon. Cash on the line.
But you are so impractical, Mr. X. Why don't you put me under contract? You agree to pay me 10% more than the highest offer from anyone else, okay?
I'd be bankrupt in no time. No, Zagon. Where you're concerned, piecework is much cheaper.
May I help you, sir?
I'd like a suite for two. Thurston's the name.
Mr. Thurston? Well...
Do you have a room for me?
Well, but you're already registered.
What do you mean, Ken Thurston? Thurston?
Room 707.
Oh, must be someone else with the same name.
Well, I just took over from the night clerk. He says he thinks this Mr. Thurston is the important special investigator that they call Mr. X.
You don't say?
Yes. From Washington, D.C.
Well.
Where are you from, Mr. Thurston?
Me? I'm from Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Just a moment, we'll continue with tonight's exploit of Mr. X, starring Herbert Marshall. But first, a word from the men and women of Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lockheed Constellation is the largest, fastest, highest-flying transport in use today. Fully loaded, 64 passengers, cargo, and crew of 6, it is capable of flying from Chicago to New York in 2 hours, 47 minutes. From New York to London in 13 hours, 20 minutes. From London to Paris in 56 minutes. Now, these sample schedules are quite exciting, of course, but what makes them particularly striking is that the plane we are talking about, the 4-engined Lockheed Constellation, is actually in use today. It's no manufacturer's dream. It is in use today. The Lockheed Constellation. The transport that flies better than 300 miles an hour. The transport that cruises at 20,000 feet, high up in the smooth upper air. The transport that operates in and out of any standard airport with room to spare. The transport, furthermore, that even on short hops of 30 minutes has been proved more economical than the ordinary 2-engine airliner. This transport, the Lockheed Constellation, is flying for the Army Air Forces today. When peace comes, it will fly for you, bringing the airport in your town hours closer to any place in the nation and to lands beyond the horizon. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, remember the name. The Lockheed Constellation. The transport of tomorrow in use today. Another example of Lockheed leadership. The hunt for a fortune in uncut diamonds has led Mr. X to room 705 of the Hotel Embajadero in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Next door, in room 707, another Mr. X is registered. At the present moment, Zagon Zellsmith, freelance spy and double-crosser extraordinary, is combing the room of the ersatz Mr. X, while Ken lies on his bed, staring at the ceiling and thinking out a plan of action. The sun is set, but Ken hasn't bothered to turn on the light. Where the devil are those cigarettes? Oh. Hello? Well, what did you find, Zagon? Zagon? Who's this? Who's there?
Darling.
Well, hello.
Oh, James. Why did you not meet me? You said you would.
Oh, well, a number of things.
You still love me?
Love you? Of course I love you, my darling. I could no more stop loving you than I could stop breathing.
Do you have a cold?
Yes. I'm afraid I caught a little cold. Suppose it makes my voice sound different, huh?
Very different. But then, it's no wonder you caught cold, considering where we were.
Yes, of course, yeah. Where we were, it's no wonder I caught cold. You didn't catch cold, did you, darling?
Of course not. I didn't go in.
That's right. Yes, you didn't go in.
Dearest, we've known each other only 9 hours.
Hardly seems that long.
But I know all the things you said are right and true. That's why I did exactly what you told me to. Oh, we were meant for each other, darling. I don't care what Uncle says.
Uncle doesn't approve?
Well, I'm sure he wouldn't if he knew. No, he's too old to remember what it's like to be in love. All he cares about are his old beef cattle.
You must try to be understanding, my darling. It is hard to get romantic with beef cattle.
There's just one thing that worries me, Ken. This afternoon, after we went out to the...
After we went where, dear?
You know where. I thought you had changed somehow. It's not true, is it?
Yes, I have changed. Much more than you think.
Oh, darling.
Wait till I press the switch on this table lamp and you'll see how much I've changed. By heaven, you are lovely.
You aren't Mr. X.
Opinions on that may differ, but I assure you that the chap who made love to you is not Ken Thurston.
What are you talking about?
I have a sneaking suspicion you've been getting chummy with an agent of the Nazi government.
Oh, I don't believe you.
Lady, you've apparently been sucked in by the oldest con game in the world. And it's a lucky thing you stumbled into the wrong hotel room, or you might have a real heartbreak on your hands.
Oh, it's not true. He loves me. It's for you, pretending.
He made love to you so he could use you for a purpose. All I want to know is what you did for him.
I won't tell you.
Where were you this afternoon?
I don't see...
Where did you go together? What did you do?
Why should I tell you?
Because I'm on your side. Because this phony Mr. X is trying to help the Fourth Reich prepare for another world war.
I don't care.
Yes, you do care. Because he's the type of gentleman that's sabotaging the future happiness of kids like you. Whether you live in Buenos Aires or Bridgeport.
I'm in love with him.
You think you are. You've only known him 9 hours. In another 9 hours, you might be in love with me. Tell me, what's he up to?
I promise.
Who's your uncle? What does he pack besides beef?
Oh, I won't stay here.
Now, wait a minute. Come back. Oh, well.
You want me to catch her for you, Mr. X? I will chase her for nothing.
No, Zagon. No, I think we'll let her go. She may bring us some bigger game. What's with you, Zagon? You find anything in our neighbor's room?
He must have all his valuables with him. This hand-woven necktie was the only thing worth the taking.
Anything, any phone numbers?
3 on the back of an envelope. I called them all. One was a girl named Carmelita, one was a girl named Margarita, and one was a B&B meat-packing house.
Ah, now we've got something.
I don't think so. Carmelita and Margarita on the telephone, they sound... Oh, boy.
No. We'll see about them later. First, we're going to do business with the B&B meat packers.
Oh, I hope you have your red points with you, Mr. X. Wild geese, all we chase is wild geese.
Not this time, Zagon. I'll bet you $500 to a dozen orchids that we locate those diamonds within an hour.
You interest me strangely. But orchids, they are expensive.
Not down here. They grow like dandelions.
Oh?
All you have to do is to go out and pick them.
Good, it's a bet.
But you have to help me, Zagon. And you've got to work fast. Because I have a feeling that my little girlfriend is going to send the man with the thick glasses out this same road in a very few minutes. With luck, we can nab both him and the diamonds.
This will undoubtedly make it necessary to bring my priceless talents into play.
Since when have your talents been priceless? Zagon, you are now a meat inspector for the Argentinian government.
Oh, what's my yearly salary?
You won't be around long enough to collect it. Here's what you do. When you get to the packing house, demand to inspect the beef shipment which is consigned to Lisbon, Portugal.
Suppose there is no shipment to Lisbon.
Well, then you win $500. But if there is a shipment for Lisbon, you'll probably see the most valuable chunk of beef in the history of the meat-packing industry. That's the storage house. You all set?
Yeah. Do I use a gun?
Now, what would a meat inspector be doing with a gun? The cow's already dead, Zager.
That gun might come in handy.
Don't worry. I'll be waiting right outside here in the shadows.
I have a brainstorm. You go in and I wait outside in the shadows.
Oh, sure. And if our Nazi friend drops by and tops my price, you'll switch over to the other side. Oh, no, Zager. You are the meat inspector.
All right. What do I say?
Just bluff. There's only one watchman on duty.
I'm afraid I won't put on a very professional appearance. With beefs, I don't know the front from the back. I'm strictly a ground-round man myself.
They're going to have implicit faith in you.
But after all...
And, there is money to be made.
Mr. Eek, I go.
Make it fast, Zager.
Hola. What you want?
Hola. I am the meat inspector. I want to examine the beef you are shipping to Portugal.
To Portugal?
Yes. You don't have some, do you?
Very small shipment, see. It leaves tomorrow, but it has already been inspected.
Not by me. I must examine it immediately.
Everybody wants to see the meat for Portugal. Follow me. Here in the refrigeration room, 40 carcasses on the left-hand side.
You will keep the door open for me.
We'll see. But do not take too long. We cannot let the cold air escape.
I will hurry. In all my career, this is the first time I ever picked the pocket of a beef.
Watchman! Watchman! See? What do you want?
I'm a special investigator for the United States government. Here are my credentials. You may call me Mr. X.
And you want to see the meat shipment to Portugal?
No. I want to know if anyone else has asked to see it.
See, the meat inspector is in the refrigerator examining it now.
In there?
See.
Pardon me, please.
What are you doing? The man cannot get out now.
Exactly. He is not a meat inspector. He is an agent of the Nazi government. Everything he told you was a lie.
And you're quite an expert on lies, aren't you, Mr. X?
Mr. X?
Well, did you get your diamond reset, sir?
No, I never had a chance to examine your entire stock, but I think I'm going to very soon.
Look behind you. My men have you covered from the doorway, Mr. X.
Mr. X?
You mean you wish they had me covered? Unfortunately, Herr Schloss, you came here alone, and unfortunately, I think we'll have to put you on ice for a while. Watchman, which of these refrigeration chambers doesn't have a jewelry concession?
Which?
These storage rooms. Do they all lock from the outside?
Oh, see, and no windows. Well, you want to lock him up?
That's the idea.
Here, I help you.
May I remind you, Mr. X, that we are not in your United States now. Here, my credentials are as good as yours.
Well, try presenting them to one of those cold cuts. In you go.
There, we fix him, yes?
Watchman, I have a feeling somehow that you are too much of an eager beaver.
I am?
Yes, and until I know whether or not you have a swastika tattooed on your chest, maybe you'd better keep him company.
Oh, I know nothing of...
An old maxim of mine, when in doubt, cool both your heels. Voila.
Mr. X! Mr. X!
You all right, Zagon?
I am cold.
Did you find the diamonds?
I found a very expensive beef steak. Let me off, Mr. X.
What's it worth to you, Zagon?
What? Mr. X, this is no time for humor.
Certainly my services should be worth a moderate fee.
Oh, it's very cold in here with all these frozen cows.
Stop beefing, Zagon. $200, perhaps?
Mr. X, how can you think of money at a time like this?
It's a talent I picked from a friend of mine named Zell Smith. Suppose we say $200 on account and I'll let you out.
Oh, whatever you say, I am pleased.
All that meat and Zagon Zell Smith.
Oh, Mr. X,
Did you find anything interesting?
Right back here in this...
Here, show me what you're talking about.
This carcass that has...
Come on. What's wrong with this filet mignon, Zagon?
Look.
Ah, a little incision up the left flank. That's unusual. Maybe if we look inside this animal, we'll find a very valuable cut of beef. Okay, Zagar, hand them over.
Mr. X,
Hand over those diamonds, or you'll be cooling your heels in here for a week. Oh, thank you. Wasn't very clever of you, Zagar. Aren't you ashamed?
Those little teensy, weensy rocks, I didn't think they would be worth anything at all.
I like this story. This will cost you exactly 1 dozen orchids. And please remember that old packing house proverb, Zagar. A diamond in the hand is worth 2 in the beef. Oh, I'm sorry. God bless you. Nancy, I'm terribly sorry. I flew up here as fast as I could.
Oh, sure. Now it's time to go home. Oh, Ken, the least you could have done was telephone.
Oh, were the people dull?
That's ditch water. I suppose you've been chasing all over, getting shot at, ruining your digestion.
Nothing of the kind. It was a very calm and healthful weekend. I had some very rare steaks. Even went to a Turkish bath.
But why didn't you come up here to Cape Cod before it was time to go home?
I sort of got on the wrong plane out of New York. And, then I stopped to get these for you.
Ken, a dozen orchids. Oh, why didn't you say... Oh, honey, they're heavenly.
Amazing, the potency of expensive vegetation.
I didn't know there was a florist in all New York with orchids like this.
Oh, there isn't. I had to take a little trip to get them.
Oh, Ken, you didn't go all the way to Jersey.
Well, that general direction. Kiss and make up.
Kiss and make up.
Oh, well. Why don't I have sense enough to stay home?
Mr. Herbert Marshall returns to tell you about next week's exploit of the man called X. Here is an announcement from Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, 24 hours a day, every day, the men and women of Lockheed are building weapons of war. The swift P-38 Lightning fighter, the Navy's Ventura bomber, the famous B-17 Flying Fortress, and the majestic Lockheed Constellation. Weapons of war, fighters, bombers, transports. This is the job of Lockheed today. But the time will come, a day of peace. And when it does, Lockheed's skill and Lockheed leadership will continue to build airplanes for the nation. Planes to maintain the peace. Planes to further the peace through national and international commerce. And perhaps planes to provide you and your family with swift transportation to the vacations of peace. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Lockheed is a war plant. Deadly, serious, efficient. But someday it will be a peace plant. A plant that will help endow the post-war years with security and pleasure for you and all America. Now, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Next week, the ancient city of Athens. In a story which might well be called The Grease Spot, if you'll forgive me. A story in which Mr. X tries to skin the Trojan horse. With the aid, naturally, of a beautiful and seductive young lady. So be with us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is presented by the Lockheed Aircraft Corporation.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
Subscribe for more videos.
Roma Wines presents Suspense. Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud! Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here to introduce this weekly half hour of suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, we bring you, in response to requests from many thousands of listeners, Miss Agnes Moorehead, in one of the most famous suspense plays this series has ever presented, Sorry, Wrong Number. But before we raise the curtain on suspense, here is a message from your host, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
Sometimes it seems we must go far afield to discover riches that were right at hand all the time. As you discover in listening to a conversation which might be taking place at the smart Coral Beach and Tennis Club in Bermuda. An American about to depart for the States thanks his Bermudian friend for the gracious hospitality shown him, in particular for the especially enjoyable wine his friend served. He remarks how much he'd like to be able to get some of that same wine at home. The Bermudian chuckles as he says, "But my friend, that wine you enjoyed so much, it comes from the great wine districts of your own California. It is Roma wine." Yes, friends, many Americans are still not aware that Roma wines are so highly rated in many foreign lands that at every opportunity they are imported to be enjoyed as rare luxuries. But here in America, we can enjoy these superb Roma wines as a daily pleasure, well within reach of the most modest purse, with no high import duty, no expensive shipping costs included. That's why Roma wines cost you so little. Have you been overlooking the enjoyment these richly satisfying Roma wines offer as a delectable beverage at any time, as the addition that can make any meal an occasion, as a sure-to-be-appreciated offering to your guests when you entertain? You get some idea of the great worth of these fine Roma wines when you learn Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. Why put off your enjoyment of Roma wines another day? I'll spell out the name for you. R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now with Lucille Fletcher's study in terror called Sorry, Wrong Number, and with the performance of Agnes Moorehead, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Oh, dear.
Your call, please.
Operator, I've been dialing Murray Hill 40098 now for the last 3/4 of an hour, and the line is always busy. I don't see how it could be busy that long. Will you try it for me, please?
I will be glad to try that number for you. One moment, please.
I don't see how it could be busy all this time. It's my husband's office. He's working late tonight, and I'm all alone here in the house. My health is very poor, and I've been feeling so nervous all day.
Ringing Murray Hill 40098.
Hello?
Hello? Hello, is Mr. Stevenson there?
Hello? 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 George? Yes, this is George speaking.
Hello? Who's this? What number am I calling, please?
I'm here with our client.
Oh, good. Is everything okay? Is the coast clear for tonight?
Yes, George. He says the coast is clear for tonight.
Okay.
Where are you now?
In a phone booth. Don't worry, everything's okay.
Very well. You know the address.
Yes, I know. Let's see now. At 11 o'clock, the private patrolman goes around to the bar on 2nd Avenue for a beer.
That's right. 11 o'clock.
Okay.
And be sure that all the lights downstairs are out. There should be only one light visible from the street.
Okay.
What's that? Oh, just a minute, George. Oh, our client tells me that at 11:15 a train crosses the bridge. It makes a noise in case her window is open and she should scream.
Hello? What number is this, please?
Okay, I understand. That's 11:15, the train, huh?
Yeah. Do you remember everything else, George?
Yes, yeah. I'll make it quick, as little blood as possible, because our client does not wish to make her suffer long. Huh?
That's right. You'll use a knife?
Yes, a knife will be okay. Then afterwards, I remove the rings and the bracelets, and the jewelry in the bureau drawer, because our client wishes it to look like a simple robbery. Huh? Don't worry, everything's okay. I know.
Oh, how awful. How unspeakably awful. Oh.
Your call, please.
Operator, I've just been cut off.
I'm sorry, what number were you calling?
Why, it was supposed to be Murray Hill 40098, but it wasn't. Some wires must have got crossed. I was cut into a wrong number, and I've just heard the most dreadful thing, something about a murder. And, operator, you'll simply have to retrace that call at once.
I beg your pardon. May I help you?
Oh, I know it was a wrong number, and I had no business listening, but these two men, they were cold-blooded fiends, and they were going to murder somebody, some poor innocent woman who was all alone in a house near a bridge. And we've got to stop them. We just got to.
What number are you calling?
Well, that doesn't matter. This was a wrong number, and you dialed it for me, and we've got to find out what it was immediately.
What number did you call?
Oh, why are you so stupid? What time is it? You mean to tell me you can't find out what that number was just now?
I'll connect you with the chief operator.
Oh, I think it's perfectly shameful. Now, look, it was obviously a case of some little slip of the finger. I told you to try Murray Hill 40098 for me. You dialed it, but your finger must have slipped, and I was connected with some other number, and I could hear them, but they couldn't hear me. Now, I simply fail to see why you couldn't make that same mistake again on purpose. Why you couldn't try to dial Murray Hill 40098 in the same sort of careless way.
Murray Hill 40098. I will try to get it for you.
Well, thank you.
I am sorry, Murray Hill 40098 is busy. I will call you
Operator!
Your call, please.
You didn't try to get that wrong number at all. I asked you explicitly, and all you did was dial correctly.
I am sorry. What number are you calling?
Well, can't you for once forget what number I'm calling and do something for me? Now, I want to trace that call. It's my civic duty, and it's your civic duty to trace that call and apprehend those dangerous killers. And if you won't...
I will connect you with the chief operator.
Well, please. This talk, I can't make anyone understand. It takes so much time.
This is the chief operator.
Oh, chief operator. I want you to trace a call, a telephone call, immediately. I don't know where it came from or who was making it, but it's absolutely necessary that it be tracked down because it was about a murder that someone's planning, a terrible, cold-blooded murder of a poor, innocent woman tonight at 11:15.
I see.
Can you trace it for me? Can you track down those men?
Well, I'm not certain. It depends.
Depends on what?
It depends on whether the call is still going on. If it's a live call, we can trace it on the equipment. If it's been disconnected, we can't.
Disconnected?
If the parties have stopped talking to each other.
Oh, but of course they must have stopped talking to each other by now. That was at least 5 minutes ago, and they didn't sound like the type who would make a long call.
Well, I can try tracing it. May I have your name, please?
Mrs. Stevenson. Mrs. Elbert Stevenson. But
and
listen,
your telephone number, please.
Plaza 32098. But if you go on wasting all
Why
this
do you
time...
want this call traced, please?
Why? Oh, no reason. I mean, I merely felt very strongly that something ought to be done about it. These men sounded like killers. They're dangerous. They're going to murder this woman at 11:15 tonight, and I thought the police ought to know.
Have you reported this to the police?
Well, no, not yet.
You want this call checked purely as a private individual?
Yes, but meanwhile...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Stevenson, but I'm afraid we couldn't make this check for you and trace the call just on your say-so as a private individual. We'd have to have something more official.
Oh, for heaven's sake. You mean to tell me I can't report that there's going to be a murder without getting tied up in all this red tape? Why, it's perfectly idiotic. Well, all right, I'll call the police.
Thank you. I'm sure that would be the best way to do it.
It's ridiculous. Curse such nonsense. Utter nonsense.
Your call, please?
The police department. Get me the police department, please.
Thank you. Ringing the police department.
Oh, No, can't you ring them direct? This time.
Police station, precinct 43, Sergeant Martin speaking.
Police department, this is Mrs. Stevenson, Mrs. Elbert Smythe Stevenson of 53 North Sutton Place. I'm calling up to report a murder.
Huh?
I mean, the murder hasn't been committed yet, but I just overheard plans for it over the telephone, over a wrong number that the operator gave me. I've been trying to trace down the call myself, but everybody is so stupid, and I guess in the end you're the only people who could do anything.
Yes, ma'am.
It was a perfectly definite murder. I heard their plans distinctly. 2 men were talking, and they were going to murder some woman at 11:15 tonight. She lived in a house near a bridge. Are you listening to me?
Yes,
And there was a private patrolman on the street. He was going to go around for a beer on 2nd Avenue. And there was some third man, a client, who was paying to have this poor woman murdered. They were going to take her rings and bracelets and use a knife. Well, it's unnerved me dreadfully, and I'm not well.
Yeah. Yes, I see. Well, when was all this, ma'am?
About 8 minutes ago. Oh, then you can do something you do understand.
What's your name, ma'am?
Mrs. Stevenson, Mrs. Elbert Stevenson.
And your address?
53 North Sutton Place. That's near a bridge, the Queensboro Bridge, you know. And we have a private patrolman on our street, and 2nd Avenue is the next...
And what was that number you were calling?
Murray Hill 40098. But that wasn't the number I overheard. I mean, Murray Hill 40098 is my husband's office. He's working late tonight, and I was trying to reach him to ask him to come home.
Yeah.
I'm an invalid, you know, and it's the maid's night off, and I hate to be alone, even though he says I'm perfectly safe as long as I have the telephone right beside my bed.
Well, we'll look into it, Miss Stevenson, and see if we can check it with the telephone company.
But the telephone company said they couldn't check the call if the parties had stopped talking. I've already taken care of that.
Oh, you have?
Yes, and personally, I feel you ought to do something far more immediate and drastic than just check the call. What good does checking the call do if they stop talking? By the time you track it down, they'll already have committed the murder.
Well, we'll take care of it, don't you worry.
I'd say the whole thing calls for a search, a complete and thorough search of the whole city. I'm very near the bridge, and I'm not far from 2nd Avenue, and I know I'd feel a whole lot better if you sent around a radio car to this neighborhood at once.
Well, what makes you think the murder is going to be committed in your neighborhood, ma'am?
Well, I don't know. Only the coincidence is so horrible. 2nd Avenue, the patrolman, the bridge.
Yeah, well, 2nd Avenue, you know, is a very long street, ma'am, and you know how many bridges there are in the city of New York alone. Not to mention Brooklyn, Staten Island, and Queens, and the Bronx.
I know all that.
How do you know there isn't some little house on Staten Island, on some little 2nd Avenue you never heard about? How do you know they were even talking about New York at all?
But I heard the call on the New York dialing system.
Well, maybe it was a long-distance call you overheard. You know, telephones are funny things. Now, look, lady, why don't you look at it this way? Supposing you hadn't broken in on that telephone call. Supposing you got your husband the way you always do. You wouldn't be so upset, would you?
Well, I suppose not, only it sounded so inhuman, so cold-blooded.
Well, a lot of murders are plotted in this city every day, ma'am. We manage to prevent almost all of them, but a clue this kind is so vague. Isn't much more use to us than no clue at all.
But surely you can...
Unless, of course, you have some reason for thinking this call was phony and that someone may be planning to murder you.
Me? Oh, no. No, I hardly think so. I mean, why should anybody?
Well,
I'm alone all day and night. I see nobody except my maid Eloise. She's a big 200-pounder.
Yeah.
She's too lazy to bring up my breakfast tray, and the only other person is my husband Albert. He's crazy about me. He adores me. He waits on me hand and foot and has scarcely left my side since I took sick 12 years ago.
Yeah, well, then there's nothing for you to worry about. And now if you'll just leave the rest of this to us, we'll take care of it.
But what will you do? It's so late. It's nearly 11 now.
We'll take care of it, lady.
Well, will you broadcast it all over the city and send out squads and warn your radio cars to watch out, especially in suspicious neighborhoods like mine?
Lady, I said we'd take care of it. Now, I've got a couple of other matters here on my desk that require immediate attention. So good night, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, you idiot. Oh. Now, why did I hang up the phone like that? Now he'll think I am a fool. Oh, why doesn't Albert come home? Why doesn't he? Oh, the operator again. Oh.
Your call, please.
Operator, for heaven's sake, will you ring that Murray Hill 40098 number again? I can't think what's keeping him so long.
I will try it for you.
Got me so nervous. Oh.
I'm sorry, Murray Hill 40098 is busy. I will call
I can hear it. You don't have to tell me. I know it's busy. Oh. If I could only get out of this bed for a little while. If I could get a breath of fresh air or just lean out of the window and see the street. Hello? Albert? Hello? Hello? Oh, what's the matter with his phone? Hello? 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 Oh, for heaven's sake, who is this? Hello? 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 What are they trying to do to me? Oh. Oh. Answer somebody. Answer somebody.
Your call, please.
Hello, operator. I don't know what's the matter with this telephone tonight, but it's positively driving me crazy. I've never seen such inefficient, miserable service. Now, look, I'm an invalid and I'm very nervous and I'm not supposed to be annoyed. But if this keeps on much longer...
What seems to be the trouble, please?
Well, everything's wrong. I haven't had one bit of satisfaction out of one call I've made this evening. The whole world could be murdered for all you people care. And now my phone keeps ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing every 5 seconds or so. And when I pick it up, there's no one there.
I am sorry. If you will hang up, I will test it for you.
I don't want you to test it for me. I want you to put that call through, whatever it is, at once.
I'm afraid I cannot do that.
You can't? And why? Why, may I ask?
The dial system is automatic. If someone is trying to dial your number, there is no way to check whether the call is coming through the system or not, unless the person who is trying to reach you complains to his particular operator.
Well, of all the stupid... And meanwhile, I've got to sit here in my bed suffering every time that phone rings, imagining everything.
I will try to check the trouble for you, madam.
Check it. That's all anybody can do. Oh, what's the use of talking to you? You're so stupid. I'll fix her. Volley impudent. How dare she speak to me like that? How dare she speak to me like that? No satisfaction out of anybody. Answer.
Your call, please.
Young woman, I don't know your name, but there are ways of finding you out. And I'm going to report you to your superiors for the most unpardonable rudeness and insolence it has ever been my privilege. Give me the business office at once.
You may dial that number direct.
Dial it direct? I'll do no such thing. I don't even know the number.
The number is in the directory, or you may secure it by dialing
Listen here, you... Oh, what's the use? Oh, for heaven's sake, I'm going out of my mind, Hello, stop ringing, do you hear? Answer me, who is this? You realize you're driving me crazy? Who's calling me? What are you doing it for? Now stop it, I say. Hello, if you don't stop ringing, I'm going to call the police, do you hear? The police! Oh, if Albert would only come home. Oh, let it ring, let it go on ringing. It's a trick of some kind. I won't answer it. I won't. Even if it goes on ringing all night, I won't answer it. Now, what's the matter? Why do they stop ringing all of a sudden? What time is it? Where's my clock? Where is it? 5 to 11. They've decided something. They're sure I'm home. They've heard my voice answering them just now. That's why they've been ringing me. Why no one has answered me. Oh, where is she? Why doesn't she answer?
Your call, please.
Where were you just now? Why didn't you answer at once? Give me the police department.
I'm sorry, the line is busy. I will call you.
Busy? But that's impossible. The police department can't be busy. There must be other lines available.
The line is busy. I will try to get them for you later.
No, I've got to speak to them now. It may be too late. I've got to talk to someone. 911.
What number do you wish to speak to?
I don't know, but there must be someone to protect people beside the police department. A detective agency.
You will find agencies listed in the classified
But
directory.
I don't have a classified. I mean, I'm too nervous to look it up, and I don't know how to use the book.
I will connect you with information. Perhaps she will be able to help you.
No. Oh, you're being spiteful, aren't you? You don't care, do you, what happens to me? I could die and you wouldn't care. Oh, stop it! Stop it! I can't stand anymore. Hello, what do you want? Stop ringing, will you? Stop it!
Hello? Is this Plaza 32099?
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry. This is Plaza 32099.
This is Western Union. I have a telegram here for Mrs. Albert Stevenson. Is there anyone there to receive the message?
I am Mrs. Stevenson.
The telegram is as follows. Mrs. Albert Stevenson, 53 North Sutton Place, New York, New York. Darling, terribly sorry. Tried to get you for last hour, but line busy. Leaving for Boston 11 p.m. tonight on urgent business. Back tomorrow afternoon. Keep happy. Love, signed Albert.
Oh, no.
Do you wish us to deliver a copy of the message?
No. No, thank you.
Thank you, madam. Good night.
Good night. No. Oh, no, I don't believe it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. Not when he knows I'll be all alone. It's some trick. It's some trick, some fiendish trick. I know it.
Your call, please.
Operator, try that Murray Hill 40098 number for me just once more, please.
You may dial that number direct.
Oh. Oh, Albert, how could you? How could you? Oh, but I can't be alone tonight. I can't. If I'm alone one more second, I'll go mad. I don't care what he says or what the expense is. I'm a sick woman. I'm entitled to some consideration.
This is information. May I help you?
I want the telephone number of Henchley Hospital.
Henchley Hospital. Do you have the street address?
No, it's somewhere in the 70s. It's a very small, private, and exclusive hospital where I had my appendix out 2 years ago. Henchley, Henchel.
1 moment, please.
Please hurry. And please, what is the time?
You may find out the time by dialing Meridian 71212.
Oh, for heaven's sake, I've no time to be dialing.
The number of Henchley Hospital is Butterfield 89970.
You.
Henchley Hospital, good evening.
Nurses Registry.
Who was it you wished to speak to, please?
I want the nurses registry at once. I want a trained nurse. I want to hire her immediately for the night.
I see. And what is the nature of the case, madam?
Nerves. I'm very nervous. I need soothing and companionship. You see, my husband is away, and I'm...
have you been recommended to us by any doctor in particular, madam?
No, but I really don't see why all this catechizing is necessary. I want a trained nurse. I was a patient in your hospital 2 years ago, and after all, I do expect to pay this person for attending me.
We quite understand that, madam. But these are war times, you know. Registered nurses are very scarce just now, and our superintendent has asked us to send people out only on cases where the physician in charge feels it is absolutely necessary.
Well, it is absolutely necessary. I'm a sick woman. I'm very upset, very. I'm alone in this house, and I'm an invalid, and tonight I overheard a telephone conversation that upset me dreadfully. A woman's going to be killed when a train... In fact, if someone doesn't come at once, I'm afraid I'll go out of my mind.
I see. Well, I'll speak to Miss Phillips as soon as she comes in. What is your name,
Miss
madam?
Phillips. And when do you expect her in?
I really couldn't say. She went out to supper at 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock? Oh, it's not 11 yet. Oh, my clock has stopped. I thought it was running down. What time is it?
Just 15 minutes past 11.
What was that?
What was what, madam?
That clicked just now in my own telephone. as though someone has lifted the receiver off the hook, off the extension telephone downstairs.
I didn't hear it, madam. Now, about
But I did! There's someone in this house. Someone downstairs in the kitchen, and they're listening to me now. They're listening. I won't pick it up. I won't let them hear me. I'll be quiet and they'll think. But if I don't call someone now, while they're still down there, there'll be no time. I've got to get that operator.
Your call, please.
Operator, I'm in desperate trouble.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. Please speak louder.
Oh, dear, there's someone listening. Can you hear me now?
I am sorry.
But you've got to hear me. Please, you've got to help me. There's someone in this house. Someone who's going to murder me, and you've got to get in touch with the... There it is. There it is. He's put it down. He's put down the extension phone. He's coming upstairs. He's coming up the stairs. Give me the police department. The police department.
One moment, please. I will connect you.
Okay, please. I don't... Oh, no. Oh, don't come here. Oh, please, I didn't do anything. Oh, don't come here. Please, don't. Please, don't.
Department, Precinct 43, Sergeant Martin speaking. Police Department, Precinct 43, Sergeant Martin speaking.
Police Department? Well, I'm sorry. Must have got the wrong number. Don't worry. Everything's okay.
And so closes Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Agnes Moorehead. Tonight's tale of suspense. Before we tell you about next week's stars and story, Roma Wine, sponsor of these weekly suspense dramas, asks you to consider this.
When entertaining guests at your home, are you able to go into your Roma wine cellar and say, which would you prefer, this delightful sherry or this sweeter, heavier port? Whichever of these or any others of the many equally fine Roma California wines you offered your guest, they would find you had poured a world of satisfaction into their glasses. If you are not one of the millions already enjoying these good Roma wines, don't put off this great treat another day. You'll be surprised at the tiny cost your Roma wine dealer will ask for such great enjoyment. Only pennies a glass by actual check. Now you can boast of your own private wine cellar, your private Roma wine cellar. And then, inspired by the great qualities of Roma wines, you will add your voice to the swelling international chorus that says, Roma wines are truly magnificent. Let me repeat the name. R-O-M-A, Roma wines. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Agnes Moorehead. I'm always flattered and delighted when I'm asked to appear on Suspense, because I've such very great admiration for this program. I know you'll want to be listening next week, as I will, when Michelle Morgan and Philip Dorn will be your stars with George Coulouris. One more word. The attack for victory is on. You help make the victory surer and bring it sooner.
Are you ready to unlock the full potential of your data management? Look no further.
Suspense is
Introducing
produced and directed by William
G3PL.com,
Spear.
your ultimate
Don't
destination
forget
for
that
mastering
next Monday,
Microsoft
same
Access.
time for Michelle
Microsoft
Morgan,
Access is a
Philip
powerful
Dorn,
tool that lets you
with George
organize,
Coulouris
analyze,
in
and report on your data with
Suspense.
ease. And with
Presented by Roma
G3PL.com,
Wine.
learning how to harness its
Made in
capabilities has
California
never
for
been more
enjoyment
accessible.
throughout
At
the world.
G3PL.com, we believe that knowledge is the key to success. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step, whether you're a beginner or...
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Lend me your fears. It happens now and then that a man will vanish without warning, disappear completely, without leaving a trace. Or a man will suddenly lose his memory. His body remains, but his mind has gone. What is essential in him leaves us, and we are left perplexed, mystified, frustrated. All we have to go on is rumor, speculation, theory. And since we cannot explain it, after a while, we tend to stop thinking about it. Until it happens again. To somebody else.
You're back. Oh, my husband, you're back. What? You won't even embrace me.
Who are you?
Who am I? What kind of question is that?
How can you say you're my wife?
We've been married for more than 15 years.
No, we haven't.
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that I'm not your husband. You're not my wife. I don't even know you. What's more, I'm not even standing here. How can I be? I haven't even been born yet. Our mystery drama, A Long Time to Die, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. I'll be back shortly with Act One. His name is Alfred Stewart Ainsley. He's 41 years old. Average height, average weight, average looks. Nothing about to make him memorable. Indeed, he has never in his life done anything to bring him notice from beyond the circle of his immediate family, his close friend, his rather esoteric profession. His name was in the newspaper twice. First when he was born, and then 30 years later when he was married. But right now, his name is on the front pages of newspapers in every country of the civilized world. Alfred Stewart Ainsley, quiet, unassuming, has it in his power to shake the government of the most important country in the world, and perhaps alter the very course of history.
Alfred, you want a drink of water?
Water?
Darling, I know this is difficult, but...
Feel okay, Al?
No, Jerry, he's not feeling okay. Can't you see there's obviously something wrong with him?
Al, what is it?
He's pale. He's sweating.
Now, look, Al, you're not the one who's being investigated. If you're not feeling well, we can ask for a recess.
The chairman's just come in.
The committee stands in order. Mr. Ainsley, we will resume with your testimony. You are still under oath. I would like to continue along a line of questioning initiated by Senator Selby. Would you turn, please, to page 684?
Heard it now.
Question. Is it possible that Congressman Carstairs could have forged the secretary's handwriting? Answer, Mr. Ainsley. Senator, I would have more examples of both gentlemen's manuscript. Mr. Ainsley, you were given these specimens to analyze overnight, were you not? Or were you not, Mr. Ainsley?
Well, you took those samples. You examined them. Say yes. Yes.
Very well. Now, are you in a better position to answer my question? Well, are you, sir?
Al, you told me you had studied them and come to a conclusion. Al, answer Adam's question.
Counselor, is Mr. Ainsley having trouble understanding the questions?
No, sir.
Mr. Ainsley, it's obvious that something is troubling you.
Yes, sir.
Well, then suppose we take a recess, give you a chance to rest.
Committee will adjourn till 3:45.
Well, Al? You want to talk to me?
I never saw that before.
Saw what?
A man make smoke. The way you make smoke.
Al, are you serious?
We have pipes, and we put the tobacco in the pipe, and that's how we smoke. But you're holding something. What's that called?
All right. I can play along if that's how you want it. This is called a cigarette.
Cigarette?
You mean you never heard of it?
No.
Well, that's odd. Right here in your pocket. Put your hand inside your shirt pocket. You have a pack of cigarettes. How long do you want to play this game?
It isn't a game.
Tell me what it is then, Al.
You call me Al. I'm not Al.
You're not Alfred Ainsley?
No.
All right, who are you?
My name is Mahatwiki.
Yes?
In your language, it would be Running Beaver.
That sounds like an Indian name.
Indian. That word, Indian. Yes. In this language, in your language, it would be Indian.
You claim you're an Indian?
Yes.
Well.
You don't believe me?
Just tell me how you got here.
I was sent to the north to scout the, you would call them the Iroquois.
Scout?
Yes, to see if we should make war.
War?
Make war or become allies. I was on my way home to my tribe. I was at the place where the mist covers the rocks. I walked into the mist, and there was a noise.
What kind of noise?
Loud thunder. A flash of lightning. It was as if someone had hit me over the head with a club. I knew nothing. Then I was sitting in a strange room in strange clothes, and strange people were talking to me on a subject I know nothing about.
You claim to be an Indian. You talk about fighting and wars. Well, that would be before the white men came to this country.
I've never seen men like you and these others.
There's one small detail that troubles me. How does it happen you speak English?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I was returning to my people. They live near the banks of the Great River.
The Great River?
The Potomac. As I told you, something took place in the mist. I awoke. Now I'm in a strange place. I find that I can speak the language, but I don't know what anything means. Where is this place? Who are you?
I'm your doctor, your friend. My name is Carl Stitzer.
And who am I?
Al Ainsley. You're a collector of and a dealer in autographs, historical papers. You're considered one of the top experts on handwriting.
I don't know what any of that is.
What is it that you know how to do?
To track? To scout? To hunt?
All right, Al. I've gone along as far as I can. Now, let me tell you something. Your testimony can destroy Congressman Carstairs.
I don't know anything about this Carstairs.
If you testify that, in your opinion, Carstairs forged those papers, then not only will Carstairs be destroyed, but the principles he stands for will be discredited. You believe in what Carstairs stands for, Al.
I am not Al.
You're torn, Al. You don't want to examine those documents.
I don't even know what documents are.
Because if they are forgeries, you will put an end to Congressman Carstairs' political life. And you can't bring yourself to do that.
I am a stranger in a strange land. I need a friend.
You're afraid to find out if Carstairs is guilty. You can't face the consequences. When a man finds himself in such an intolerable situation, he tries to escape.
You're a doctor. In my language, that means a medicine man, a magician.
You've escaped to a remote past, to a long-gone, buried, forgotten world.
You don't believe me. You don't believe me.
Doctor, what is it?
Think, Joan. Think carefully. How long have you and Al been married?
11 years.
And how long had you known him before that?
We were kids in school together back in the first grade.
Then you've known him all his life?
Just about.
Has he ever been interested in Indians?
Indians? No, not that I know of.
You don't have anything in the house like handicrafts, weapons, books?
That would have to do with Indians?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing at all.
Does Al have a secret life?
Doctor, I'm not going to answer any more questions until you tell me what you're driving at.
Well, see that he gets plenty of rest. No visitors, no excitement. And please keep in constant touch with me.
Doctor, can't you tell me anything at all?
No.
But I do have to ask you one more question. Does he know how to shoot a bow and arrow?
What kind of a question is
Just
that?
answer it.
I would say no.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe we better find out. Morning, Jerry.
Doc, I've been waiting for you.
Is Al dressed and ready?
Look, Doc, you've just got to talk to me.
Why?
Why? Why? Don't pretend to be living in a world of your own. You read the papers, you hear the news broadcast.
Yes?
Al has to testify. Yes or no. Whichever way, it no longer matters, but he can't remain quiet.
He's not the only handwriting expert in the world. The committee can call another.
It's too late for that now. The rumors are out. He's been bought off, he's been scared off, and both sides are under suspicion.
I admit it's an unfortunate situation.
Now, look, Doc, you can maybe stall the committee another day, maybe two, maybe even through the weekend recess, but that is about as far as you can go.
I'm doing the best I can.
Why can't he testify?
I can't tell you.
You can't or you won't?
Both.
Now, let me tell you what's going to happen. The committee has the right to assign their own doctors to examine Al.
I know. Well, how much time do I have? A week?
That's really stretching it.
I'm ready to go with you, Doctor.
Al, how do you feel?
Let's go, Al.
Now, why can't I come along?
Goodbye, Jerry.
A fox has been by here.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm. You can see his tracks.
Well, I can't.
This valley looks familiar. And yet, so strange. Where are all the animals? There's no sign of deer or wolf. Where are the animals?
If you really are running beaver, you wouldn't believe what's happened. Now, in this box is a bow.
A bow?
Yes. Here's the bow, the strings, the arrows.
I've never seen a bow like this one. How strong. And these arrows.
I don't know the first thing about it.
Is this mine? To keep? To be able to hunt with?
Why don't you hit that oak tree? About 60 or 70 yards to the left.
Well, that's no shot. The tree is standing still. A child could hit that tree. What's moving? Is there a rabbit or a squirrel, a hawk?
No, I'm sorry. There's nothing around.
All right, then. I'll put this arrow into the center of the trunk of that small tree on the right. That maple.
But that's almost 150 yards.
It's an ordinary shot. I'm ashamed of it. But there's nothing else. Right in the center. Well, Doctor?
I don't know, Running Beaver. I don't know. How do I explain this?
Someone, probably a seasoned politician, said once, when in doubt, tell the truth. That sounds great, in theory. But how would you like to have to tell this kind of truth to a sharp congressional committee? We'll have more of this kind of truth when we return shortly with Act Two. There's a beautiful stretch of countryside running along the boundaries of Washington, D.C. and Maryland. Hilly, wooded, charming. It's the site of many lovely homes. Some 500 years ago, it was just as hilly, just as charming, much more wooded, wilder, of course, filled with game, and inhabited by Indians.
Running Beaver! Running Beaver, it's you! Stop! Huh, you're alive. For days, the council has been waiting for you, Running Beaver.
The council?
You're ill. You've just returned from a long, hard, dangerous journey. But you're the only one who could do it. Now, what bothers you, Running Beaver? You act as if you don't even know me. I'm your friend, your blood brother, Eagle Wing. Come, we must go to the council immediately.
Many days ago, the council sent Running Beaver and 3 companions north to the Iroquois Nation to determine peace or war. And now Running Beaver returns alone, and we ask him, where are your companions? And shall the Iroquois be our friend or foe? Speak to us, Running Beaver.
Running Beaver, say something.
I am very tired.
Important questions should not be answered by a man who needs sleep and food. Running Beaver shall return to the council after he has eaten and rested.
Sit, my husband. I have meat, corn. I was so frightened. So afraid the Iroquois would kill you. Sit, rest, and eat. Now, I will tell you the news about the boy.
The boy?
Our son. He's been chosen for the Wolf Society. You always wanted that. Your mother brought him this bearskin robe. You're not eating.
It's not cooked.
It's the way you like it. Is something wrong? You don't look right. Perhaps you'd better see the medicine man.
The medicine man?
Red Bear. He always liked you. There is something wrong. This is not like you. Not to be hungry, to be so quiet. You're frightened. Why are you frightened?
You wouldn't come to me, Running Beaver, so I've come to you. Leave us, White Swallow. Now, what nature of evil spirit is within you? Was there a spell cast upon you in the Iroquois country?
I wonder if I can talk to you.
You wonder? Your father was my closest friend.
I seem to understand. How, I don't know, but I seem to understand this language.
Is that a surprise? This is your language.
I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know how I got here.
A spell has been cast upon you.
I'm sure you won't believe, but I am not Running Beaver.
How can that be?
My name is Alfred. In your language, it would mean a wise elf or wise counsel.
Excellent name.
I come from, well, perhaps it would be this same land, but I live, or shall live, hundreds of years from now. I could tell you stories of great things, of great ships flying through the air, of enormous buildings. I don't even know where to begin.
It must be a time of great magic.
Unbelievable magic.
What a happy time that must be.
I couldn't say that it is all that happy.
I find that hard to believe. With all that magic.
At any rate, I was going to an important meeting of the committee. Well, never mind what that means. I decided to walk to the bus instead of driving my car. I'll explain to you what they are later. There was a mist near Rockledge. And I walked into it, and something seemed to explode in my head. And when I walked out of it, I was in these clothes. I was somebody else. I was frightened. I began to run. And suddenly someone stopped me.
Yes, Eagle Wing. He is your friend.
You don't believe a word of this.
How can I? You are exactly like Running Beaver. Your body is his, your voice is his.
I am not Running Beaver. What am I supposed to say to the council?
You will have to appear. The tribe has been waiting for days. The life of every man, woman, and child could depend on what you say.
What am I supposed to say?
The truth.
The truth is what I just told you. Can I say that in front of the council?
No.
Then what can I do?
Now, rest. Sleep. Sometimes the spirits speak to us in dreams.
I'll need more than a dream to get myself out of this.
Running Beaver? My husband? Are you awake?
Oh, what a dream. Joan, you'll never imagine. Oh, no, I'm still asleep.
Running Beaver, can you eat something now?
Cold.
Here, wear this robe. Your mother made it.
My mother?
Please, can't you tell me what's wrong?
Running Beaver, may I come in?
Who's that?
Your oldest friend. Do you mean you don't know Eagle Wing's voice anymore?
Running Beaver, you must come to the council at once.
He's not well.
I know he's not well, but there's trouble.
Trouble?
There's talk all over the village. Now, what happened to the 3 men who went with you to the Iroquois? Did you kill them?
Kill them? How could he kill them? They were all his friends.
What passed between you and the Iroquois chiefs?
Running Beaver, you must tell him.
I don't know. I tell you, all of you gathered here. I don't know.
Running Beaver, in war and peace, you've been first among us. We sent you as our ambassador to the Iroquois. We entrusted you with the lives of 3 of our bravest young men. Now, where are they? Their families have a right to know. Speak. Chief, I will speak for him. No one can speak for a man before the council. Not even you, Red Bear.
Running Beaver is ill.
What kind of illness?
He has lost his memory.
Yeah, convenient loss of memory.
Quiet!
Where is my son? Where is he gone? I can't see him anywhere.
Quiet! He has lost his memory?
Yes.
Can you cure him, Red Bear?
I can try.
You have 6 days. At the end of that time, Running Beaver will talk to the council or else submit to justice.
Why did we come out here? I'm so cold.
Where is your knife, Running Beaver?
Knife?
Running Beaver always carries a knife.
Well, I didn't think...
Give him your knife, Eagle Wing.
Why do I want a knife?
Eagle Wing, attack him.
Attack? But everyone knows Running Beaver can't be beaten with a knife.
Let's make sure.
I'll only do it if he keeps his knife in a sheath. Now, you know how excited he gets even when we fight in fun.
Attack him, Eagle Wing. Have your knife at the ready, but Running Beaver.
Look, are you ready, Running Beaver?
Now.
What did you do that for?
Did I catch you off guard?
Look, I am trying to tell you people I am not...
Eagle Wing, go back to the village.
But I...
Do as I tell you.
I was never able to do that.
Go back to the village. There is magic
Yes,
here.
yes, I'm going.
What did I just see?
You saw a man knock me down.
You don't know how to fight with a knife anymore.
When did I ever know how to fight with a knife?
I can't believe it.
Just a quiet kid when I was in school.
And I suppose you can't shoot with the bow.
No.
Or throw the lance.
I'm trying to tell you I am not your Running Beaver.
Then we have magic.
Call it what you want. But we have trouble.
As chief of this council, I call upon Running Beaver to speak.
Chief Star Tracker.
I haven't called on you, Red Bear. I called upon Running Beaver.
But, Chief...
The council has given you 6 days, Red Bear, 6 days to cure Running Beaver.
Let me talk. Gentlemen, I don't know how to make you understand.
Be quiet.
No. Let him talk.
But he's mad.
Let us judge.
I am not who you think I am. I am not Running Beaver.
I told you he was mad.
You say you are not Running Beaver.
No, I am not. I don't know how to convince you because I don't even know how it happened myself.
White Swallow, step forward.
Yes?
Is this man your husband?
Yes.
She really does.
Silence!
Why do you deny? Are you tired of me? Is there another woman?
Oh, good Lord. You could have been living 500 years from now. You women never change.
I thought you loved me.
All of you, listen to me, please. I know it's hard to believe, but I am not Running Beaver.
Who are you, then?
I am a man from a time... I don't know, and it must be hundreds of years from now.
Silence!
Silence!
A spirit has captured him.
This is the council. We'll have no disorder here. Running Beaver, have you anything more to say?
I have plenty more to say, but I don't know how to say it.
The council will retire. We shall return with our decision.
Red Bear, what are they going to do with me?
Well...
It's not good, is it?
It will depend.
Depend on what?
Star Tracker is a devout believer in magic. I think he believes you.
Well, then it can't be bad.
But the people are angry, and 3 young men are missing. Probably dead. The people feel it's your fault.
But...
Probably the council will declare that you have been possessed by an evil spirit.
It's all nonsense.
I'm sure you know what you think. But you asked me what I think.
What will happen?
The evil spirit will have to be driven out of you.
How? Or shouldn't I ask?
By fire. By lance. By arrows.
You mean they'll kill me?
That's how we drive out the evil spirit.
Is there anything I can do, Red Bear?
I don't know. But I'll try to think.
Running Beaver, stand before the council. You have been ordered to report. You refuse.
I tried to tell you.
Therefore, the council has decided to drive the evil spirit out of you.
No! Tell them, Running Beaver, tell them!
We must have silence. Tonight, Running Beaver, the council will drive the spirit from you.
Wait! He has the right to ask for judgment by combat.
What are you saying?
Must I remind the council of the law?
Very clever, Red Bear.
No one dares.
Silence! Silence! Well, you've heard the challenge. Who will fight Running Beaver?
Your reputation has just saved you. No one will dare to meet you.
No one? No one will accept the challenge? Are we a tribe of trembling women? Must I, at my age, save the honor of the people?
I'll fight him.
Eagle Wing, you're his best friend.
No longer. After all, he denies he's Running Beaver, doesn't he?
The council accepts the offer of Eagle Wing. May the one who is right win. Clear a space.
Wait. The law says each contestant must fast and pray for 3 days.
No.
Silence! We shall obey the law. We shall meet again in 3 days.
What did you get me into?
I got you 3 days.
What good will it do me?
You could learn to fight with a knife.
Well, you've been a quiet, unassuming handwriting analyst all your life. You've never so much as swatted a fly in anger. Now, suddenly, you have to fight to the death with knives, no less. And how is the other fellow doing? The one who has to face the Congressional Committee. We'll see how it all comes out when we return shortly with Act 3. Just as telephone wires can cross when they cover great distance, so can lives when they cover great spans of time. 2 such lives have been disrupted. Running Beaver, an Indian who lived 500 years ago, and Alfred Stewart Ainsley, who is a contemporary of ours. Alfred Ainsley is now talking to his lawyer. That is, his lawyer thinks it's Alfred Ainsley. We know it's Running Beaver.
Al, level with me. Is this a stall?
I keep telling you, I don't know what you're talking about.
I can't help it. I talk to the reporters. I talk to the committee people. Nobody understands you.
You keep saying you're a friend of Al Ainsley.
Yes, Al. We've been friends since college.
Then you should know that I am not Al Ainsley. My name is Running Beaver. I'm an Indian. I lived about 500 years ago.
I better get Doc Stetzer back here.
Jerry, what are you doing here? I ordered complete rest for Al.
You know what Al just told me, Doctor? He thinks he's an Indian.
It happens to be true.
It happens to be... Oh, I see. Yeah, I think I see.
What do you think you see, Jerry?
They got to you too, Doc.
Who got to me?
I don't know. But somebody doesn't want Al to testify. He's been bought off, and so have you.
Jerry, I resent that.
The 2 of you concocted this ridiculous...
It happens to be true.
Do you think that you can sell this to Senator Adams, to the committee, to the news media?
I only tell you what I perceive as the truth.
Oh, they'll skin you alive.
What is he saying, Doctor?
Something very unpleasant.
That's not the worst. You're going to be finished, Al. Your career will be ruined. You won't have an ounce of credibility left.
Jerry, enough for now.
No, it's not enough. They'll get you on contempt. They can even pull obstruction of justice, conspiracy. Al, do you realize you can go to jail?
Jerry, he doesn't realize anything of the sort.
But it should be obvious.
It would be, if he were Al Ainsley.
Doc, are you crazy,
Jerry, this is no time for anyone to lose his head.
Okay. Let's be calm. Let's be reasonable. How does a thing like this happen?
There's no answer. I've done some research, consulted. And the best I can come up with is... Look, at the speed of light, there's no regular sequence of time. The past, the present, the future, everything is mixed and jumbled up. Everything becomes a storm of pure energy.
Doc, what can I do to convince you guys?
Sometimes, in rare cases, our thoughts, our ideas achieve such intensity that they, too, become a form of energy and carry our minds into this raging storm. And minds can be mixed up and thrown from one body into another.
I can't believe I'm sitting here listening.
Whatever the reason, he's not Al Ainsley.
Oh, get a hold of yourself.
Jerry, now you can't excite him anymore. I'll throw you out of here.
You may not have to throw me out. I want to leave. Now, Al, in exactly 3 days, you'll have to appear before that committee. If you value your reputation and your freedom, please think up a better story. Or best of all, tell the truth.
awake, Al? I brought you some tea. This is the first chance I've had to talk with you. Darling, what is it?
Are you my wife? I mean, his wife?
What are you saying?
I'm not your husband.
Don't say that.
It's true.
I know you, darling. I've known you all my life. Who knows you better than I do?
I am not Al Ainsley.
There's someone else, isn't there? Another woman.
Please.
I knew you were timid, but I didn't think you'd go this far.
I have a wife.
What?
Her name is White Swallow, and we have a son.
Al, I don't know what your game is, but you won't get away with it.
Gentlemen, this visit of yours is most unusual.
I know it is, Senator Adams.
I have no right to conduct committee business privately.
Senator, we just wanted to acquaint you with certain facts. And? Well, please just listen. No matter what you hear, just listen. Then use your own judgment. Go ahead, Al.
Senator, I am not Alfred Stewart Ainsley.
You're not.
I am running bear. I am a Potomac Indian.
But this is most unusual.
Dr. Stitzer and I, we believe that I lived 500 years ago. Somehow, I have occupied the body of Mr. Ainsley. But though I have his body, I have none of his skills.
And
that's all.
And this is what you want me to believe, hmm?
It's the truth, Senator.
You'll be at the committee hearings on Monday morning.
Senator, didn't you hear...
Doctor, I don't believe a word of it.
It's no use. It's no use.
Watch the knife. Watch it constantly. Don't look at your opponent's eyes.
Oh, Red Bear, I'll never learn.
You may not be running Beaver, but you have his great body, his strength, his agility.
I'll tell you what I don't have, his desire to fight.
Are you a coward?
No, I just don't believe in violence.
Strange.
I can't kill anybody.
The council has already decided, Red Bear.
But this will be murder, Chief. He isn't running Beaver. He does not know how to fight.
A man who doesn't know how to fight? Impossible.
He is not one of us. He's from another time.
Well, how does he happen to be here, then?
There is a place, Chief, where the soul that belongs to each man is put into his body.
Yes, we know that.
It is the sacred, haunted place where the mist meets the rocks. There's always thunder there. Evil, malicious spirits have an opportunity to play tricks. And so...
I understand. I even believe. But the council has spoken.
He does not know how to fight.
He will have to learn.
Keep the knife low and moving.
It's no use. I just can't kill anybody.
Even to save your own life.
Suppose I kill Eagle Wing tomorrow. Then what?
At least you'll be alive.
To do what? To live out my life here in an alien place doing things that I hate? Fighting, hunting, killing? No, I'm better off dead.
You'll have to testify before the committee.
I can't.
You'll be ruined.
Well, if that's the only way...
Relax. Think. Don't fight against Alfred Ainsley. Accept him. Let his thoughts flow into your brain. Let his knowledge come to you.
Why?
So you can get past the committee.
And then?
What do you mean, then?
Then what will I do? Live here as Al Ainsley, away from my wife, my son, my friends, my people? Never to hunt, never to fight? To exist in this strange and terrible world, a place I can neither understand nor accept? No. Rather let me be disgraced.
Why do you want to be disgraced?
So I can die of shame.
Wake up, Running Beaver. Wake up. It's time to start out for the fighting ground.
So early?
You still refuse to fight him as Running Beaver would?
Yes, I refuse.
Why?
I told you. I want to die.
I know why you would want to die in this life, but I don't understand why you would want to die in your other life.
What are you saying?
What troubled you? You are a man of trouble. I see that. When you walked into the mist, were you troubled?
How did you know?
I am only guessing. In your other life, did you also want to die?
I'm not sure. Perhaps I did want to.
Why?
Because I would have to say something that... Oh, you couldn't understand.
That would have to be something you hate?
Yes. Yes, I would have to ruin a man that I had always respected.
Did he Does he deserve to be ruined?
Yes, because he broke faith.
And you did not have the courage to do your duty. In other words, you are an even greater coward than I thought.
Maybe.
Would you rather die under Eagle Wing's knife, or...
Or what?
Or go back? Do your part as a man. Face your responsibility.
Go back? Testify against...
Isn't that what must be done? Isn't that what truth and justice demand?
Yes.
Then you'll go back.
But how? How can I go back?
Are you sure you want to?
Yes.
You'll do what's required?
Yes.
You believe it with all your heart?
Yes. Yes, I believe it. Now I believe it.
Then come with me.
Where?
To the place of mist. The sacred place. Where you became Running Beaver. Time to be leaving for the committee meeting.
I'm ready.
I decided to go with you.
Let's get it over with.
Tell me, something bothers me. It bothered me that first day when I thought that you had willed yourself into amnesia. I can see how Al Ainsley could have found life intolerable. But you're not Al Ainsley.
No.
Therefore, my diagnosis was wrong.
I don't think I understand.
Why was life also intolerable for Running Beaver? Why were you trying to escape as Running Beaver?
To escape?
What was tormenting you?
How did you know?
Did I guess right?
Yes.
From what were you trying to escape?
I had gone with 3 others to the Iroquois as an ambassador. The Iroquois promised peace. I knew it was a lie. My 3 friends were bribed. On the way home, they plotted to kill me. I was too smart, too strong. I killed them instead. If I told this to the council, I would make enemies. I was afraid.
I see. Would you rather die like a man among your own people, if indeed you must die at all, or would you rather die of shame here among strangers?
I am wiser now, but it's too late. It's too late for me. I can't go back.
Are you willing to face the council?
Face them? Defy them? Fight them?
Let's go back to this place where the mist covers the rocks. And when we reach it, try to go back. All the way back home again.
The committee will stand in order. Mr. Ainsley, are you finally prepared to report your findings?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I've studied all the relevant materials, and I am absolutely convinced. I will stake my professional reputation on the fact that the signature is forged. I say this to the council. 3 young men of the tribe took bribes from the enemy. I alone refused. They tried to kill me. I killed them instead. I will answer for this deed with my life. If any man here thinks he can take it.
At a certain speed, at a certain intensity, at a certain burning level of anxiety or desire, time, space, and spirit can be twisted out of shape or sequence. That's how we might explain it today. On the other hand, there are evil and mischievous spirits who delight in creating misery and confusion. That would be yesterday's explanation. Choose one or the other. Or supply your own. I'll be back shortly. And what's the moral of our little tale? Simply this. Whenever you're desperate for a means of escape from a problem, don't try too hard for an easy way out. You might just be unlucky enough to find it. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Grace Matthews, Arnold Moss, Nat Polen, and Mason Adams. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos. Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, secret agents are often called to all parts of the world to guard against the activities of spies. It is the story of such a task performed by my old friend Agent Z which I bring to you now. It happened in the Europe of today, but it might have taken place on any continent, for it is the story of war supplies being transported to strengthen a nation's defense. As usual, John Holbrook will introduce the story.
Thank you, K7. Today, the nations of the world are strengthening their defenses. As a result of this activity, planes, tanks, long-range guns, every type of armament is being moved, and spies are alert. In one country, spies were paid to prevent this activity and thus weaken a nation's defenses. Our story opens as Special Agent Z and his assistant Patricia Norwood called on an important military official by appointment.
Yes, sir. Whom do you wish to see, sir?
Miss Patricia Norwood and Special Agent Z to see General Rodeman.
Yes, sir. He's expecting you. This door, sir. This is Special Agent Z, sir.
Special Agent Z, I am glad to know you.
And I'm glad to know you, General. May I present my assistant, Patricia Norwood?
Miss Norwood, this is most pleasant. Now, if you will both be seated.
Thank you, General.
Naturally, General, we're both a little curious.
Of course. Perhaps this cable will explain. It is from one who seems to be a mutual friend, K7. Read it.
K7? Well, I wondered how you contacted us. Now, let's see. Get in touch with Agent Z at Continental Hotel. He is the only man near you who can undertake mission. Well, this explains, General.
Then it is my turn, is it not? Your assistant is very curious. Is that not true, mademoiselle?
I'm afraid it is.
Very well. The facts are these. My country has recently ordered great quantities of planes and munitions from outside sources.
That fact is pretty well known.
Yes, too well known. Now, Special Agency, we are not a warlike people. We want only to strengthen our defenses to ensure peace. I believe our foreign policy reflects that attitude.
Yes, I believe you, General.
Now, here are the facts. The armaments which we ordered are ready for delivery. Our plan was to send a special train to the coast. As a matter of fact, we would be forced to use 2 trains. We hope to keep their movement secret.
And the information is leaked out?
Yes. One of our intelligence officers, L-21, heard of a plot to wreck these trains and thus weaken our defense. He made one report to this office. Here it is.
Let me see it. Hold train at seaport until further word from me. Plot to sabotage under investigation. Believe leader to be Sturm Walters. More tomorrow. I know Sturm Walters, General.
Z?
Yes?
That message is dated last week and ended it with the words more tomorrow. Have you his next report, General?
That was L-21's last message to us, Miss Norwood. He was found murdered the day after I received it.
Murdered? That's like Sturm, Walters. He's ruthless.
Z, will you attempt this case? We will give you every cooperation. It is dangerous, yes, but if any man can see those munitions reach their destination, you can. I will feel safer with you working with our intelligence department.
General, I'll help you if I can. It isn't hard to guess what power is behind this plot. My sympathies are with your government. Miss Norwood's are the same. We'll take the case.
During the next hour, Z collected all the information available. Then he and Pat went to his rooms to study maps and make plans.
Pat, the more I study these maps, the surer I am that there are but two danger spots. Now, here, look. You see this cut through the mountains?
Yes.
A landslide there would destroy the munitions train and block the line for many months.
But there are other routes.
Yes, but they are much longer. However, the fact that there are other routes makes me suspect that the second danger point is the vital one.
Where is that, Z?
Here, this tunnel. It's one of the longest in the world. Now, if that tunnel were destroyed, the railroad would be crippled. Now, let's look at this map closer. Yes, here's something. This railroad map shows a small spur at the northern end of the tunnel. Yes, that will prove valuable.
What are you thinking, Z?
That I know our plan of action. Now, Pat, get packed and be ready to leave here within an hour.
All right.
We're going to that tunnel and establish headquarters there.
A few minutes later, several orders cracked out.
An old and weather-beaten boxcar is to be put at the disposal of Special Agent Z. It is to be backed into the spur at the northern end of the tunnel and left there. That is all.
A squadron of bombers, accompanied by scout planes, will patrol the cuts until after both munitions trains have passed. Keep in constant touch with Special Radio Station 2LLB. That is all.
During the time both munition trains are in motion, all train dispatchers will receive direct orders from Special Agent Z through special radio equipment. That is all.
Z's preparations were elaborate, and they were speedily put into operation. The next morning, the two munitions trains were ordered to start their long trip. Z and Patricia Norwood made their headquarters in the boxcar at the northern end of the tunnel.
Well, it's 3:30, Pat. Our work will be over in another hour.
Z?
Yes?
Do you think the trains will get through?
Yes, Pat, I think they will. Here's another call.
Train 301 calling Special Radio Station 2LLB. Come in.
Go ahead, plane 301.
Train number 1 has passed through the cut safely. Train number 2 following. There has been no threat of danger.
Good, plane 301. Report when second train is through. That is all.
That means that both trains will be here soon.
Yes. And once we get them through the tunnel, our work is practically over.
What's that?
I'll explain later. Count the number of times that bell rings. That was 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. I guess that's all.
Well, what does it mean, Z?
It means that 4 men have just entered the tunnel, Pat. I installed an electric eye at both ends of the tunnel. As each man walks in front of the electric eye, our bell rang. Now we know that 4 men are in the tunnel.
Could it be Sturm Walters?
I hope that Walters is with them. We've got work to do, Pat. Now, quick, look on that chart. What are the call letters in number 5 dispatcher's office?
Wait. Here they are.
Yes?
3X19 Special.
I'll call them. Special Radio Station 2LLB calling Special Station 3X19. Special Radio Station 2LLB calling Special Station 3X19. Come in.
This is 3X19.
Orders, 3X19. Have both munitions trains, both trains, 1 and 2, switched onto siding. Send the special train, which I prepared for emergency use, through at once. I will come aboard at northern end of tunnel. That is all.
The 2 munitions trains will be switched onto a siding at once. Your special emergency train is coming through.
What's the emergency train, Z?
It's made up to look exactly like the first munition train, Pat. Now listen. You have your pistol?
Yes.
I want you to go to the northern end of the tunnel and keep watch. If any men come out of the tunnel, arrest them and bring them here. You understand?
Yes. What are you going to do?
I'm going to stay here for a minute. I have 2 more messages to send out. And then I'll get aboard the emergency train as it passes and go into the tunnel with it. And one caution, Pat. Don't enter the tunnel under any circumstances.
I won't.
And good luck. I'll meet you back here later. Keep out of sight.
Pat made her way to the mouth of the tunnel and took up her job of watching. However, she was not the only guard on duty. Walters had also left a man on guard. He saw Pat and cautiously crept up behind her.
What was that? Who's there?
Drop your gun, mademoiselle. You're covered. Drop it, I said.
All right. What do you want?
Keep your hands over your head. Walk into the tunnel. Get started.
It's dangerous.
Keep moving. I think Walters will want to talk to you. Keep your hands over your head as you walk.
Pat was taken to almost the center of the long tunnel. There she saw 4 men working. They'd pried great rocks loose from the sides of the tunnel and piled them across the tracks.
I found her at the entrance of the tunnel, Walters.
So you're a spy. What are you working for?
That's none of your business, Walters.
And I will make it my business. Tie her up. Put her over at the side.
Come on.
You'll never get away with this, Walters.
You will see, mademoiselle. I haven't time to talk to you now. The munitions train is coming. It's too bad that you must be sacrificed. Tie her up. All right, take your positions, men. You, Mantouk, wave the red lantern. Young, the dynamite. Open the second car and throw it in. The explosives are in car 2.
Throw up your hands, Walters. You're under arrest.
So, you were riding on the locomotive agency. You're too late. You had better run for your life. Dynamite is being placed in car number 2. What was that?
Your men have been taken prisoners, Walters. This isn't the munitions train. It's one sent through to trap you. Here, Captain. This man is Walters. Arrest him. Hurry. The tunnel is filling with smoke.
Yes, sir.
Hurry, men. We've got to get out of here. The smoke from the engine will choke us.
Steve!
Huh?
Steve, where are you?
Pat, what are you doing here?
I was taken prisoner. They're going to blow up the train.
No, they're not, Pat. I had men concealed in every car. Walters and his men have all been seized. I haven't time to untie you. I'll pick you up and run. We've got to get out of here now. Hang on.
Had the master spy Walters been successful, a great nation's defenses would have been weakened to a point where invasion might have been possible. As it was, Agent Z saved the situation. Today, all is quiet within the country. Perhaps war was averted. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Chester and I had left Dodge about 9 that morning. It was a good day, clear with a snap in the air. The horses felt it too, and they wanted to move fast. Not in the lope that we were holding them to. Chester took a couple of deep breaths and liked what he smelled.
It surely is a fine day, Mr. Dillon. A fine day.
I had some government papers to take over to Bill Holton at the post office in Pierceville, a place about 40 miles west of Dodge. Chester and I figured we'd stop overnight and ride back the next day. We followed the trail along the Arkansas and stayed with it as it left the river at Cimarron and cut across the prairie.
Looks like a big wagon train up ahead there at the crossing, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, sure looks like it, Chester. Chester was right. The dust cloud we'd seen became 30 and more wagons taking the Cimarron crossing. It was a shortcut of the Santa Fe Trail leading on southwest toward Raton Pass. We passed them, and our trail swung back to the Arkansas again. We rested, watered the horses a couple of times, and by afternoon we could see the warehouse, the store, and the post office, and a few of the other buildings of the town. It wasn't a big place, Pierceville. Maybe 50 people regular living there.
Funny.
Oh?
I don't know. It looks peculiar.
Yeah?
I just don't rightly know, sir. It's just funny. It's peculiar.
You mean nobody around?
Yes, sir, that's what I was thinking.
That's what I thought.
Mr. Dillon, what do you figure them horses are doing down there? It ain't right they should wander around like that without it. Mr. Dillon, they got their saddles on, too.
The horses were down the street, and as they heard us, their heads jerked up and they wheeled about and trotted off away and around out of sight. And we stopped. I listened. There was nothing to hear. An empty place, nothing to see. But there was a feeling in the town. You couldn't figure what. We walked the horses over to Bill Holton's post office.
You think maybe everybody in town is sick, Mr. Dillon?
No.
Or maybe dead? No, couldn't be that. There's no crows nor buzzards.
Bill. Hey, Bill.
Mr. Dillon, look yonder. The safe's open.
What? What? He wouldn't leave the place like this. Come on, Chester.
Sure is a funny thing, Mr. Dillon. I swear it gives me the willy-was. I never seen anything like it. Not a living soul in the whole...
Hold it, Chester.
Did you hear something?
I'm not sure. Just wait a minute. Thought I heard a kid crying.
I didn't.
Hey! Is there anybody around?
Maybe we ought to try the store, Mr. Dillon, huh?
Hey, all right, keep your eyes open, Chester.
Yes, sir.
We'll take a look in the saloon first. The saloon was about 200 feet back up toward the end of town. But we didn't get that far. They stepped out behind us as we passed the livery stable, and we never had a chance to draw.
Get your hands up. High. And hold them there.
We did, and I felt my guns lifted away. And then we got a look at what had crawled into Pierceville. There were 3 of them, and they were killers. Man gets to know the look in the eye of a killer. If you're lucky, you see it in time. And we weren't lucky that day.
It's the law, Brill. Yeah. Where you from, mister?
Dodge?
Dodge. Hey, that's Dillon.
No.
It sure is.
You Dillon? Marshal Dillon from Dodge?
Yeah.
Okay. You dirty... Shut up,
You want to try that again?
We will. Don't fret yourself about that, Dillon. You move in. Taking the warehouse, Brill? Yeah.
Be a sight better to get rid of him, if you ask me.
I don't think so. Not right now. We might be able to help. I've always wanted a U.S. Marshal to help me. Listen, Will. You take away his gun, you watch him. He'll be on his belly begging to help.
They took us to the warehouse, and we found out what had happened to the folks who lived in Pierceville. They were all in there. The kids, the 6-month-old baby, the women, and the men. Inside, there were 6 more hard-faced men leaning against the wall near the door, their guns held lazily in their hands. They'd taken over the whole town, and for some reason, they were holding it.
Shut up! Every one of you! Shut up!
Lady, told you to keep that kid quiet. You want me to do it for you? Mr. Dillon,
Be
you
quiet,
know what
Chester.
Yes.
Now, asking you again. Which one of you shot my kid brother? You hear what I'm saying? Which one? All right. Maybe you know this fellow just walked in here with his pal. He's a U.S. Marshal out of Dodge. His name is Dillon. I'm going to make him accountable for what you make up to do. When a man does a killing, he's accountable. Ain't that so, Marshal?
That's so?
Okay. One of these folks killed my kid brother. And unless he talks up, there's going to be a lot of killing around here. You get that? Now, you talk to him, Dillon. You explain the law. I'm a fair man. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes. Don't nobody try nothing, because we'll be right outside. Don't try nothing.
Chester, there's Bill Holton over there. Come on.
Help us, Marshal.
Marshal, please.
Hi, Matt.
How are you, Bill?
Could be worse, I guess. Mr. Holton, your face. What'd they do to you? Oh, I was the first one they worked on.
Will you tell us what's happened, Bill?
Well, they rode in early this morning. Whole outfit. I figured them for trouble when I saw them. Straight off, I knew. A couple of them held me, knocked me around.
The others grabbed 3 women, kind of for hostage, I guess. Brill, he's the leader. He cleaned out the safe.
What about the killing?
3 or 4 of our boys came up, saw what was happening, started in shooting. Then these snakes hauled the women folk over to the post office door and kept them in front for shields.
Your boys stopped shooting then?
Yeah, sure. Dropped the guns where they stood. Brill's kid brother was already dead then. Brill kind of went crazy, swore he'd kill the women, burn the town. Then the outfit rounded up a couple more women. After that, everybody else. None of us wanted to see the women hurt. I guess we gave up too easy.
On account of his brother, huh?
He calls it murder. You heard.
They've kept you locked up in here ever since?
Yeah. He says he'll take us out 2 at a time and shoot us if we don't tell.
Do you know who it was?
No. Like I say, 3 or 4 fellas were shooting. Even they don't know which one of them it was.
Listen, Marshal, I'm Dave Maxon. I got a place outside of town. Listen, we got to do something quick.
Yeah, sure. Take it easy, will you?
My wife, that's her over there. She's got the baby. We come in this morning to get something at the store. You got to do something.
All right, Mr. Maxim. Now just take it easy, will you?
Look, there's 30 of us. The men, we could rush them. Some of us would get killed.
Now listen to me.
We got to get to the marshal.
I'm thinking all of us will get killed. And that's not the way.
We got to do something.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, what's it gonna be? Dillon, step over here. Well, what do you say?
I don't know. Seems to me you came here and broke the law. It's the chance your brother took when he got killed.
That was murder. He was shot in the back.
Maybe he got turned around looking for somebody to kill himself.
It was murder. I ain't gonna stand here arguing with you, mister. Who did it? You think I'm bluffing? I tell you I ain't bluffing. If I have to wipe out this whole stinking town, I'm gonna do it.
That doesn't get your brother back. You in the habit of killing women and kids?
You shut up. Okay. Sanders, Carger, start with 2 of them. Take them outside. That fella. You. And him.
No. Oh, no, not Dave.
Oh,
not you, Dave. No, not Dave.
Brill, you're crazy. You do this and they won't even hang you. You'll be torn to pieces.
You won't be around to see it. All right, go on, get him outside. Well, anybody got anything to say? Anybody gonna say who killed my brother?
I'll tell you something, you yellow, gutless coyote!
Anybody else? Okay. He don't count. We still need 2. You. Get away with him. Go on. They both of them outside.
They took the 2 men out, and we stood there. Some of us looking at the body of Maxim with his wife sobbing over him. Others staring at the closed door. It had happened so quickly there wasn't time to think, to figure anything. And there wasn't any way to shut out the sound of what happened outside.
Oh, no. I gotta do something.
No, Bill, don't.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, a skid can be tragic if the road is wet or icy. A faulty windshield wiper that's a nuisance in a shower can be your nemesis in a snowstorm. The sum and substance of our message being, take extra care when you're driving under winter conditions. Make sure your car's prepared for winter, and then drive it with twice your usual caution. Now, for the second act of Gunsmoke.
Except for Maxon's wife and another woman whose husband had died, there was a quiet now in the warehouse. The killers didn't come back in again. Maybe for what they'd done, they didn't have the nerve right then. Takes nerve to look at the faces of the ones who are left. I found out that there'd been 12 of them who'd ridden in. Now with the one who was gone, there were 11. I talked to the boys who had done the shooting at the gang. 2 of them were willing to give up, but 2 others weren't, and I didn't blame them. We waited, Chester, Bill Holton, and me in a corner trying to make a plan. An hour went by. An early evening chill found its way into the warehouse.
I think they'll do it again. 2 more of us.
Not for a while, maybe. That kind will get liquored up first. It makes them brave.
I still think that maybe now's a chance to get outside, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it might be.
What scares me, though, is they'll start with the women and kids.
Yeah.
There's always a chance somebody will ride in, maybe see what's happening and send for help.
Like us, huh? Mm-mm. Besides, it'll take too long.
Mr. Dillon, let me try it. I don't want to hear no more of these women doing that.
Just let me think, Chester.
They're coming back.
What? All right. Come on, quick.
There's 2 of them. You can see through the crack.
Yeah. It's the ones that got our guns. Brill isn't with them. Chester, get on the other side of the door.
Yes, sir.
You, Mister, and Bill, behind me.
Okay, right.
Now, when they come in, grab them in time. Now, look. I want everybody to keep real quiet. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, now wait until they're inside.
You think the others might be around the back?
I don't know. We'll take the chance. Now, whoever gets hold of them, don't let them yell.
Hey, let me have a drink, will you?
Here.
What do you think?
What?
In there.
How should I know?
Well, we shouldn't hang around too long. I figure we ought to start riding.
Well, you know, Brill, it was the kid. He thought a lot of them.
Yeah. Hey, there's one woman in there, though. Did you see her?
Tall one?
No, with the old man, the pretty one, the little.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Maybe we get her out here and the others will talk.
Might be.
I ain't saying it'll make them talk, but a lot of men in there are soft about women.
What about Brill?
Nah, he don't care. He wants to find out who killed the kid. Maybe we can get him to talk.
Sure. Might be fun.
Hey, miss. No, you over there. Come on. We won't hurt you. We want to talk to you outside. Come on. He said come here.
She don't want it.
Cover me, will you? I'll go get her.
All right, now.
mine only had but one gun, Mr. Dillon.
Well, this one's got two. All right, which one of you here can handle a gun right?
Frank's
Donnelly?
Yes, sir?
Here. We'll split up the cartridges. Chester, get over by the crack there and keep a lookout.
Yes, sir.
One of the kids found an axe behind those empty crates, mate.
Good. See if you can find anything else.
Yeah, mate.
Well, there's 3 of us now. 9 of them with guns.
Yeah, except that we know that and they don't. Donnelly, you're going to have to stay here. Chester and I'll try to get some more guns. Now, you got a good chance to knock out a couple more of them if they come in. Shoot to kill them, you understand?
I understand.
Wait a minute, Matt. I'm coming with you.
No.
Listen, I used to throw an axe pretty good. I get close enough to one of them boys, I can split him. I'm coming with you. It's our only chance. You start shooting and the whole bunch will be on your neck. This is quieter.
Okay, let's go. You see anybody, Chester?
No, sir. He must be up the slough.
All right, then open the door. Now, if we hear any shots back here, Donnelly, we'll come running. Take it easy now. We got outside and made a run over to some dugouts. Up the street, we could hear the killers still drinking their courage back. If there'd just been the 3 of us against them, we might have taken a chance, but with the women and kids in the warehouse, we couldn't do that. We'd have to pick them off if we could, one by one. And the first shot we fired, there was going to be trouble. Out to the left of the warehouse in the evening shade, I saw the bodies of the 2 men they'd shot down. A dog was moving around, whimpering. A couple of minutes went by, and then we started around the back and made our way up behind the saloon.
If we get in by the back door, Mr. Dillon, you think we could surprise them?
We can't take the chance, Chester. Not with only 2 guns. They get us, and you know what'll happen.
Yes, sir.
One of them's coming out. Look.
Yeah?
It's the fella shot Dave Maxon.
He's heading this way. You think he's... Oh.
Bill?
Yeah?
Think you can get him from here?
A little closer, maybe. Not from here.
He's got 2 guns on him. We need them. Stay in line with the post. We'll cover you.
Okay.
I saw Holton's big fist tighten around the axe handle. He moved out and down the alley in line with the post. The killer never looked up. He just stood there, head down, swaying a bit. Then Holton stopped. His arm raised up and back. And the axe caught a gleam of light and must have thrown it into the killer's eye. He had just time to look up and see the thing before it caught him square.
I haven't done that for a long time. I only throw trees and boards. I never did it to a man before. I never killed a man like that.
Chester, get the other gun.
Yes.
All right, here. Here, Bill, take this. All right, we got 4 now. That ought to fix us. Now, look, I don't like what we're going to do, but it's the safest way. We go in there shooting, get them fast. In the leg, anywhere. Try not to kill, but don't give them a chance to shoot back.
Yes, sir.
Sure, man.
You okay, Bill? You want to wait a minute?
I'm okay.
I'm telling you, I ain't leaving until a man killed my brother gets it the same way. No, sir, I won't hear that. Drink up, we'll go on back now and see if they change their mind.
It's all right with me.
Thinking Marshal Dillon out this time. And that deputy. Yeah. Too many marshals around this country anyway.
Sure.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. Keep your hands where they are, Brill.
All right, Chester, take their guns.
Yes, sir.
I'm arresting you for murder, Brill. The rest of them with you.
Killed my brother. Got him in the back. My brother, they murdered him.
You know something? If I wasn't a marshal, I'd do the same thing to you right now. It's too bad I can't. I hope it hurts when they hang you, Brill. And it was over. And I got the feeling like it had never happened, that there hadn't been time for it to happen. But the dead men's women knew that it wasn't a dream. The next day, a half a dozen of the fellows, Chester and myself, took the outlaws back to Dodge. Most of them had been hit back in the saloon. One died in Cimarron before we could get him to the dock. But not Brill. He was alive when he went to Hayes City with the rest of the boys. I was there when they tried him. And I was there when they hanged him.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, Bob Sweeney, John Daner, Lou Krugman, Michael Ann Barrett, and Ted Bliss. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow night, CBS Radio raises the curtain on a new dramatic treat, the Theater of Stars. On the network that brings you Lionel Barrymore's Sunday Night Playhouse and thrilling stories of escape. Tomorrow night, for the premiere performance over most of these same CBS radio stations, hear lovely Joan Fontaine in The Guardsman. It's a sprightly, peppery adaptation of Franz Molnar's great French comedy, a romantic experience you will certainly enjoy. Remember, Theater of Stars, tomorrow night, premiere performance on CBS Radio. This is Roy Rowan speaking. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names, and who recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like MI31, for example, Rexall's popular mouthwash, gargle, and breath deodorant. Full-strength MI31 kills contacted germs in seconds. Its zippy, tangy quality leaves a happy aftertaste. For a reliable yet refreshing mouthwash, use Rexall MI31. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Dick's special guest star tonight is what was your name again?
I'm sorry, but I really can't tell you.
You can't tell me. Well, Rexall brings you Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Wow. Morning, Mr. Diamond.
Morning, Charlie. Oh, fix me something, will you?
Like that, huh? You look pretty good.
Oh, you should have seen me when I got up. Both my heads were hissing each other.
I'll fix you my special. You snap right out of it.
Well, take it easy. I tried snapping out of it this morning and scattered myself all over the room.
You relax for a minute. Just getting to work?
Yeah. Helen gave a party last night. I think it turned out to be the finals of the roller derby. Ever swallow a roller skate, Charlie?
Once on a dare, a mouse.
Oh.
Sorry.
Charlie!
Gotta mix it.
Oh, that's a horrible machine to have in a bar. Some poor guy's liable to end up with shell shock.
Here. Hold your breath so you don't change your mind.
What's in it?
In your condition, that is a very touchy question. You just drink it, you'll feel better.
Okay.
No fudging all the way.
Charlie!
All the way? What are you, chicken?
Oh, I knew it. You snitched this stuff from a fire extinguisher.
Tastes terrible, don't it?
What are you going to thaw me out with, a chisel?
Now, I know it ain't that bad.
No? A mortician would pay good money for the formula.
Well, look what came in the front door.
Hmm? Oh, yes, sir.
Pardon me, but I'm looking for someone.
There's nobody here but me and Mr. Diamond.
Here's a picture of him. Has he been in here?
Oh, lady, a lot of people come in here.
No, I mean this morning.
Mr. Diamond's my first customer.
Oh,
Something wrong, miss?
I've just got to find him. I don't know where to look.
What made you think he'd be in here?
I'm trying every place that's open. I lost him in this block someplace.
Lost him?
Well, he just disappeared.
Who is he?
My husband.
Oh.
I stopped to look at some hats in a window. I started talking about how pretty they were, and the next thing I turned around and he was gone.
You called home?
We're living at a hotel. He hasn't shown up there. I've called everyone I know in New York.
You're from out of town?
Yes. Oh, I'm so worried.
Well, honey, from this picture, your husband looks old enough to find his way around. Why don't you go on back to the hotel and...
You don't understand. My husband had quite a shock earlier this morning, and he was acting strangely.
So you figure he might have gone looking for a drink?
I don't know what I thought. It isn't like him to wander off like that. I'm so worried.
Well, if you're that upset, why don't you go to the law? Missing persons.
I thought about that, but I can't.
You can't go to the police?
I can't explain why. It just wouldn't be good.
Would you mind a completely new remark?
What?
Haven't I seen you before, Miss...
No.
Nice name.
Mr. Diamond sees a lot of people. Used to be a cop himself.
Oh.
Private detective now.
Private detective?
Seems to me I've seen your husband someplace before, too. Is this an old picture?
Yes, I carry it around in my wallet. Are you really a private detective, Mr.
Diamond, miss.
Like Sam Spade?
Well, no. Sam drinks and runs around with women. I lead a rather sheltered life. Steady, Charlie.
Mr. Diamond, I'm really frightened. I'm sure something awful's happened to my husband. Will you help me?
I might, if you tell me two things.
What are they?
Why you can't go to the police, and if you can afford $100 a day in expenses.
Oh, I can afford the money.
You should have answered the first question first. Now I'm almost tempted to forget the last one.
But I can't go to the police.
Dear. Dear, when people can't go to the police, it worries me. Your old man got a record or something?
A record?
Well, I've seen both of you someplace. You sure you aren't working some kind of a racket?
Oh,
now, lady, take it easy.
I lose my husband. I come in here for help, and you think I'm some sort of a criminal or something.
Look, dear,
I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. I don't want to go to the police, and it has nothing to do with breaking the law.
Shame on you, Diamond. Here, lady, here's a handkerchief.
Thank you.
Look, I'm sorry.
No, you're not. You're terrible.
Oh, please, please. Look, I'm in pretty bad shape myself. Okay, I'll help you.
Wonderful, Mr. Diamond. Where can we talk?
Hey, she turns him off like a hydrant.
You'll help me?
Oh, yes. $100 a day in expenses.
Certainly.
Get her.
Yeah. You sure you didn't dip into one of Charlie's specials?
I don't drink.
This isn't drinking. It's like diving into an active volcano.
Where can we talk?
One of the booths.
Good. I don't want anyone else to know about this.
You mean after this build-up, I ain't even going to hear what it's all about?
Come on, dear.
Oh.
Relax, Charlie. Have one of your specials. Who knows? You may be the first one to reach the moon.
Is this booth all right, Mr. Diamond?
Just fine. Now sit down, dear, and tell me all about it.
Well, there's really not much to tell. I took my husband to an appointment this morning.
What kind of an appointment?
I can't tell you.
And you can't tell me your husband's name?
No.
Not even his first name?
Well, I guess I could tell you his first name. It's Richard.
Richard?
Yes.
You can't tell me any more?
No.
You want me to find him, and you want me to trust you?
If you will.
Will you trust me?
Yes.
Then I'll try and find Richard, but I'll need some help.
I'll try.
No, please. I'll need some outside help.
Who?
A policeman.
Oh, no, I told you.
And I told you. You want me to trust you? Okay, that's what I'm going to do, but you got to trust me, too.
But the police...
If you and your husband aren't in trouble with the police, you got nothing to worry about.
But the police...
Not the police, a policeman. One man.
But he'll find out why Richard disappeared.
Well, don't you want to know why?
I know why, but I don't want anyone else to know why.
You don't want anyone else? You know why, but you... Oh, don't let me do this to myself.
I just want to find him.
Okay. I promise the policeman won't say anything. I'm trusting that you have a good reason for not telling me any more than you have, but to find a man, this man in the picture, and an old photograph at that, to find this man needs a lot of doing. Checking hospitals.
Hospitals?
Now, don't start crying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
When you've got to check hospitals, morgues...
Morgue?
Look, dear. You wait here.
Oh, no, I'm going with you.
Good girl.
Charlie, thank you for being so patient.
A pleasure, miss.
Shall we go, Mr. Diamond?
Yeah. And, Charlie...
Yeah?
I'd like to thank you, too.
Anytime.
Your hospitality and good manners are only equaled by your loyalty and perspicacity.
Huh?
All in all, you've been a living doll. Being a person who lives out in left field most of the time myself, I realized that these little disturbances in my life were pretty average. So with cute little Anonymous tagging along behind, I left Charlie's fancy bistro and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station and the good Lieutenant Levinson. When we walked into the squad room, we bumped right into the one thing that science had been working 24 hours a day to find a cure for. Well, good afternoon, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, how are you, Diamond? Hey.
Oh, unpucker, Otis. Mrs. X will think the lieutenant uses you to unstop sinks.
Mrs. X? What kind of a name is that?
You want to meet the lady? That's the name.
Mrs. X?
How do you do, Sergeant?
Oh, hey, ain't I seen you someplace before?
Otis, haven't I seen you someplace before?
Now, what are you talking about, Chalmers? Sure you've seen me before.
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, but this is nothing. Stick around him for a whole day sometime. Come on, let's see the lieutenant.
I'll see you later, Mrs.
Yes, Sergeant. It's been a pleasure.
Otis.
Yeah?
Your eyes are hanging out so far they cover your badge.
Oh.
Hello, Walt.
Hi, Rick.
Yeah. This is Mrs. X, Walt. Dear, this is the mighty arm of the law, Lieutenant Levinson.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
How do you do,
Mrs. X. Oh, let's not go into this thing again. The young lady prefers to be known as Mrs. X. Now, Walt, I want you to do me a favor.
Yeah, young lady, haven't I seen you
Someplace before. Yeah, Walt. Even Otis is with us on that one. I said the same thing when she found me in Charlie's bar. Now, the young lady's lost her husband, and I'm going to help her find him. Here's his picture. See if you got anything.
Oh, yeah. Are you sure I haven't seen you?
Walt, we'll solve that one later. The picture. Go make like a policeman.
Okay. She got a record?
Lieutenant.
Oh, well, I never forget her face.
He's been trying to ever since he got Otis. Now, come on, Walt. Get a report for missing persons. Check the hospitals and the morgue.
The morgue.
Lady, please.
It's a habit. Honey, we got to do these things just in case.
But you think he's...
Give me that picture. Lady, please. Now. What's your husband's name?
She can't tell you that, Walt.
What do you mean she can't tell me that?
I can't.
Now, you look, Diamond, if this is one of your...
His first name is Richard.
Richard what?
That's something I really can't tell you. I wouldn't have told Mr. Diamond the Richard part, but it just sort of slipped out.
Now, wait, what are you two trying to do to me? You come in here and ask me to locate this guy in the picture, and you won't even tell me his last name?
Look, Walt, I promise you'll do me the favor without the questions. The young lady seems to have a very good reason for not wanting to give her name or her husband's. Now, all I want you to do is check the morgues.
What's the matter with her?
She wants her husband.
Yes, I want my husband.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
It's always a pleasure when a customer herself tells you why she likes your product. And last week, one said to me,
You know why I really prefer Rexall milk of magnesia? It's because one bottle won't be so thick I can't even pour it, and then the next one thin and watery. Somehow Rexall milk of magnesia always seems to be just right.
well, ma'am, that's because every bottle of Rexall milk of magnesia has to meet an exacting standard of viscosity, or it can't wear the Rexall label.
What do you mean by viscosity?
It's the degree of thickness or pourability in a liquid. Rexall conducts scientifically precise tests on every batch of Rexall milk of magnesia to be sure it meets this constant standard of viscosity. And that's not done just to please you with its consistency. What's much more important, it means you'll always get uniform dosage from every bottle of Rexall milk of magnesia.
And I thought it was all an accident.
Oh, no, ma'am. There are no accidents behind the fact. You can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, I checked, and no one that looks like this guy is in any of the usual places.
Well, that's fine. Now let's start looking for him where I lost him, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, swell. Well, Walt, we really just stopped by to say hello. Killing time, you know.
Sure.
I appreciate everything you've done, Captain.
Lieutenant.
Of course. Thank you very much. But now Mr. Diamond and I have to go and find my husband.
Richard.
Yes.
I think you'd better wait a few minutes.
What for?
Yes, we've got to hurry. I've got to find my husband before the 8 o'clock plane leaves this evening.
You're leaving tonight?
You didn't tell me that.
Well, Richard has to be in California by tomorrow morning.
Got a little job to do?
A very big job, Captain.
Lieutenant.
Well, what do you want us to wait for?
Because I've got Otis checking on this girl, this Mrs. X.
Oh, no.
Walt, you promised.
I promised nothing. You assumed.
Oh, you're a fine buddy.
Buddy schmuddy. You might be taken in by her sweet innocence, but not me.
You double-crosser.
Mr. Diamond, you promised.
But I didn't, lady. I just checked the morgues. Oh, now you shut up.
Walt.
Well, I never.
I've seen this girl someplace, Rick, and I've got a sneaking suspicion she's wanted.
Wanted?
You can't cross me like this, Fatty.
Wanted?
Won't tell me her name, huh?
No.
Won't tell me her husband's name, huh?
No.
Then you're hiding something.
Yes.
Yes?
Why, yes, meaning of course.
Now you stop that, Rick.
Rick. Is your name Richard, too, Mr. Diamond?
No, my friends call me Rick.
You ever in Chicago, lady?
Of course.
Of course.
O-F-C-O-U-R-S-E.
You
meaning...
stay out of this. You run around with Tony Capone when you were in Chicago?
You talking to me?
I'm talking to her.
Well, I'm glad. Tony never gave me back my elk's tooth.
Well, I don't know why you're talking to me, Captain. I never gave Mr. Capone an elk's tooth.
No.
It's Lieutenant, dear. You got to stop promoting him. You'll get a swell head.
You rat!
You call me, Lieutenant?
No!
Well, gee, don't scare me like that. I got something on this picture you gave me.
Her husband?
Yeah. Hello, Mrs. X.
Hello, Corporal.
Orders.
Yeah. You won't like it, Lieutenant.
I won't like what?
What I got on this picture.
Something's happened to Richard.
Now, take it easy.
Well, what did you find out? I'll tell you whether I like it or not.
Well, I sent it down to the boys in the morning.
No! Now look what you've done, you mallet head.
Well, gee, what did I say?
You said more. No.
Now, honey, listen. This morgue is where they keep photographs.
Oh.
Well, what did they come up with, Sergeant?
She sure looks pretty when she cries like that.
Otis.
Well, I shall quote from the report. Person in said photograph resembles one Richard Diamond, private detective.
What did you say?
Come to think of it, you do, Mr. Diamond.
I shall continue. Member of the New York police force for 7 years. Height 6'1", 190.
80.
The general conformation of the head. Note, right ear...
Otis, shut up.
Oh, it gets real interesting. You didn't tell me about getting mixed up with that fan dancer back in 39, Diamond.
I was simply interested in starting an ostrich farm. Otis.
Yeah?
Do you think that picture looks like Mr. Diamond?
Kinda.
Thank you, Patrolman Lovelow.
Patrolman?
Yes, and if I ever catch you wearing a sergeant's stripes again, I'll put you on a beach so far out they'll have to fly food into you. Now get out of here.
Sergeant Levinson.
Lady, please, it's Lieutenant.
Well, I don't care what it is. I think you were just horrible to that nice little policeman.
Is that right?
It certainly is. And I'm going to write a letter to the governor about you.
Now, wait a minute.
And what's more, I'm going to tell him what a horrible, mean, impolite person you are.
But
I come in here with Mr. Diamond, and simply because I won't tell you my name, you accuse me of being a mop.
Mop?
Yes, mop. One of those gangsters' girls.
Moll.
Yes. And just because everyone thinks they've seen me before, I'm accused of all sorts of things.
But, lady,
No telling what's happened to my poor, wonderful husband.
Lady, please, lady.
You big bully.
Yes.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Can Sergeant Loveloon have his stripes back?
Yes.
No, thank you very much. Come on, Mr. Diamond. We've got to find Richard. Goodbye, Major.
Well, I was in it up to my neck. Any other time, a client like Mrs. X would have scared me right into 4 months of hibernation. But she was such a cute little screwball that I just had to go along with it. We took the picture that looked something like yours truly and started making the rounds. Starting with the last place Mrs. X had seen her husband, we showed the picture to every shop owner within a 4-block circle, but no one had seen him. Mrs. X kept checking with the hotel, making me stay at a good distance so I couldn't hear the conversation. But no one had seen her husband. We ended up right back where I first ran into her, Charlie's.
Wow. Find him?
No.
Look, dear, why don't you check again with this place that you and your husband went to this morning for his business appointment? Maybe you went back there.
Well, I guess I could try it again.
Phone in the back on the wall.
Thanks, I'll call him.
No luck, Diamond?
No. How do I get into these things, Charlie?
When someone wants to give you $100 a day in expenses, you get into them. Phone.
Brilliant deduction.
Hello?
A little lady will get it.
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah?
It's for you. Captain Levinson.
You've been promoted?
Several times in the last hour.
You think he's heard something about Richard?
Might be. Yeah. What is it, Fatty?
Thought you might be there.
What made you think of Charlie's?
Well, it's pretty obvious you had a hangover.
Well, maybe I stuck a bicycle pump in my nose and pumped up my head just to get a laugh out of Otis. You'll have to do better than that.
You told me you met the girl at Charlie's.
Shrewd.
Is it something important?
Honey, just relax. I'm getting to it.
But if it's about Richard...
The girl there?
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Well, I don't know if it means anything, but we just got a report from the Johnson Sanatorium.
Johnson Sanatorium. Never heard of it.
Over on 84th Street.
The missing husband?
I don't know. The report fitted his description, but who knows from that old photograph.
Well, it's worth checking. What's the address?
644 East 84th Street. Seems they found this guy wandering around the streets.
Johnson Sanatorium, 644 East 84th Street, huh? Did he give his name?
Amnesia, loss of memory. Seemed to be suffering from shock. Thought I'd let you get there first. Felt kind of sorry for the girl when I realized the story might be kosher.
Okay, Walt, I'll check it. Thanks.
Meet you there.
Well, honey, that might be... Hey. Hey. Charlie.
Yeah?
Mrs. X, where'd she go?
Took out of here like she was shot out of a gun. Something wrong?
When are you going to stop asking stupid questions? Well, that tore it. Mrs. X was probably on her way over to the Johnson Sanatorium and with a good head start. So I went out and grabbed a cab for 84th Street and kicked myself a dozen times for getting mixed up in a situation like that. Why not forget the whole thing and get some rest until my head returned to a normal circumference? Answer. Because I'd wasted a whole afternoon looking for the missing husband and hadn't even got a retainer.
Yes, sir. Is something I can do for you, perhaps?
I'm looking for the man you reported as...
Hello, Rick.
Oh, Walt. Have you seen Mrs. X?
I just this minute got her. She's been and gone.
What about the guy you got the report on?
Took him with her.
The young lady came in, took a look at the man, claimed it was her husband, paid his bill, and left.
You let him go like that? I thought the man had amnesia.
Well, yes, he was suffering from some kind of shock and had temporarily lost his memory.
But you just let him walk out of here with...
Rick, let him finish his story.
The minute the man saw the young lady, he snapped right out of it. She said they had to hurry to catch a plane or something, had a lot of packing to do.
Did she give her name?
Yes, he signed the release.
Here, let me see it.
Now, take it easy, Rick. It's signed Mrs. Richard Diamond.
She used my name?
Is that your name?
You're darn right it is. She leave any address?
Phony, I checked.
Oh, swell.
I'll cover the airports if it'll make you happy.
Oh, it'll make me very happy. She did nothing for my hangover. She didn't pay me 1 red cent for my trouble, and I think I may be getting hives. Oh, I'm going over to Helen's and have a complete nervous breakdown.
How do you feel now?
Oh, I'm all right, Helen, dear, but my ulcers just had a parade.
Any word from Walt?
No.
Miss Helen,
Yes, what is it, Francis?
a young lady at the door for Mr. Diamond.
I'll get it.
I'll bet you will.
Wow.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Now, look, I've got something to say
I
to
can't
you.
stop to talk. My husband's waiting in the car, and we have to catch a plane.
Now, you look,
I want to thank you very much for all you've done, and I want to apologize for running out on you.
But your husband...
He's fine, thank you. He just lost his memory for a while.
Now, I'm not
I
gonna...
haven't got time to tell you anymore. We've got to catch a plane.
But you...
Oh, I said that. Here's an envelope.
But I...
It explains everything, and there's something in it for you.
But you can't...
And here's something else because you've been so wonderful.
But...
I hope if you ever get to California, you'll look us up. Goodbye, and thank you again for everything. You're wonderful. Bye.
Well,
Hmm?
all right, Blue Eyes. What was that all about?
Hmm? Oh, no, that was her. She. The girl.
The girl.
Mrs. X.
What's that?
Hmm? Oh, it's an envelope. Said it would explain everything.
I hope it does, especially that fond farewell.
Oh, that. She was just being grateful.
Yeah. Go on, open the envelope.
Pardon, Miss Helen. Now it's the phone. Lieutenant Levinson for Mr. Diamond.
I better tell him about the girl.
You'd better read what's in that envelope.
Hello, Walt.
Rick, that dame phoned Otis. Asked where she could find you.
Oh, that's how she found the place.
Yeah, the melonhead told her you might be over at Helen's. Gave her... She's been there?
Just left. And she left an envelope that she said would explain everything.
Well, what did it say?
I haven't read it.
Well, read it. I want to know what this is all about.
So does Helen.
Well,
$500.
The explanation?
what about the letter?
Well, it says, Dear Mr. Diamond, I know that I've caused you a great deal of trouble. So I wish to take this opportunity
To thank you for your patience and understanding. As for an explanation, well, here it is. But I count on your discretion and hope that you will keep my secret. This morning, my husband and I went to a doctor because I hadn't been feeling well. We discovered and were overjoyed to find out that I was going to have a baby. Immediately, I informed my husband that I had decided to give up working until after I had the baby. The realization that I wasn't going to make any more money for the rest of the year was too much for him. The shock made him lose his mind, and he just wandered off. Although he has recovered his memory, the thought of having to support us both for the rest of the year has left him nervous and despondent. So I'm taking him back to the coast to the family psychiatrist.
I wish to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all your kindness and help. Signed,
Sign who?
Rick!
Helen, what's wrong?
He's fainted.
What?
He looked at the signature on the letter and just flopped over.
Well, what about the signature?
It's signed June Allison.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Whenever you have a headache, remember this about Rexall aspirin. When taken with water, the 5 full grains of pure aspirin in every Rexall tablet are ready to go to work for you even before they reach your stomach. Yes, whenever you have a headache, remember that about Rexall aspirin. Ask for it at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember always, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. June Allison appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and will soon be seen co-starring with Dick Powell in the MGM motion picture Right Cross. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, and Bob Sweeney. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, was transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Bill Bendix leads The Life of Riley again Friday on NBC.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the Shadow begins his latest adventure, I want to tell you that when you equip your car with the new Goodrich Silvertown tire, you are using the most advanced method to protect yourself against both skids and blowouts. And here's why. On the outside, this new Silvertown has the amazing skid protection of the Lifesaver tread, the new Goodrich development that will stop you quicker, safer on a wet pavement than you've ever stopped before. And on the inside, it has the famous golden ply invention that protects you against high-speed blowouts. But you may ask, don't these life-saving features cost extra? Well, the plain truth is that you can get Silvertowns at no extra cost. In fact, many tires cost more than Silvertowns, but no other tire at any price can give you these two great life-saving features. Remember, it pays to play safe. Put Goodrich Safety Silvertowns on your car now. The shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, his true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, Black Buddha.
Magada,
Yes, Honorable Master.
the infidel dog, has he come yet?
Not yet, Honorable One.
He is late. You sent him the message as I directed?
Yes, Honorable Master.
The knife is sharp.
Sharp, Master.
Someone is coming into the shop. Look through the little shutter on the door, see who it is.
Yes, Honorable One.
Is it he?
Yes, Honorable Master. It is he.
Bring him to me.
If you will step in here, sir.
Yes, certainly. Oh, here you are, Sung Tai.
You honor me, Mr. Burton. You may leave, Makada.
Yes, Honorable One.
Well, your message seemed to be so urgent, I came as quickly as possible. What's the trouble?
It is about the Black Buddha that you purchased here the other day that I wish to speak to you, Mr. Burton.
What? You mean to say that message was just a trick to get me down here to start that Buddha business all over again?
If you will sell it back to me, you will realize much profit.
Now,
Mr.
look here,
Burton.
Sung Tai. Once and for all, let me tell you this. I purchased that statuette here fairly and honestly, and paid for it with good, hard cash.
The one who sold you the god made a grievous mistake. It should never have been sold.
The mistakes of your sales help doesn't concern me. I paid a price, a fair price, and by heaven I intend to keep what I bought.
You will not sell, Mr. Burton?
Not at any price. That's final. Good day, sir.
One moment, Mr. Burton.
Well?
Since you will not give me what I ask, permit me to give you something.
You give me something? What?
A knife in your heart.
No!
So must die all who profane the god with their touch. Magada.
I come.
Remove his body to another vicinity, where his infidel brethren can see the vengeance which comes to those who profane our sacred gods.
Please, Mrs. Burton, try to control yourself. Mr. Cranston wants to help you, but he can't if you won't talk to him.
And I do want to help you, Mrs. Burton. Believe that.
Oh, no one can help me. No one.
We can't bring back your husband, Mrs. Burton, but we can bring his murderer to justice. You want that, don't you?
But how can you help? The police have been able to do nothing. Nothing.
But you don't understand, Mrs. Burton. Lamont can do things that the police... Well, I mean to say you're my friend and he wants to help you.
Well, what is it you want to know, Mr. Cranston?
Simply this. To your knowledge, did your husband have any enemies?
No, not a one. He was always so kind and thoughtful and good. Oh, who could have killed him? Who?
Perhaps the answer to that question is closer to you than you realize.
What do you mean?
Mrs. Burton, I want to hurt you unnecessarily, but you know, of course, that your husband was stabbed in the heart with a knife.
Yes, I know.
Well, I saw that knife today at police headquarters, and there's something about it that the police overlooked.
Yes?
That knife was never made by Western hands. It's a sacrificial knife used by certain cults of Tibetans.
Tibetans? Lamont, what could Mr. Burton possibly have to do with them?
That's what I would like to find out. Mrs. Burton, did your husband have dealings recently with any Orientals?
Oh, no. His law practice was confined almost entirely to corporation law.
Perhaps he bought something from an Oriental. Perhaps you did.
No, there isn't anything that... Oh.
You remember something?
The little black Buddha.
Black Buddha? What Buddha?
Mr. Burton bought it about a week before it happened. I remember he told me about a little Oriental shop over on the east side.
I see. Was there any trouble about the purchase?
Yes. Yes, there was.
What was it, Mrs. Burton? Tell us.
Well, I don't know much about it. I think Mr. Burton bought this statue from one of the assistants in the shop when the owner wasn't there. And when the owner returned, it appears the Buddha wasn't for sale. And he tried to buy it back from Mr. Burton.
And Mr. Burton sold it back to him?
Oh, no. For some strange reason, my husband became very attached to the little idol. He refused to sell it at any price.
I see.
Oh, but that couldn't have anything to do with the murder of my husband.
Why do you say that?
Because the Oriental dealer knew that Mr. Burton had the Buddha put away in a safe place. He must have realized that killing my husband wouldn't help him to get the Buddha back again.
You have the Buddha?
Yes, in the wall safe.
Can I see it?
Why, if you wish to. If you'll step over here.
Lamont, why should anyone want to kill a man like Mr. Burton over a little piece of stone?
In the history of man, my dear, there's been far more blood spilled over precious stones than there has been over the love of women.
Now, here is the Buddha, Mr. Cranston. And I'm sure you'll agree with me that as a work of art, it hasn't much value.
Why, it's an ugly little thing.
Yes.
Do you mind if I hold it in my hands, Mrs. Burton?
Oh, why, not at all.
Oh, it's so cold to touch.
That face, evil, malignant.
Yes, and how strange. A Buddha with a face like death.
It's not an image of the real Buddha, Margot. It's one of the lesser Tibetan gods.
Tibetan? And you said the knife that killed my husband was a Tibetan knife?
Yes.
Oh.
What's the matter, Mrs. Burton?
The Buddha.
The Buddha?
Oh, yes, I thought I saw a sort of shadow pass over the statue's face. Did you see it, Mr. Cranston?
No, but a shadow is going to pass over the shop of the Oriental who sold this thing of death to your husband.
Lamont, that must be the store across the street.
Yes, Margaret, the Oriental Bazaar. That's the address we found among Burton's papers.
Horrible-looking place, isn't it?
You don't mind going in as we planned, do you, Margot?
No, Lamont, but it's not very
I'll
inviting.
be with you as the shadow, Margot. Don't be afraid.
I'm not afraid.
All right, then, in you go. Remember, do everything exactly as we planned. Good luck.
I'll probably need it.
If luck isn't with you, don't forget the shadow will be.
Help you, please?
Oh, why, yes, I'm looking for a present to give a friend.
Have very nice things. Genuine jade glasses, genuine hammered silver jewelry, many fine things. You look, lady. You say what you want?
Well, to be frank with you, what I would like to buy is a Buddha.
Buddha? Oh, yes. Yes, we have very fine Buddha. You see on the shelf, all size, genuine jade. Very fine Buddha. You like it, lady?
No, they're not exactly what I wanted. They're not like the one I saw.
What kind Buddha you see, lady? You tell I get for you.
Well, it was at the home of a friend of mine, a little black Buddha.
Black Buddha?
Yes, about the size of this one.
Black Buddha?
Could you get me one like it?
Yes. Yes, I get for you, lady. You come this way.
Where?
Next room. Honorable Sung Tai. He will show you a special black Buddha.
Sung Tai?
Yes. Honorable Sung Tai. He is owner of bazaar.
Oh.
You come this way, please.
All right. If you're sure you can get me the black Buddha, the sort my friend has.
You come in here, please.
It's rather dark, isn't it?
I make a light. I make a light candle. So I make a nice light, lady. Everything will be all light.
Oh, there's someone back of that desk.
Please not to be startled. I sit in the dark because my eyes do not like bright lights. I am Sung Tai.
Oh, how do you do? This man here said that you... What? He's gone.
Again, I must ask you not to be startled. My assistant has many duties. I will try to be of service to you. I know what you wish.
You know.
My ears could not help overhearing what you asked him. If you will come closer, sit here.
Thank you.
You will find the chair most comfortable.
Yes, Mr.
Mr. Sung.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sung. Have you a black Buddha that you could sell me?
I have many things to offer, but first, so that I may help you with intelligence, this other Buddha you mentioned, tell me about it.
Well, it's small, and the face of the statue looks as if the god were angry.
Angry?
I was very attracted to it. I'd like to have a similar one. I thought perhaps you had one you could sell me.
If you will tell me where you saw the Buddha.
At one of my friends.
The name of the friend. I asked this to learn whether I sold it.
Oh, as a matter of fact, you did. That's why I came here. My friend gave me your address, a Mrs. Burton. You know her?
So many people are kind enough to do business with me, I cannot remember them all. You saw this black Buddha?
Well, yes, of course.
Perhaps you held it in your hand?
Well, yes. How did you know that?
You held it in your hand?
Yes.
You held the god in your hand?
Why do you keep repeating that question?
Because it is written. The unbeliever who touches the black god with his hand defiles the god.
I defile the god?
You are an unbeliever, so your touch was defilement.
Well,
And so it is written, you must die.
You wouldn't kill me.
It is written.
Kill me because I touched the little stone image?
It is written.
You can't mean it.
It is not for mortal man or woman to question the word of the gods.
You mean to say that anyone who touches the statue must die?
The touch of the unbeliever is defilement. So he dies.
But others have touched the statue.
And so others have died.
Mr. Burton, is that why
He was an unbeliever. He died like a dog dies, and so you will die. It is written.
No, Sung Tai.
Who speaks?
A voice you've never heard before.
I see no one.
Because I will it that there should be a shadow before your eyes.
A will stronger than mine? It cannot be.
You cannot. You will not see me.
Shadow, he confessed. You heard him?
I heard him.
You hear a voice too, white woman? There is a voice?
Yes, there is a voice, Sung Tai. A voice that is going to bring you to justice for the murder of Jim Burton.
He defiled the god and the Black Buddha.
The man was innocent of any intentional blasphemy against the Black Buddha. There was no reason to murder him.
He died, as must die all who defile the god.
There will be no more of that, Sung Tai.
All must die.
But I also touched the Buddha.
Then die by this knife.
Your knife quivers in the wood, Sung Tai.
You live.
If you were to throw 1,000 knives at my voice, you would not kill me.
Your voice is there, and yet you are not.
My voice need never be where my body is. Get to your feet, Sung Tai. You're going with us to the police station. I warn you to do exactly as I say.
Yes. Yes, I do as you say. I have lost. I have lost.
Shadow, that wall behind him, it's opening.
Sung Tai, there you are.
Oh, he got away through a panel in the wall.
Sung Tai, open this panel. Sung Tai!
It is written, you die. You all die.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone steers clear of the road hog. But do you realize that if your car suddenly skids, starts spinning, swerving all over a wet, slippery road, your car is the most dangerous kind of road hog you can imagine? Nearby cars and even pedestrians may be caught in its wild plunge.
The shadow knows. Last year, thousands were killed or injured by skidding cars.
Yes, motorists, that's what happens when worn, smooth tires lose their grip on wet, slippery roads, the hazard zone of motoring. But don't risk your neck. Equip your car with the new Goodrich Safety Silvertowns now. For remember, this new kind of tire, with its amazing lifesaver tread, will stop you quicker, safer on a wet pavement than you've ever stopped before. And you don't have to take my word for it. The largest independent testing laboratory in the country tested this new Silvertown against both regular and premium price tires of 5 other leading tire manufacturers. And did that Silvertown come through with flying colors? Their engineers found that no tire tested, regardless of price, came up to the new Silvertown in skid resistance. And what's more, you can prove it yourself. Just take a free demonstration ride on this tire on a wet road. You can see the difference. You can feel the difference in a Silvertown stop. For safety's sake, make your next tires Goodrich, spelled Goodrich, Goodrich, Safety Silvertown.
Lamont, please don't drive so fast.
Darn traffic.
Don't be angry at yourself, Lamont. Sung Tai moved so quickly you didn't have a chance to stop her.
Should have had foresight enough to keep him away from that wall, Margot.
Sliding panels and hidden passageways. I thought that sort of thing only happened in books.
Nevertheless, it happened in this case, and the faster we get back to Mrs. Burton, the better I'll like it.
Sung Tai wouldn't dare go near
But
her.
he knows she must have touched the Black Buddha.
He must realize that you'll be setting the police on his trail.
My dear, when a man's actions are motivated by religious fanaticism, there is no limit to the risks he'll take.
Well, I'm glad you telephoned Commissioner Weston as a shadow after we left Sung Tai's shop.
The best I could do to further ensure Mrs. Burton's safety. Mrs. Burton's house.
Lamont, look. Those men.
It's all right. They're South Commissioner Weston's men.
Oh.
Thank goodness he didn't waste any time. Come on.
Hey, just a minute there.
It's all right, Mac. Miss Lane and I are friends, Mrs. Burton.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cranston. I didn't recognize you.
Is Mrs. Burton all right?
Sure, and why shouldn't she be?
Come on. Go and see for ourselves.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Why not?
Well, she apparently isn't feeling very well.
What do you mean?
The doctor just went in there a few minutes ago.
Doctor?
Sure it was a doctor?
Sure, I'm sure. Said he was a doctor. Little fellow with an accent. Tough as they come when I try to stop him.
What do you look like?
I don't know.
Come on, Margot.
Hey, come back here, Mr. Cranston. You can't go into that room.
Hey, what the? Mac, quick.
Hey, Mr. Cranston, what? She's dead. Hey, Cardona, come here.
Oh, Lamont. Look, the wall safe is open.
The Black Buddha. It's gone.
Gone?
Yes, Margot.
Then the doctor...
The doctor was Sung Tai.
Why come here to the waterfront, Lamont? How could you possibly find Sung Tai here among all these ships?
There's only one ship I'm interested in, Margot. One that sails for the Orient tonight.
Why should he be on it?
Sung Tai has his Black Buddha back again, and having gotten back his god, there's no reason for him to remain here any longer.
But he said all who touch the statue must die.
And we live? Well, Sung Tai is going to try and correct that situation before he sails. That's why we're here.
I don't understand.
There's something you didn't notice at Mrs. Burton's.
What was it, Lamont?
This piece of paper. I took it before the police saw it, fortunately.
Where was it?
Close to Mrs. Burton's body.
Well, it's torn, as though it might have been ripped out of the murderer's hand during the struggle.
Yes, and there's one word on it, see?
Yeah, Okumari, the name of a ship.
Exactly. And it's that ship docked right ahead.
Oh.
I suppose Sung Tai thought he was being very subtle, leaving me a clue like that.
You mean he wanted us to come here so he could kill us?
And we're being very obliging.
What? Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going off to check with the purser whether or not Sung Tai is on the passenger list. Stay here in the car. You'll be perfectly safe. He won't be expecting us as soon as this.
All right, Lamont.
Sung Tai intended that bit of paper you have in your hand to be our admission ticket to eternity. He's mistaken. It's going to be his passport to the gallows. It won't be long.
You are waiting for someone, please?
Oh.
I frightened you?
Sung Tai.
You are a strange woman. To let your friend walk away and leave you here all alone.
I'm not frightened.
This time you cannot deceive me.
Deceive you?
Yes. You did not fool me with that voice you called the Shadow.
Oh, you You think I am the shadow?
There is no need to be clever now. I understand how you did it. By projecting your voice. The trick has been used in our temples for many years.
So, you think I did that?
And very cleverly. But my reason has explained it all to me. The trick will not work again. Come.
Where?
A place where your friend will never find you. He went and left you here. When he returns, you will be gone forever.
No,
The knife in my hand is hungry. Get out of the car.
All right.
Come, this way. I will walk close to you. My knife will taste your flesh if you move too quickly.
I'll do as you say.
Up the gangway, into the ship.
Yes, all right.
Do not make a sound. I knew when I left that scrap of paper with the name of this ship as bait. I knew then that I would catch a fool. In here.
So, you think I'm the voice that spoke to you as the shadow?
I do not think. I know. The trick is old. I should have understood it at the time. Down the steps.
It's so dark.
Perhaps if you fell and broke that small white neck, perhaps that would be a kindness, a faith beyond all price. So, stand where you are, little fool.
What do you intend to do with me? Kill me?
You are strangely unafraid. That is because you are such a little fool. No, I do not kill you. That will come later, much later.
What do you mean by that?
Before I answer that, I must know this from you. What are you, detective fool? Friend of the woman whose dog of a husband stole the guard?
If I'm to die, what does it matter who I am?
You are a fool. Even the rabbit squeals for his life when the jaws of the fox are near.
What do you intend to do to me?
I will show you. I hold the lantern high. Look about you.
Coffins. Rows of coffins stacked up to the ceiling.
Yes, even your foolish eyes understand that. Coffins. Final dwelling place for the dead.
Whose are they?
Chinese. On their last journey across the seas so that they might lie for all eternity close to their ancestors.
What has all this got to do with me?
Look. This coffin. See, I lift the lid. Look inside. Look.
Empty.
Yes, but not for long. Your simple little brain understands that too. Yes, foolish one. It is for you.
Once again, I say you're wrong, Shungtai.
That voice, you foolish one, I warned you not to do it.
It's not a trick of hers, Shungtai. How can it be? You hear the voice of the shadow close to your ear.
No, it is not she. Her lips are still. But it must be. It must be she. You white fool, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Knife. Torn out of my hand. Who did it?
I did it. Now you'll believe that it's no trickery, Shungtai.
A god.
No, not a god. But a voice of justice. A voice and a power that will bring you to a place where men will put a rope around your neck and swing you high into the air. Come, you are...
No. Carino.
Shadow! He's getting away again. He's hiding among the coffins.
No way out. Look out, the ship's been rammed. Look, the coffins. They're falling. They're falling, Mark. Back in with me. Hurry. leaving you alone in the car.
It's all right, Lamont.
Tsung Tai almost accomplished what he set out to do. If you hadn't left that paper trail.
I knew you'd go back to the car. And I had the torn piece of paper you gave me in my hand when Sung Tai came. I made little pieces of it, and he made me go with him.
You tore it into little pieces and dropped them as you walked.
Yes. I couldn't think of any other way to show you where I'd gone. Oh, thank heavens you saw them.
I saw them, Margot. Yes, the false clue Sung Tai left for us became the trail that led to his own undoing.
That whole wall of coffins fell on top of him.
Yes. Yes, and crushed him to death.
Oh, what a horrible way to die.
Yes, horrible. Horrible, but better this way, perhaps. Sung Tai brought death to people, and the dead, in their coffins, killed Sung Tai. It is seldom that the dead have an opportunity to avenge a criminal who has brought death to innocent people. But, Margot, in this case, who better could administer justice eternal?
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Kathy. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I've got to see a man about a gambling debt. Some boy I know tried to make a seven the hard way and discovered murder was a natural.
Once again, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the transcribed adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the Natural Seven. It is late evening in New York. And at Frenchy Devlin's, a gambling house in the East 70s, a young man named Steve Richards is conducting an interesting experiment.
All bets down.
Steve's trying to get a pair of ivory cubes to come up the right way.
Come on, Dice. Now be good to Papa. All I want is one little natural.
8 is the point. 8. Get your bets down, gentlemen. Get your bets down.
All right,
Point
let's
is
make
8.
it the hard way. 2 little
Coming
4s
out.
will do it.
6 and a 3. A 6 and a 3. The point is still 8. Place your bets.
Ada
gentlemen.
from
Place your
Decatur.
bets.
Come on, Dice, now. Show 'em.
7 a loser. Say the line. Well, I guess this isn't your night, Mr. Richards. Who's next? Next better,
Wait a
please.
minute. What about one more roll,
Have
huh?
to wait your turn.
It's okay with me, Nick. Let him shoot. Thanks, fella. I tell you what I'll do. I'll roll you one time for 5,000. Oh, what do you say?
Sorry, Mr. Richards. There's a $500 limit at this table.
But you got to give me a chance to get even.
What you don't seem to understand is that I just work here. I don't make the rules.
Well, where's the boss?
Well, he was here just a... Oh, Mr. Devlin. Mr. Devlin? What's the trouble, Nick? There's no trouble. This gentleman would like to see you.
What kind of a place do you call us anyway? I thought this was supposed to be a gambling house.
Well?
Well, where's your sport and blood? Nick tells me I can't bet more than $500.
That's not rich enough for your blood?
No, I want to shoot 5,000.
One roll?
Yeah.
Well, that raises a peculiar point, Mr. I'm sorry, I don't believe I caught your name.
It's Richards, Steve Richards.
All right, Mr. Richards, you're faded. Give him the dice, Nick.
Well, I take it back, Frenchie. You're a sport.
Thanks.
Come on, Dice. Be good to Papa just one time.
4 is the point.
All right, little Joe. Let's do it.
7 a loser.
Down. What do you think?
Satisfied now, Mr. Richards?
Yeah, I'm satisfied.
I think you need a drink.
No, I'm all right.
I insist. After all, you're my guest.
But I tell you, I don't need
Just follow me. Are you a native of New York?
Yeah.
I don't believe I ever saw you at the club before.
No, this was my first trip.
I do hope it won't be your last. Right in here. Now for that drink.
Oh, please don't bother. I never touch the stuff.
I suppose you don't smoke either.
No, I don't.
Model young man. How wonderful. Oh, do you have your own check, or would you like a blank?
Huh?
In case you've forgotten, you just lost $5,000 to me. Naturally, I assumed we were playing for cash.
Look, Frenchie, there's something I got to tell you.
You don't have the money.
No.
Well, that's very embarrassing.
I don't know what possessed me. I thought if I won, maybe...
But you didn't. Well, those are the fortunes of war. Still, you must appreciate my position. If I lost, you would have expected to collect.
I'm not trying to excuse myself.
Well, you needn't worry, Steve. I may call you Steve. I'll take your IOU, payable in 10 days.
My IOU?
Yes. I've got an idea you'll make good.
Well, I'm afraid I can't. I haven't got a prospect in the world.
Still, I think you'll pay off. Want to bet? I got a gun that says I'm right.
46 left. 32 right. 24 left. And it should do it.
Who's there? I said, who's there? You better come out from behind that safe.
All right,
fella,
mister,
or
get him
I'll-
up.
What?
You heard me. Get him up.
Wait a minute.
I'm not waiting for anything. Now raise him before I plug you.
I know you from someplace.
You're out of your mind.
Still, I'd like a look at you without that mask.
I bet you would. Now, you're going to raise your hand?
Steve Richards, isn't it?
What?
Sure, I thought I recognized your voice. Now, have you gone crazy, Steve?
You're the one who's crazy. Who's this Richards guy anyway?
A man who works for me.
Well, I never heard of him.
Then how'd you know the combination of the safe?
You've been in this racket as long as I have, Morgan.
How did you know my name was Morgan?
Well, I can read, can't I? It's on the door.
It won't wash, Steve. Now, look. If you're in trouble...
Let's get back.
I mean it. If you're in a jam, I'll help you. Now, but don't be a fool. You'll never get away with this.
I'd like to see someone stop me.
I know it's you,
Look,
Steve.
I ain't gonna argue with you. You're just plain screwy.
Well, there's one way to find out.
Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan, I didn't mean it. I swear I didn't. You gotta believe me. You gotta. Who's there? Who's there? Can you come back later?
I'm afraid not.
All right. All right, just a second.
Hello, Steve.
Hello.
You remember Nicky Zale?
Sure he does.
What do you guys want?
It probably slipped your mind, but I hold your IOU for $5,000. By an odd coincidence, it's due today.
Well, I can't make it good.
I'm surprised to hear that, Steve. Especially after what I read in the papers this morning.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you work for Alfred Morgan?
Yeah?
Well, it seems he played host to a masked burglar last night and got shot for his pains.
But what's that got to do with me?
Well, I was just putting two and two together. Now, if you were the thief...
I wasn't.
I'm merely assuming. But if you were, then of course you'd have my money.
I wasn't the burglar.
I think you were.
Did Morgan say so?
No. He claims he didn't recognize the man, but I've got a hunch he's lying.
Why should he?
To protect you. A form of noblesse oblige.
Well, you're wrong.
Why are your bags packed?
Well, I was just going away on a little vacation.
At a time when Mr. Morgan needs you most? That's not nice,
All
Steve.
right, Frenchie, I'll tell you the truth.
That'd be a welcome change.
I was the burglar, but I didn't take a dime. After I shot Morgan, I beat it.
Well, that wasn't very bright. As long as the damage was done...
I tell you, I didn't take a penny.
I think you're lying.
I don't care what you think.
Well, perhaps not, but Nick does. All right, Nick.
Come on, punk. Where's the dough? Where is it?
Let me alone.
I'll let you alone. I'm gonna get that dough if I have to break every bone in your body. And frankly, fella, that's just the way I'd like it.
All right, Steve. Take a slug of this.
Huh?
Go on. It's good for what ails you.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
You're Mike Waring.
I'm a private detective.
You're not the one they call a fork?
Want to bet?
What are you doing here?
Al Morgan sent me around.
Morgan?
Yes, you plugged him last night.
No, I didn't.
Now, cut it out, Steve. He recognized you.
Yeah, well, I guess I might as well admit it.
You might as well.
I suppose you come to arrest me, huh?
No, Morgan doesn't want that. He figures you wouldn't have tried to tap the safe unless you were in a jam.
You mean
Mm-hmm. He's not going to prosecute. Talk about turning the other cheek.
I'll make it up to him, I swear, Mr. Waring, if it's the last thing I do.
Well, never mind the promises. What happened here?
I was beaten up.
That I can see for myself. Who did it?
Frenchie Devlin. I'll kill him for this.
Don't talk like a fool. What prompted Frenchie?
Huh?
He must have had a reason.
I gave him an IOU.
Oh, so that's why you tried your hand at safecracking, huh?
I must have been crazy.
I won't argue the point.
What are you going to do?
Well, Morgan's willing to forgive and forget. Let's see if I can prevail upon Frenchie Devlin to do likewise.
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Devlin.
Do I know you?
No, I don't think so. My name is Mike Waring.
Well, how did you know I was Mrs. Devlin?
I'm a detective.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I came up here to see Frenchie, and you opened the door, so I made a suitable deduction.
Ooh, remarkable.
No, elementary. May I come in?
Please do.
Where's your husband?
Out. Let me take your coat.
But you said Frenchie wasn't home.
That's why I'd like to see you comfortable. Aren't you a friend of his?
No, not particularly. As a matter of fact, I can't stand the guy.
Careful, Mr. Waring. You must remember I'm his wife.
Well, I don't imagine you work too hard at it.
Oh, but I do. Can I get you a drink?
No, thanks. Just tell Frenchie to lay off Steve Richards if he knows what's good for him.
Pardon?
He'll understand.
Oh, you're not leaving.
Oh, but I am.
Why not leave your card? If Frenchie doesn't get back to you, maybe I will. Who's there?
It's only me, June.
Oh,
You sound disappointed.
maybe I am.
You don't want to talk that way, darling. You give people wrong ideas. I give Pop a kiss.
Will you stop pawing me?
You're not that fussy with other people. Why discriminate against me?
What are you hinting at?
You must think I'm blind. Well, I'm not lover. I know what's going on.
You're crazy.
Come here, baby. I want to show you something.
Frenchie, I'm warning you. Stay away from me.
Or you'll do what?
I mean it. Stay away from me. Frenchie! Frenchie!
You have a lot of driving to do between now and spring, and some of it will be made more difficult by bad weather. That means extra caution on your part to avoid an accident. A little extra attention to the rules of driving safety will help you to avoid an accident that could spell tragedy for you, your family, or friends. First of all, be sure that your car, especially the brakes and tires, is in perfect condition before you start. And have tire chains handy in case you need them. Second, drive slowly. Third, watch the traffic signals and obey them. And fourth, signal for all stops and turns. Guard against traffic accidents this winter. Drive carefully for your life. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 2 hours have passed since Frenchie Devlin was murdered. And now at police headquarters, the distraught widow pours out her version of the affair in the sympathetic ears of Sergeant Corbett.
Now, Mrs. Devlin, I know how you feel, but you got to be brave.
I'll try.
That's the ticket.
Oh, Sergeant, you're so understanding. I never dreamed a policeman could be so nice.
Well, we're not the monsters people think. Now, is there anything else you can tell me?
No, it all happened so quickly. Frenchie had just walked in. He didn't even have time to take off his coat when the killer fired.
Did you get a look at him?
Just a peek. He seemed to be about your size.
So was he stocky or thin?
I couldn't say for sure.
Well, you're not giving us much to go on.
Well, if you're going to press me, I'd say it was thin. Oh, and I think of poor Frenchie.
Now, Mrs. Devlin.
I'm sorry.
Would you happen to know if your husband had any enemies?
Oh, no. No, everybody loved him.
Well?
I almost forgot. A man was around today and threatened him.
Who?
No, wait a minute. I think I've got his card in my purse. Yes.
Mike Waring.
Do you know him?
Yes, very well. All right, Mrs. Devlin, you go on home. I'd like to escort you, but I have a call to make.
Just a second.
Hello, Mike.
Well, Sergeant Corbett.
Yeah, long time no see.
Must be at least 2 weeks. What brings you to this neck of the woods?
This.
That looks like one of my business cards.
It is. You remember handing any out today?
No. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Yeah, I gave one to June Devlin to pass on to her husband.
Was there a threat attached?
What are you getting at?
Well, brace yourself for a shock, kiddo. Frenchie was murdered.
Once more?
Well, you heard me the first time. He was gunned at 4:30 this afternoon.
Who did it?
That's the question of the day. What gave with you two?
Oh, it's a long story.
Well, that's okay. I got loads of time.
All right, hold on to your hat, because it gets a little involved. You know Al Morgan?
Oh, the guy who was gunned by a burglar last night?
Mm-hmm. Well, Morgan's a friend of mine. The boy who shot him was Steve Richards.
Hey, look, if you've been holding out on me...
No, don't go off half-cocked. There's nothing else I could do. Morgan won't prosecute.
Why not?
Because Steve works for him. Seems the kid was in a jam. He needed money.
Who doesn't? Where does Frenchie fit into this?
Now, Steve owed Frenchie the dough and a gambling debt. When the kid couldn't pay off, Frenchie and Nick Zale took it out of his hide.
So you went over to ask Frenchie to lay off?
Mm-hmm.
That's very interesting.
Well, personally, I thought it was kind of dull.
No, that's because you're too close to the picture. What's this Steve Richards look like?
Pretty hard to say. His own mother wouldn't know him after the workout Frenchie and Nick gave him.
Is he about my size?
Why?
Because Mrs. Devlin got a fast look at the killer. According to her, he was about 5'9" and on the thin side. Does that fit Steve Richards?
Fits a million people.
Yeah, Mike, but we don't have a million suspects. So let's go see what this one has to say about it.
Mike, I don't know anything about it. It's all Greek to me.
You sure you haven't budged from this room since I saw you?
No?
I don't believe it.
It's all right, Sergeant. I don't blame you. I behaved like a first-class jerk.
Well, you certainly have.
And wouldn't I be a fool to jeopardize everything after Morgan gave me another chance?
How did you wind up in Frenchie's club in the first place? And don't tell me you needed money for your mother's operation.
No, it's even more obvious than that. I thought I could get something for nothing, so I pulled out every dime I had in the bank and tried my luck.
It wasn't very good.
Well, I guess I'm the kind of guy who has to learn the hard way.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Waring, where do we go from here?
Oh, I don't know about you, Sergeant, but I've got an idea. I'll let you know how I make out. Hello, Mrs. Devlin.
Well, if it isn't the bad penny.
Mm-hmm.
Come in.
I understand I'm indebted to you.
How so?
Didn't you give my card to Sergeant Corbett?
I thought you might like some publicity.
No, not me. I'm the modest type. Corbett tells me you saw the man who killed your husband.
Well, not exactly.
Well, you got a close enough look so you'd recognize him if you saw him again.
I think so.
Mm-hmm. Would you mind describing how it happened?
I told the sergeant.
Well, now tell me.
Well, Frenchie had just come in. He was going over to the bar to pour himself a drink.
Mm-hmm.
Just then, the door behind him opened.
Where were you during all this?
Sitting right there on the sofa.
You're lying, Angel.
What?
I said you're lying. Look at the layout of this room.
Well?
Well, your sofa's right next to the door. And the way the door is hinged, if you were sitting where you claim, you couldn't possibly see anyone behind it.
You're crazy.
If you'd like me to demonstrate?
If I did, I wouldn't have you work on the door.
Look, Mrs. Devlin.
June.
The police suspect my client of killing your husband.
Your client?
Yes, Steve Richards.
So?
So Steve's allergic to chairs, particularly those wired for sound. It's my job to keep him out of it.
For which you get paid.
That's right.
If I'm not too personal, what are your rates?
I get $100 a day plus expenses.
Oh, that's no money for a man like you. Suppose I could triple it.
What would I have to do to earn it?
Just, keep me company.
Or wouldn't I be in the way when your other friends came to call?
What other friends?
Oh, Angel, gal like you must have millions. How about Nicky Zale?
What?
Well, with Nick working for Frenchie, it would have been so convenient.
How dare you?
It's a mighty nice right you got
now
there.
Now get out.
All right, Angel. And I'll be back. I never could resist strong women.
Hello?
Nick, is that you?
Yeah?
June.
You got rocks in your head? What's the idea of calling me up? Now hang up.
Nick, I gotta see you.
I told you to hang up. This wire may be tapped.
Look, you don't understand. Mike Waring was just here. He doesn't believe that story I gave the police.
What he thinks doesn't bother me.
Well, he knows about you.
Who told him?
I don't know. He must have guessed.
You don't guess about things like that.
Nick, you shouldn't have killed him.
What did you say?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
I don't like that kind of talk.
Oh, look, I apologized, didn't I? What are you going to do about Waring? You've simply got to do
All right, June, I got the message. Now relax. I'll give it my immediate attention. Hey, buddy. Buddy.
Me?
Yeah. Trouble you for a match?
Sure, I got one. Well, if it isn't Nicky Zale.
Small world, ain't it?
Too small.
I want to talk to you.
Sure, let's go to my place.
Why bother? I got a car parked in the alley.
Oh, I hate talking in cars.
You don't have much choice, if you see what I mean.
I see.
All right, forward march.
Well, I bet you've been talking to June Devlin.
Never mind who I've been talking to.
It's pretty doll you got there, Nick. Of course, when I say you got, I use the term loosely.
Shut up.
Well, don't tell me you trust her.
You gonna keep that mouth shut?
Yeah, sure. Well, what now?
Try that blue Nash. You're gonna drive.
I hope it's got hydromatic.
Don't be funny.
I didn't mean to be.
Get behind the wheel.
Yes, sir.
Now start her up and no funny business. Okay, now head for the George Washington Bridge. I know a nice quiet spot on the other side.
Hey, you're pretty low on gas.
What are you worried about? You won't have to walk back. Get going.
Last year, thousands of Americans who tried to get away with carelessness on the highways were killed or permanently injured in traffic accidents. No, accidents don't always happen to the other fellow. Unless you are meticulous in your observance of the rules of highway safety, you and your loved ones are vulnerable to the menace of traffic accidents. Most frequent causes of such accidents are speed too great for the conditions of the road, failure to keep to the right of the center line, and immoderate drinking by the driver. Every motorist should learn and obey traffic signals and signs. Every motorist should be alert and careful every moment behind the wheel. Every motorist and pedestrian should take an active role in supporting the safety movement in his or her community. Encourage driver training in your high schools. Teach your children the rules of safety on the highway. And remember, the life you save may be your own. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 35 minutes have passed since Nick Zale offered to take Mike Waring for a ride. And now, 5 miles beyond the George Washington Bridge.
All right, Waring, slow down. Pull into that side road there. Okay, any place along here will be fine. All right, get out.
What for? This is so cozy.
You gonna get out?
Okay, Nick. Let's suppose you join me.
Let go. Let go or I'll shoot.
No, you don't. Oh, you nasty man. Ah, drop it. So you want to play rough, huh?
Yeah. Leave me alone.
Yeah, I'll let you alone. Not so tough without that gun, are you? All right, now get back in the car. This time you drive. You're going to take me for another ride, and I guarantee you'll like this even less.
That's all well and good, Mike, but you heard what the man claims. He says he just wanted to talk to you.
That's all.
So you had to drive me clear to Jersey?
The air there is better for my sinuses.
Look, Sergeant, I tell you, he killed Frenchie Devlin.
Where's his motive?
I can give you a dozen. Number one, with Frenchie out of the way, he could take over the club. Not to mention Frenchie's widow.
You're crazy.
How do you think you'd look without those teeth?
I hate to spoil your fun, Mike, but there's one thing wrong with your theory. Frenchie was gunned at 4:30.
So?
So at 4:15, Nick was down here renewing his license to carry a gun.
Are you sure of that?
Positive. Now, you tell me how one man can be in two places at the same time.
Now, wait a minute, Sergeant. I think I see how it could be managed.
How?
I'll need a guinea pig to demonstrate. Luckily, I know where I can find one. Want to come along and watch?
Come.
Hello, Steve.
Hi.
You remember Sergeant Corbett?
Yeah, sure.
How do you feel?
Well, much better, thanks.
Well, we got it all locked up.
Good.
No, it's not as good as all that. We're going to need your help, Steve.
Well, I'll do anything I can.
All right, here's the problem. I latched onto Nick Zale as Frenchie's murderer, but unfortunately, he has a cast-iron alibi.
How's that?
Well, it seems Frenchie was killed at 4:30, and at 4:15, Nick was down at police headquarters. Now, it would take him at least 40 minutes to get from there to Frenchie's apartment, so, well, you see the problem that creates.
Well, sure, how can one man be in two places at the same time?
That's just what I asked.
Well, I finally thought of the answer.
What?
He can't be. So that means we have to look to someone else.
What do you mean?
I'm afraid you're elected, Steve.
What?
You killed Frenchie.
So you got it all figured out, huh?
I think so. The only reason I passed you by originally was because it seemed too obvious.
Yeah, well, I figured on that.
Well, you were wrong. Eventually, we had to come back to you.
Yeah, but there's one thing you didn't figure on.
Hey, what's it, Mike? He's got a gun.
There's nothing to worry about, Sergeant. I noticed it the first time I was here, so I removed the shells.
Well, you no good.
Well, I couldn't afford to have you hurt yourself.
Dirty double-cross.
All right, let's have it, Steve. Thanks. Well, so this is the little gimmick. What the devil?
It's loaded. But you said you emptied it.
Well, I guess I can't be trusted. But you can't be trusted either, so that makes us even. Stephen, take care of him, Sergeant. He's all yours. You got enough there, or would you like a refill?
No, this is fine, Mike.
Well, I'm glad you're happy, Corbett. After all, this party is on you.
On me?
Well, didn't I make you look like a big man?
You made me look like a first-class schmo.
Huh?
I said right at the beginning that Steve Richards was our boy.
Oh, yes, but you never could have made it stick without my help.
I like that. I got a good mind.
Oh, don't flatter yourself. You've got no mind at all. Look, if I could talk you out of Steve as a suspect, what do you think a lawyer would have done? When Steve pulled that gun, that was the one piece of evidence you needed, but you never would have gotten it without my badgering him.
Yeah, what gets me is his motive. After all, he only met Frenchie twice.
Yeah, but that second meeting was a beaut. So he decided to get even.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, what's the matter, Sergeant? Haven't you ever been so sore at someone you felt you could kill him right then and there? Steve never learned to stifle his impulse.
Come to think of it, you're right. Yeah, there's one character I run across occasionally, and every time I do, I get a mad desire to throttle him.
Who's that?
You. I better leave before I give way to the impulse. Hey, waiter, give him the check. Good night, Mike.
The Case of the Killer's Key. The Case of the Killer's Key. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that if love laughs at locksmiths, it may be because death holds the key. The adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced and transcribed by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Les Damon starred as the Falcon, with Chuck Webster as Sergeant Corbett. This program came from New York. Fred Collins speaking.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is table. T-A-B-L-E.
Really?
You bet your life. more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Well, what do you know? It's me. Well, here I am again, George. The winter replacement for It Pays to Be Ignorant. This is the 50th year of You Bet Your Life, thanks to the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. We're starting off with $1,000 for one of our couples. Who's first to try for the $1,000?
Well, let's see. We selected some newlyweds from our audience, and here they are. Mr. and Mrs. John Arnold, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Newlyweds, eh? Well, congratulations, and I hope you're very happy together.
Thank you very much.
Or even separately. What's your first name, Mrs. Arnold?
Barbara.
Barbara, huh? Are you from Santa Barbara?
No, I'm from Casper, Wyoming.
How long have you two newlyweds been married?
10 weeks and 4 days.
And how old are you, Barbara?
I'm 21.
John, what is your age?
I'm 31.
31. Well, that's just about right. 10 years interval. And where are you from?
I've lived 30 years here in Los Angeles.
And where did you spend the other year?
I spent the other year in Chicago.
Some people out there from Fond du Lac were applauding. What were you doing, were you and John doing when he proposed?
We were working in an opera together, The Marriage of Figaro, put on by the Guild Opera Company.
I mean, when you proposed, you were singing?
No, not quite. No, we were having dinner at a restaurant in Beverly Hills.
Oh, he was eating when he popped the question, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's what he gets for talking with his mouth full. Probably all he said was, please pass the sauerbraten, and you said yes. How did you meet Barbara?
Well, we were rehearsing a couple of roles in The Marriage of Figaro that was...
Oh, what part did you portray in this in this opera?
Well, I didn't exactly sing any role. I got the measles and didn't get to be in the show at all.
Oh, did you do this purposely? Had you seen the opera and decided that the measles was preferable?
Definitely not. In fact, I was overage, but I couldn't help it.
You got the measles, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, your operatic career has been pretty spotty, huh? John, that's kind of a rash statement, isn't it? Huh? John, how did you happen to get interested in singing?
Well, I was in the glee club at John Marshall High School, and I woke up one morning with a
good
vibrato
idea.
in my vibrato in my voice.
One of the biggest mistakes you can make is not wake up in the morning.
I had a wobble in my voice. No, not a wobble, but a vibrato. And I thought something was wrong. I was losing my voice. Well, I went to my voice teacher at John Marshall High School, and I said, Mr. Sargent, I think there's something wrong with my voice. I've got a wobble in it or something. I don't know what's happening. And he said, well, let me hear you sing. So I ran a few scales, and he immediately pulled out Asleep in the Deep and said, here, sing this. So I did, and from then on, I sang at all the school functions. Asleep in the Deep, by the way.
You always sang Asleep in the Deep?
Always sang Asleep in the Deep. Nothing else.
You must have been soaking wet a good deal of the time. Why did your teacher pick on Asleep in the Deep?
Well, I had a good low C in my voice when I was in high school, and that being a very low song, I stuck to that.
Can you still hit low C?
I don't think quite. My voice has gone up a couple of notes.
Well, don't feel too badly. Everything has gone up recently. Would you folks like to hear John sing Asleep in the Deep? This audience is in a frame of mind where they listen to anything, John. Well, get going then.
Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep, so beware,
John, that was really beautiful. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. But right now, we'd like to tell you something. On our first show, I'd like to thank the folks who remain so loyal to their DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Yes, Groucho, these folks know that at a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, they'll find the best in new cars, the best in used cars, and the best in service.
And the letters we get prove it. Here's one right here, George. This is from Catherine R. Carolyn of Long Island. George, would you mind reading it? I don't read too well.
All right.
My eyes are not what they used to be.
Miss Carolyn writes, I just want to say that the description given on your show of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer and his service facilities just fits our dealer. His shop is most orderly, and all his cars, even the used ones, are in good condition. He's a most courteous gentleman, and all of the people in the establishment are very polite and helpful. I thought you might enjoy hearing of this. Very truly yours.
Naturally, we like to get letters like this, and from all the other people who have discovered that your DeSoto Plymouth dealer is a good man to do business with.
So why don't you visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow?
And when you do, tell him Groucho sent you. All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George, explain the rules.
All right, you bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question later on in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected food and drink as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
18.
18. All right. What is the main ingredient of cheese?
Milk.
Milk is right.
Well, you're off to a good start. You have $38.
All right. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the... how much have they got?
$38.
$38. How much of the 38 will you bet on your second question?
35.
All right. What vegetable is used in making sauerkraut? Or sauerkraut?
Cabbage.
Cabbage is right.
You're really climbing. You have $73.
Now, here's your third question. How much will you bet?
50.
Oh, no, 60.
Okay, 60.
All right. What is the main ingredient of Welsh rabbit?
Cheese.
Cheese is right.
You have $133.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much of the 133 you're going to go for?
Okay.
All or nothing.
All of it? What's the main ingredient of Vichy Soie? All right,
No,
Vichysoisse. Vichy Soie, where I came from.
Cream.
No, I'm sorry. It's potatoes.
Potatoes, yeah.
It's a cold potato soup that came from France. I'm sorry. Well, we'll give you another question. I'll give you one more question. If you get it right, you'll win $10. Think hard now. Who is buried in Grant's tomb? General Grant is right.
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a schoolboy, Billy Lund, and his partner is a school teacher, Miss Joyce Williamson. And here they are. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Let's see. It's been so long since I talked to you. Billy, that's right. I haven't been paying much attention to you, but you.
Like 2 times 6. It's used in the schools and is also available in the stores for home use all over the United States.
And I hope that you'll be very happy in the long years to come. And remember to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow if you want value in a new car, or a used car, or service on the car you've got now. Hope you paid attention to what I just said. All right, now let's play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other 2 couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to beat, but George Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The newlyweds went broke, so this couple has a clear field.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected uses of money. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
10.
10. What is the money called that our government collects from our earnings each year?
Income tax. Taxes.
Don't smile when you say that, George. All right, that's right. Now, how much money they got? $30.
$30, right.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 would you try?
20. Okay, 20.
20. What is the money call that is paid for by a bank for the use of depositors' money?
Interest.
Interest is right.
Well, you people are climbing. You now have $50.
Here's your third question. How much of the $50 if I started thinking about the bank and that loan I have in my... I'm in all the pieces. How much of the $50 you going to bet this time?
21? 40 or 30? What? 35. Okay, we'll make it 35.
35. What is the money call that is paid to a club or an organization to which you belong?
Dues.
Dues is right.
You're on your way. You have $85.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 85 are you going to risk?
Okay, 75.
75. What is the charge called when you must pay for what you must pay for crossing a bridge?
Toll.
A toll is right.
We did it.
Now give him a big hint, guys. Well, what about me?
And besides all this, you wind up with $160.
Thanks from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Well, it's been fun talking to you two, and now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The teacher and the bat boy won $160.
All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous American women. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
15.
15? Talk right up. All right. Now, who is America's sweetheart?
Mary Pickford.
Mary Pickford. So he's from Canada.
$35.
Now, remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $35 will you bet on this one?
20.
30.
Okay. 30? Okay.
30. What was the name of the woman who chopped up saloons with her hatchet?
Carrie Nation.
Carrie Nation is right.
You're really climbing. You have $65.
Remember, you're going for $1,000. How much of the...
65.
65. How much of the 65 will you bet?
40?
60.
60, he said.
60. What poetess wrote the Battle Hymn of the Republic?
Oh.
Put your heads together and think now. Take a stab.
Harriet Beecher Stowe.
No, you were in the direction, but it was Julia Ward Howe. I'm sorry.
You've fallen to $5.
It's all right.
$5, all right. Now, how much are you going to bet?
5.
Shoot the works.
Well.
What was the name of the authoress who wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin?
Harriet Beecher Stowe.
Harriet Beecher Stowe. You were just one question too early. That's all.
And you wind up with $10.
Well, I'm sorry you didn't win more, but better luck next time. And thanks from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
And that means that the bat boy and the teacher with $160 in just 1 minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Friends, you've heard us say many times, no safer car was ever built than the beautiful new DeSoto. And there are lots of reasons why this is true. For example, safety rim wheels, one of the most remarkable safety features ever built into an automobile. Safety rim wheels are designed for your protection. Yes, for the protection of your family in case you have a blowout. Here's the story. On the ordinary wheel, a blown-out tire often comes off the rim, and that, of course, makes steering extremely difficult. But on DeSoto, it's different. In the event of a blowout, DeSoto's safety rim wheels with protective ridges hold the tire securely on the rim. This helps you maintain complete steering control. This helps you bring your DeSoto from practically any speed to a smooth, straight-line stop. If you've ever seen DeSoto's famous blowout test on television, then you've seen actual proof of what safety rim wheels can do. You've seen how, even after a deliberate blowout, DeSoto continues straight as an arrow right along the test highway. Now, isn't this the kind of car you'd like for your family? Is it any wonder we say, no safer car was ever built than the beautiful new DeSoto? Just remember, safety rim wheels are but one of the great features that make the new DeSoto a top car value. So see it tomorrow at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And drive it. It's a sure thing you'll decide on DeSoto. And here they are, the winning couple, the bat boy and the teacher, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide out a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. One of the great jewels of the world is supposed to bring bad luck to its owners. It is now out of circulation until 1967 because of the will of its last owner, the late Evelyn Walsh McLean. What is the name of this fabulous gem? What is the answer you two have decided upon?
The Welsh diamond.
No, it was the Hope diamond. It was a very well-known diamond. I'm sorry. The correct answer is the Hope diamond, so that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much in the quiz, George?
$160.
Well, that's not too bad for a bat boy and a school teacher. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Pay heed to these walking rules. Obey signals, cross at corners, look before crossing. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Folks, hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. As United States Marshal, Wild Bill Hickok was sworn to fight the most vicious outlaws of the West, bandits, rustlers, gunmen. But he also concerned himself with the problems of little folks. One of those folks was Dan O'Brien, who ran a horse ranch. Not a large one, but it was all that Dan had, that and his young daughter Molly. One afternoon, Wild Bill and his jolly deputy Jingles were at Dan's corral, enjoying some bronc busting as Molly looked on.
Stay in the saddle, Bill. Ride that critter down.
Ride him, Wild Bill, ride him.
He's doing all right, Molly. Sticking to that bronc like there was glue in the saddle.
Give me a hand, Jingles. I'm coming off.
Swing him along the fence, Bill.
Here he comes.
Made it. Thanks, Jingles.
Man, what a ride you gave that bronc.
That's the first time anybody ever stayed on him, Wild Bill.
Your dad sure has a good horse there, Molly.
Oh, there's Dad, back from town already. He said he was going there on business.
Who's that with him?
Mr. Schuyler, he's our neighbor. Hi, Daddy.
Howdy to you, Dan.
Hello, boys. Molly, honey, I think you'd better run on up to the house.
Well, all right, Daddy.
Gents, meet Alex Schuyler, owns the Lazy S just to the west. Alex, this is Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles.
Howdy.
Howdy, howdy.
I'm mighty glad to know you, Hickok. Jingles. Something troubling you, Dan?
Oh, plenty, Bill. I guess you know what living I make comes from the sale of my horses.
Yeah, and you've got some mighty good ones, Dan.
Or I did have, till White Fury showed up.
White Fury?
A wild stallion that roams the hills south of my land. Proud beauty if I ever saw one. Trouble is, word's been getting around that White Fury's a killer. What's more, folks are saying the stallion's been getting into my herd.
I see. Anybody sure White Fury's a killer?
Nobody knows for a fact, but naturally they're not going to buy any of my herd if they think the killer strain's gotten into them.
It's too bad, Dan, but you can't exactly blame them.
No, Alex, guess I wouldn't either. Especially when you can get horses other places easy enough.
Well, now, seems to me the thing to do is to find out the truth about White Fury, if he really is a killer.
We're trying, Jingles. But meantime, I can't sell my horses and keep up my mortgage.
Oh? You got one of them things, too?
Yeah. I just talked to Sam Carter at the bank about an extension, but got nowhere. Looks like I stand to lose all I've got.
Don't you know anybody who will help you, Dan? Dan, you know I'd loan you the money. Tell folks we're sure about your herd, but my money's tied up.
I wouldn't ask it, Alex. Maybe there's time. Jim Rogers, my foreman, is going out to try and round up White Fury.
Jim's a mighty good hand with horses.
Dan, I think Jingles and I'll have a look around those South Hills.
Getting awful late, Bill. Looks like we won't have any luck today.
We can ride a little further before dark, Jingles.
But it's getting half past supper time, partner.
Hey, wait a minute. Look over there in the hills. It's a light.
Yeah, somebody with a torch. Bill, all at once it's gone. Now that's funny.
Nothing to bother us, I guess.
But a feller doesn't put out a torch just when it starts getting dark.
Well, come on, let's keep moving.
You might as well, but I'm still saying
Jingles.
that...
Hey, look.
Now what do you see, Bill?
At the top of that high ridge, standing against the sky.
A white stallion. Now, ain't he a beautiful hunk of horse flesh?
I've never seen a horse like him before. So that's White Fury.
Yeah. Standing there like he owned the whole world with a fence around it.
Yeah, he's what we came looking for. Let's go get him. Come on, boy.
Ho, my rope's ready.
We'll follow this draw. We'll try and circle him.
Well, if he don't get other ideas...
Hold it, Jingles. Woo, butcha. Woo, boy. Woo.
Bill, I thought you said we was going after White Fury.
Forget him for now. That man lying on the ground.
Lucky thing you saw him.
Not so lucky, Jingles. There's nothing we can do for him now.
Look, it's Jim Rogers, Dan's foreman. He was out to catch White Fury. Well, looks like he's been trampled to death.
That's right. By the hoofs of a horse. There's sure plenty of marks.
Yeah. The hoofs of a killer horse, Bill. It looks like they were right about White Fury.
Hi, partners. Here's your old sidekick, Panhandle Jim. You know, lots of young buckaroos, when they listen to a show like this, get so excited they start biting their nails. Well, you shouldn't ought to do that. Your mom will tell you it's a bad habit. What you ought to do is bite into a handful of Kellogg's Corn Pops. That's a good habit, because Kellogg's Corn Pops is a wonderful new eating cereal that's already sweetened for you. Now, come Wild Bill Hickok time on the radio, I sit back and listen while I eat my Corn Pops just like candy, right out of the box. But come breakfast time, I eat 'em in a bowl with milk. No sugar, mind you. The sweetening's already there, and plenty of it. Say, in that shiny silver-like bag that your Corn Pops are sealed in, right inside the box, keeps your Kellogg's Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And tell your mom this, that bag's plumb wonderful for storing things in the refrigerator or for wrapping sandwiches and keeping them fresh and tasty. Now, you're going to want Kellogg's Corn Pops at your place, sure, if you haven't already got them like most folks. Now, listen to this. Kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops. Now, let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok.
Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles rode into the hills, hoping to prove that the great wild stallion known as White Fury was not a killer, and that the killer strain had not gotten into Dan O'Brien's herd. But shortly after spotting White Fury, they stumbled onto the body of Jim Rogers, Dan's foreman, dead and marked with horses' hooves. Back in town, word got around fast.
I just heard the news, Mr. O'Brien. It's too bad about your foreman.
It can't be helped now. Meet Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles. Gents, this is Sam Carter, town banker.
Hello, Mr. Carter.
A pleasure, Mr. Hickok. Jingles.
Howdy.
Mr. O'Brien, I guess you know what this all means.
You're talking about the mortgage on my ranch, of course.
Now that we know White Fury's a killer, your herd's ruined. It's more than a rumor now.
Oh, but if you'd just give me a little longer...
No, I can't give you any more time. We'll have to foreclose, and as soon as possible.
Yeah, I guess there's no more to be said. You riding with us in the morning, Bill?
Not this time, Dan.
But, Bill, why not?
We could sure use both of you.
You'll have plenty of men. Besides, Jingles and I have another job to do.
Bill, I sure don't get you. Long as we're riding in these hills this morning, why didn't we come with the rest of them?
You and I sometimes do better alone, Jingles.
Oh, we didn't get a lick of sleep. I declare I could lay right down in a cactus patch and dream about goose feathers.
We spotted White Fury along about here last night.
Bill, you know, I'll just bet you don't think White Fury's a killer horse at all.
There's plenty of evidence against him, but I'm not convinced. Let's put it that way. Hey, Jingles. There, through the willows.
By a watering hole, just where I thought he'd be.
He's already got wind of us. If we're lucky, we can corral him in that box canyon up ahead there.
If we're lucky.
All right, spread out now. Drive him ahead. Hi-ya!
Hey!
Easy now, Jingles.
Hey, Billy took our bait right into that box canyon.
Rein up now. Whoa, Buckshot. Whoa, boy.
Whoa. White Fury ain't gonna like being trapped.
He'll try to make a break once he finds out.
Then heaven help us.
Let him come between us. We'll try to rope him from either side.
Here he comes.
All right, spread out. Dab that loop, Jingles.
Hey, we got him, Bill. We got him.
All right, keep the rope tight. Hold him, Jingles.
Bill, what are you doing? Now, get away from him, Bill.
Made it. Now for my saddle.
Your saddle? Oh, Bill, are you loco?
You just keep that rope tight, Jingles.
Oh, Bill, nobody can ride that horse. Nobody. But Bill.
Let it go, Jingles. I'm riding him.
Bill, dive into the brush while you can. Jump, will you?
Coming your way, Jingles.
This is the end. I knew it. Bill, for the last time.
Easy, boy. Settle down there now. Nobody's gonna hurt you.
Well, I'm a crop-eared, ring-tailed bobcat.
Well, Jingles, does White Fury look like a killer horse to you now?
No. Wild and spirited, but not a killer. But try and convince other folks of that.
Maybe we can, with Molly's help.
Molly? Dan O'Brien's little girl?
Yes, if she's game. Meantime, we'll get to the bottom of Jim Rogers' killing. Now that we know White Fury didn't do it.
Well, but hold on, Bill. How's little old Molly gonna help us?
Listen carefully, Jingles, because I want you to take the plan to her.
Well, what'll you be doing?
Talking to Sam Carter, the town banker. While we build a hidden corral for White Fury, I'll explain everything.
Have a seat, Mr. Hickok. What can I do for you?
Just a couple of questions, if you don't mind, Mr. Carter.
Anything I can answer. I guess there's no good word from the boys who rode into the South Hills this morning.
No, I don't think they found White Fury.
Well, running down a vicious killer like that won't be easy. But he's got to be found. White Fury's caused enough damage, especially to Dan O'Brien's herd.
Mr. Carter, what would a lighted torch be doing in those South Hills?
Torch, Mr. Hickok?
Yeah, Jingles and I saw one last night.
I wouldn't know.
And something else, too. How far does Dan O'Brien's ranch go into those hills?
His property line runs along the first high ridge, about where you spotted White Fury last evening, I guess. Why do you ask?
Just wondered, Mr. Carter. You know, I've heard talk that there might be valuable ore on that land.
Yes, a rumor's been going around for years about silver to be found there. Just a rumor.
Any actually been found?
No, none's ever been brought in. I am sure you can forget that. But why...
Thanks very much, Mr. Carter. I guess that's all.
Mr. Hickok, I know you're trying to help Dan O'Brien out of his trouble with the bank, but I've got the stockholders to consider. I wish I could do something.
Maybe you can. So long, Mr. Carter.
Get in here, Max.
Gone, Carter?
Yeah, Hickok's gone. But he started snooping. Way too much. You better mount up and tell your boss.
What are you so jumpy about?
I've heard of Marshal Hickok's reputation, that's all. I don't like it.
You got nothing to worry about. What you're doing's all legal.
But what you and your boss are up to isn't.
Leave that to us. It ain't your neck.
But I tell you, Hickok's asking questions. Way too many. What if they find out?
Let 'em try. If Hickok and Jingles get too nosy, they'll end up right where Jim Rogers did. Under the hoofs of White Fury.
Jingles told you everything, Molly?
Yeah, and she's game, Bill. Ain't you, Molly?
Sure, I'll do anything you want me to, Wild Bill.
It'll take plenty of nerve, Molly. I wouldn't be asking you, except it's the only way.
I'm not scared. Jingle says it may help save my daddy's horse ranch.
Well, let's hope it does, and we're counting on you, Molly. All right, let's go, Jingles.
Where to now, Bill?
To the spot in the hills where we saw that lighted torch disappear. I've got to find out what it means.
Easy, boy. Now, easy on this slope.
That ridge we just crossed is the boundary to Dan O'Brien's ranch, Jingles.
Well, what about it? I thought we was looking for where we saw that torch.
That's right. Somewhere near here. Woo, boy. Woo, boy.
Oh.
Hey, Jingles. There you are. Cave in by the mesquite.
Yeah, looks like a prospector's digging.
That's where the torch disappeared to.
Well, what would a feller be doing out here that time of night? Don't see nobody now.
Maybe inside will tell us. Keep your eyes open, Jingles.
Bill, you get us into some of the doggonest places.
Well, here's the torch. Might as well light it up and see where we're going.
Well, I guess folks is always digging in these hills, not finding anything.
No, Jingles? Have a look at that vein. Small, but it widens out the further we go.
Why, hey, it could be silver.
And notice which way the tunnel runs.
North, if that's what you mean. Why?
It tells us why Dan O'Brien's been having so much trouble holding his ranch.
It does? It does. Why, sure. Now the way I've got it figured is, couple of rocks here.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me see them.
Oh, just rocks. Bill, that looks like bloodstains on them.
Yeah, Jingles. Notice how they're shaped.
Yeah, just like horses' hooves. The hooves that killed Jim Rogers.
Bring them along. We'll look around a little bit more and then get out of here.
Getting out of here just suits me fine.
Hold it here, Max. Right outside the mine.
I knowed we should have followed Hickok and Jingles' boss. I told you.
This is as far as they're going.
We'll find out plenty in there.
For what good it'll do him? That Hickok and his overgrown partner snooped once too much.
We gonna go in and get him?
I take a chance. You hide on the other side of the opening. When they come out, we'll blast them down.
I got you. In our crossfire, they won't know what hit them.
Let's get outside to our horses, Jingles. We haven't got much time.
Not if Molly's on the job.
No, I think we can count on her, all right.
You know, with the evidence we got, somebody's got some tall explaining to do.
Once they show their hand. Yeah, leave the torch right there where it was.
Ooh-wee. Sure is good to get out in the daylight again. Now, if the rest is as easy...
Jingles, look out!
Why, them dry gulching muley cows all...
Get back, Jingles!
Ooh. Bill! Bill, you're hit, Bill!
Ooh, just a second, Rangers. Let me simmer down here from all the goings-on. Catch my breath a little. See, I want you young ranch hands to know the reason why Kellogg's Corn Pops is better than most other cereals. That's 'cause it's a two-way cereal. Good at pleasing folks two ways when it comes to eating. And one way's right out of the box, just like you eat candy. Yes, sir, they're a real tasty snack with the sweetening already on them. Now, the other way to eat Corn Pops is out of the bowl with milk. But remember what I said about the sweetening. Don't go wasting a lot of extra sugar on them. They're already sweetened for you. Tasty, puffed-up hearts of corn all ready to go. Why, partners, they're a real two-gun, two-way cereal with B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops, you better saddle up and ride down the store tomorrow and get a load of them. You'll need plenty because the whole family's going to be getting into 'em. Now, let's say our little saying all together. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Good for you. Hell, right now, I'm almost busting to get back to the show. How about you?
Entering a silver mine near the border to Dan O'Brien's horse ranch, Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles found just the evidence they wanted. But as they stepped out of the mine entrance, they were met with an ambush from two unknown assailants, and Bill was hit.
Bill! Forget me, Jingles. They just got me in the shoulder. Look out for yourself.
I'll flush out them yellow-backed hootie owls.
Back in the cave, Jingles.
That got 'em. They're scooting like heel flies was after 'em. Hey, look, a bunch of riders in front of the bank. I reckon they gave up trying to find White Fury for the day.
Yeah, Dan O'Brien's there, too.
Yeah, and Schuyler, Banker Carter, plenty of others.
Good. The stage is all set. Now watch me now, Jingles.
Bill, what happened to you?
I'll explain it later, Dan.
You might say a June bug bit him, only it ain't June.
I don't understand.
Never mind me. No luck finding White Fury, fellas?
No, but we're going out again tonight, and this time I'm riding with him. How about you, Max?
Sure, Schuyler. We're going to put an end to that killer horse.
You bet you are.
No, you're not. You're all wrong. White Fury isn't a killer at all.
What are you talking about, Hickok?
Bill, I wish I could believe you, but you know yourself what happened to Rogers.
Just the same, Bill's telling the truth, Dan.
We'd all like to believe you, Mr. Hickok, but after all, you have to give us proof.
I'll show you the proof, Mr. Carter, soon enough.
Oh, don't listen to him. Come on, let's go get that murdering stallion.
Now, wait a minute. First, maybe you'd like to have a look at that horse coming.
Big white horse.
It's White Fury.
White Fury, and my daughter's riding him. Molly!
Howdy to you, Miss Molly.
Oh, Jingles, Wild Bill. Hi, Daddy.
Molly, what are you doing?
Oh, she's just enjoying a little ride. Best horse lady in 16 counties.
Stand, White Fury.
Well, that proof enough for you, Banker Carter?
Why,
It's proof enough for me. That horse is no killer.
But I don't get it. If White Fury didn't kill Jim Rogers, who did?
Show 'em the rocks, Jingles.
Well, here they are. Look at them, folks. Shaped like horses' hoofs. They were used to kill Rogers to make it look like White Fury did it.
But why?
Just to make it impossible for Dan O'Brien to make enough money to hold on to his ranch. Somebody else wanted it.
And the reason they wanted it was because of a silver mine. The really rich part runs down over into Dan's land, so the real killer was the one that was digging the mine.
Yeah, but Bill, if we don't know who that is...
Let's find out, Dan. Who was it urged Sam Carter to foreclose on your ranch so he and Carter could take over your property?
I'll tell it. Alex Schuyler, your neighbor and best friend.
No, you're lying. You can't prove that.
Let's see what Carter has to say.
I did nothing that wasn't legal.
On the surface, anyway. You had a right to foreclose, but Schuyler was involved in a murder.
Get it now, Banker Carter? If you don't want the same thing on you.
Schuyler, Max, let's get out of here.
Not until I...
Watch, Max! Good draw for a wounded man, Bill.
We got Carter.
Watch your shoulder, Bill. Schuyler's all mine. I'll learn you to gun down my partner. You no good hopper grass. Shooting Wild Bill when he ain't looking. Now, just for a sample. Now get up from there so I can knock you down again.
No, Jingles, no.
I'm just starting to commence.
That's enough, Jingles.
No, Bill, after what he did to you,
I think Schuyler and his friends have enough coming without that.
Now, ain't that the truth?
Go ahead, Dan.
All right, hold still now while I pour this medicine in the wound. It's
No,
gonna sting.
Dan.
Now, take it easy, Jingles.
No,
This
Dan.
is all we got to clean it with.
But Daddy's pouring it on Bill. What are you hollering about, Jingles?
Huh? Oh, well, I got so used to sharing all of Bill's troubles, I just naturally figured the doggone stuff was stinging me, too.
Isn't everything wonderful? I think we ought to have a celebration.
That sounds like a good idea, Molly.
Yeah. Now, what kind of a celebration you got in mind, honey?
Well, I could cook you some chicken and dumplings.
Chicken and dumplings? Now you're talking, Molly. You know, and just for that, when I grow up, I'm going to marry you.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Well, folks, that's all for today. We'll be back your way again next week with another story for you.
Yes, sirree. And if you're hankering for some real gun-smoking action, you be with us, will you?
Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Ann Whitfield, Bob Bruce, Barney Phillips, Will Wright, Clayton Post, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce. Music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production transcribed in Hollywood. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
As birds are caught in a snare, so are the sons of man snared in an evil time. Have gun, will travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin. Oh, hey, boy.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Paladin.
Mr. Malone and I are going up to my suite to finish our business. Will you bring up some whiskey and soda, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Paladin, right away.
This way, Mr. Malone. $50,000. It's quite a haul.
I told you that off the record, Paladin. I haven't let the amount of our loss be known. It not only close the bank, it would ruin the town.
I'd like to help you, Malone, but you don't give me much to go on. Here we are. Come right in.
Thank you.
Sit down.
Oh, it was a cleverly planned robbery, all right.
5 men, you say?
Yeah, but when the deputies caught up with them just outside of town, there were only 4. In the gunfight that followed, 2 were killed and 2 got away.
And the 5th?
He must have been the ringleader. We figure he ran out on his men with the money.
Any idea who it was?
I have every reason to believe it was Pappy French.
Pappy French?
You've heard of him?
Yeah. Ever since I've been in the West, but I never believed in him. I always figured he was some sort of a legend.
Oh, Pappy French is very real.
Did you ever see him?
No.
Ever know anyone who did?
No.
And you want me to find him?
I want you to find my bank's $50,000.
Come in.
You whiskey or soda?
Oh, thank you. Hey, boy, I'm leaving in the morning.
Oh, where you go this time, Mr. Paladin?
I'm going to track down $50,000 and a legend.
This is Frank Knight speaking for the world's most honored watch, Longines. In the conquest of the Old West, men won fame through feats of bravery and daring. Today, things are different, but fame can still be won. It's wonderful to win a Nobel Prize in Science, a Pulitzer Award in Literature, an Olympic gold medal in sport. In the field of time, did you know that Longines watches have won more great public honors than any other watch in the world? This is true. The highest authorities have ranked Longines watches as the finest achievement in the science and art of watchmaking. Yet, for a surprisingly modest cost, you may own or proudly give a Longines, the world's most honored watch, the world's most honored gift, styled with distinction, cased in precious metal, promising a lifetime of faultless timekeeping. Visit your authorized Longines Whitnor jeweler. He will be honored to serve you.
Malone filled me in on the information he had, but it wasn't much. I had only a general direction and a cold trail. I wasted the first 2 days on a false lead, but shortly after dawn of the third day, I picked up some tracks that led through timber and on into hill country. By noon, I began to think I was wrong again, and then I heard a single shot. I worked my way forward and stopped suddenly at the edge of a clearing. A man was sprawled awkwardly on the ground, his right leg crumpled under him.
I suppose you give me a hand up, huh?
Suppose you put that gun away.
Well, all right. Well, come on. Come on, help me.
What was the shot I heard?
Oh, my horse. I couldn't stand it no longer. Watching the critter suffer. Stumbled he did and come to grief. Throwed me. Well, how about that hand up?
I'm afraid you came to grief, too. Looks like you've got a broken leg.
Oh, you a doctor?
No.
Well, how you know it's broke? Well, come on.
All right. Give me your hand.
All right. Take it easy. Oh, wait. No. Now, hold on. Oh, just let me catch my breath. We'll try again. All right, now. No. Put me down. Oh.
Maybe you better let me take a look at your leg.
You know something about setting bones?
Not to get you to a doctor.
No, I don't want a doctor. But if you know how, go ahead. You fix it.
Well, I'll have to find something to use for splints. It'll hurt.
Oh, ain't nobody man enough to do a thing old Pappy can't take.
And you're Pappy French.
Maybe I am, maybe I ain't. What's it to you?
Let's get you fixed up first. We can talk later.
I guess I passed out.
Guess you did.
That's a right nice job, mister. Good as any doctor could do. I reckon it'll get me where I want to go.
Where's that?
Well, I didn't ask you your business, did I?
Well, I don't think you'll get very far on that leg.
Oh, I don't aim to be walking. I aim to borrow your horse. Hope you got no objections, because if you do,
This what you're looking for?
Now, how'd you get my gun? Huh? How'd you get it?
I only agreed to fix your leg. Nothing more.
Say, mister, you're pretty slick. Yes, sir, I like you. Hey, listen here. You help me to get where I'm going, and I'll cut you in.
You'll cut me in on what?
A satchel with $50,000 in it. What would you say if I cut you in for, maybe 10% of that?
Well, it depends on whose money it was.
It'd be your money after I give it to you. What do you want to ask many fool questions for?
I'd like to know what the prospects are before I drop my present job.
Oh, what job's that?
To recover some money robbed from a bank in Merced last week.
Oh, that's so.
$50,000 to be exact.
Well, now, ain't that a remarkable coincidence?
You gonna lead me to it?
I reckon I ain't got much choice. Have I?
No, not much.
Come to think on it, you ain't too good off yourself.
What do you need? You need lots of dollars during sicknesses. You need lots of dollars for an accident. You need the kind of protection that only Mutual of Omaha sells. What do you need?
You need Mutual of Omaha's longer, stronger hospital insurance. Modern hospital insurance that's right for you. Single men and women, entire families, even senior citizens, no matter how old, can be protected by Mutual of Omaha hospital insurance.
Here's what you need.
You need modern insurance to help meet today's higher costs. Longer, stronger hospital insurance by Mutual Benefit Health and Accident Association. Call your local Mutual of Omaha agent in the Yellow Pages or write Mutual of Omaha, Omaha, Nebraska for information on plans available in your state.
And remember this, you can save money when you add Mutual of Omaha long-term coverage to your group insurance. The savings you make depend on your age and the type of group insurance you have. Write for details to Mutual of Omaha, Omaha, Nebraska. The way Pappy pointed out led into rough mountain country. The going was slow and difficult. I walked, leading the horse, while the old man hung in the saddle, gritting his teeth against the pain.
Paladin.
Yeah?
It might be a notion to stop and rest a bit.
There's not much cover here, in case anyone's looking for you.
Oh, who'd be looking for me? Excepting you.
You ran out on your partners on that bank job, didn't you?
Well...
You took the money and left them to fight it out with the deputies?
All right, what if I did? I figured they was young enough to make themselves another stake. For me, it was my one last chance.
That's one way to look at it.
Oh, they probably all got killed anyway.
2 of them got away.
Say, is that so? 2 of them, huh?
They're probably mighty anxious to find out what their leader did with all that money.
Well, was one of them a kid named Morley, a young punk with a 2-hair mustache?
Morley? Yeah, the other one they called Bull.
Bull? Oh, he don't count, but that Morley. He did want to carve himself a reputation out of my hide. Well, come on, let's move.
All right. There's no telling how close your friends might be.
Friends? Mister, 40 years I've been at odds with the law. I rode with many a man in that time, but you can't show me one I ever called friend.
Quite a record. I suppose you're proud of it.
Oh, lead the horse and quit preaching over me. I ain't dead yet. Cold grub.
No, we can't take a chance on a fire. Unless you'd like to have Morley in to dine with us.
Paladin, what if I offer you half the money?
That money's going back to the bank.
Now, supposing I change my mind about showing you where the money's hid.
You could do that?
Well, all right, that's just what I'm going to do. Take me in, have them lock me up. I don't care.
You mean it?
Yes, sir. The man who hired you ain't ever going to see his money again.
You finished with that plate?
Yeah, here. Well, what you doing?
Getting my gear together.
Where you going?
Well, I'm not making any money sitting here looking at you. Might as well go back to town and get a good night's sleep in a hotel bed.
What about me?
I'll send some people for you in the morning. I'll tell them to bring both a stretcher and a shovel, depending on who finds you first, they or Morley.
Paladin...
You like me to make a fire before I go?
No.
I think it's pretty cold up here at night.
I don't want no fire.
Suit yourself. Good night, Pappy.
Paladin.
Yeah?
All right, you win.
How's that?
You win. I'll take you there in the morning.
Just make up your mind, Pappy. One way or another, I'd like to get some sleep.
I still think you want it all for yourself, the whole 50,000.
Well, that's always a possibility.
No, I've seen lots of men talk big before they had temptation laying right in front of them. They sang a different tune then.
You may have a point there, Pappy. Good night.
Hey, ain't we going to share standing watch?
Expecting company?
Oh, that Morley kid can track like an Indian.
Wake me when you get tired. I don't think he'll bother us until we got the money.
You expect me to stand watch without a gun?
Oh, here. Your gun.
Oh.
Don't go shooting at shadows now. That's the quickest way to attract visitors.
Listen, Sonny, I've camped out once or twice before in my life.
Sure. Good night, Pappy.
Think I need you, don't you? Pappy French don't need no man's charity. Paladin. Hey, Paladin.
Hmm?
Can you figure one good reason why I don't shoot you in the back?
5 good reasons, Pappy. The bullets. They're here, in my saddlebag.
What? That's a rotten way to treat a man.
Just before I fell asleep, I took a long look at Pappy French, sitting alone, swinging an empty gun on the ghosts and torments of 40 years. I couldn't help him. I wished I could. Then I was awakened by a sound from out in the darkness, and I knew we had more than ghosts to think about. Pappy. Pappy!
What's that? Oh, I reckon I must have dozed off.
Fine guard you are. Listen.
Paladin, give me my bullets.
Take it easy, Pappy.
Hey, they've rode off. Now, what do you make of that?
Well, they have us staked out now. Probably figure we won't start till sunup.
Oh, and then they aim to trail us to the money and then move in on us. Why let them do the choosing? Let's go after them.
Until we get the money, I'm not taking any chances on you getting shot.
You know, Paladin, you're a man of sound reasoning. I figure maybe you listen to a deal yet.
Feel able to travel yet, Pappy?
Yes, of course I do.
I'll bring the horse up.
Hey, Paladin, would you let me keep 10,000 of it? That and a day's head start to the border?
You don't give up easy, do you, Pappy?
No, I don't. Might be something for you to keep in mind.
Drop in. Let your hospitality show you're sociable in the modern manner. Pepsi, you know, is a favorite of the smart and young at heart.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable.
Have you tried a Pepsi lately?
Paladin?
Yeah?
Look behind. That dust just over the far draw.
Yeah, they're gaining on us.
Why put off the job we got to do with them fellas?
My job is to get that money.
Yeah, but this here's a good place for an ambush. Come on, give me my cartridges. We'll wait for them.
Pappy, we aren't shooting anyone in cold blood.
Oh, what's the matter with you, boy?
You've lived by your rules, Pappy. I'll live by mine.
A man does what he's driven to do. You can't escape your fate no more than you can pick your father.
You really believe that, huh?
I believe in making the best of a bad job. 40 years of it. Not a scar on my body, not a slash, not a bullet hole, and dang few days were spent behind bars. No, sir. Pappy French lived high on the hog.
That's an impressive statement, Pappy. What have you got to show for it?
$42 and a handful of jingling silver.
Comes to just a little better than $1 a year.
Yeah, that's how it figures, don't it? All right, hold up a minute. Now, you see the boulder on that ledge up yonder?
Yeah?
Under there's $50,000. Chance to live out my years in comfort and respect.
That's it, huh?
That's it. Well, go on. Go dig it up, Paladin. And if you won't listen to reason, as soon as I get a chance, I'm going to fight you for it.
That boulder was heavy, and I was working against time. The men on our trail were closing the distance between us fast. Pappy, how did you ever move this boulder?
The deputies was close on me. Oh, there's lots of strength in a desperate man. There you are. Now it's buried shallow. Now once more, Paladin, will you make a deal?
No.
You going to take me in?
It's all I can do. For your sake, Pappy. I'll never make it alone. Here it is. The satchel.
All right, open it. It's pretty, ain't it? Okay, I'll take it now.
Pappy, I told you.
The bullets ain't in your saddlebag no more, Paladin. They're in this gun.
Don't make a mistake, Pappy.
You believe me now?
You're pretty stupid. We'll have Morley on us in a minute.
That's what I'm aiming for. If I can't do business with you, I'll join up with them.
The men you double-crossed?
Sure. We'll just let bygones be bygones and get back where we started.
You think you can do that?
And why not?
Well, you'll have a chance to find out. They'll be here any minute.
Yes, they will. And in the meantime, I might as lief have your gun.
After he took my gun, Pappy dragged himself to the rim of the ledge and slowly, painfully, leaning against a rock, pulled himself erect. For a moment, I had a glimpse of the man he once must have been as he faced Morley and Bull. They circled to a stop below him.
Howdy, boys. Come on up. It's payday. Share and share alike.
Why, you lying, double-crossing old fool, this is too good for you.
Pappy? Here, Pappy. Now, here. Come on, now, behind this rock. Give me back my gun.
All right.
Now, you hurt bad.
You hear what he called me, old fool?
Hey, we don't have much cover here.
Don't you know when it's time to cut your losses? Go on, get out, save yourself.
We'll get out of this together, Pappy. Or we won't get out at all.
Oh, what's the matter with you, Paladin?
Can you handle that gun of yours?
Yes, I can. I got a few rounds left. And I'm going to crawl out there to the edge and make them count.
No, Pappy.
Oh,
must stay back.
Leave me be, Paladin. I got something to do. Darn smart Alex. Hey, Marley!
Pappy?
I made him
Pappy?
count, didn't I? Oh.
Yes, you did. Here, let me help.
No, it's no use, Paladin. Leave me be. That dirty-nosed kid made his count, too. Oh, don't matter. I reckon I'm getting old for this game. It's time to rest. Man ought to know when it's time for him to quit. Ain't that right, friend?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's right. Friend.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, look like you have most exhausting trip. I carry saddlebag for you.
Thank you, hey boy.
You'll find a $50,000?
Yes?
Oh, you bring back?
Yes, the $50,000 is in the bank where it belongs.
You'll find a legend?
No. No legend. I found a lonely, tired old man.
A lonely, tired old man?
That's right.
Well, where is he? You bring him back?
No. There was a spot on the hillside where the old man had buried some dreams. I left him there.
CBS Radio and its affiliated stations from coast to coast welcome 7 new stations to the electronic fold. Beginning today, these stations will bring extra listening dimension to millions of Midwestern homes through the news of CBS News and programming of CBS Radio. Adding the laughter from Amos and Andy, Mitch Miller's sparkling Sunday sideshow of stars, the surprises of House Party, America's winning 7 daytime dramas heard every weekday, and the entire week-long schedule only a network like CBS Radio can provide. A hearty welcome from the CBS Radio Network to station WKMH in Detroit, station WKMF in Flint, station WKHM in Jackson, station WHLS in Port Huron, station WLEW in Bad Axe, station WSGW in Saginaw, all in Michigan, and station WTOD in Toledo, Ohio. CBS Radio deems itself privileged to add its broadcast product to the outstanding local schedules of each of these stations. Dial in style with the new Midwestern affiliates of CBS Radio. Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman McDonnell and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Simon Winselberg and adapted for radio by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns as Pappy French and Harry Bartell as Mr. Malone. This is Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Stay where you are. You will not move. We have some preparations to make, and then
something very odd happened. Half of Dr. Marlowe came alive. His right side first. His right eye lighting up, while his left eye stayed dead. His right hand twitching, while his left hand remained stiff. Half of him came alive. Only half.
Theater 5 presents Terror from Beyond.
What's that? Did someone...
remember! Try and remember! So you will not remember. Do you understand? When we are gone, it will be gone. As if it had never happened. And you will not remember. But you've got to remember, John! You've got to! The whole future of mankind, of life on Earth, depends on it. You've got to.
I sat up in bed, listening. The surf was pounding at the foot of the cliff, but that was all. Had I really heard something or just imagined it? I didn't know. All I knew was I was in a cold sweat. But that wasn't surprising after what had happened, the deaths and... deaths? But they'd been accidents. Maybe if I went back over it from the beginning.
That's right, John! Start back at the beginning! Then maybe you'll remember! And you've got to! You've got to!
was the beginning. When I arrived at the base, I suppose. Went to the administration building for that first briefing session with Dr. Marlowe and Roy.
Oh, it's good to see you again, John.
It's good to see you, Doctor.
Great to have you aboard, John. Did you mind our doing this? Pulling strings to have you assigned up here for a while?
Are you kidding? You said it was something interesting.
We think it is. As interesting and important as any space work that's being done anywhere today.
I know. We'll be putting a man on the moon in a few years, but if we're to go on from there, one of the things we should know is what we're likely to find. In other words, whether there's intelligent life anywhere in the solar system. That's why I hated leaving the old project.
You haven't. This is still part of the old project. Remember what our problem was on Vango?
Of course. A radio telescope can pick up any message from out there that might be beamed at us, but it's sometimes very difficult to tell precisely where it's coming from.
Exactly. Well, we're using a technique here that'll take care of that. A light beam, rather than radio waves.
You mean a laser? Yes, we discussed that. We've already hit the moon with a beam no bigger than a pencil, but suppose you do establish a contact, how do you get your feedback, your response?
Well, we believe we've solved that problem, theoretically at least. But we needed an electronics specialist to work on it with us. That's why we requested you.
When do we start?
Right away. By the way, you're sharing a cottage with Roy. Now, why don't you go on down there with him? Drop your luggage, we'll get to work.
The work. I remember that. Weeks of it. Finally, the big night. The night of our first test. It was clear and cool. The ocean still, not thundering, but whispering at the base of the cliffs as if it were waiting. All the stars sharp and clear like signposts on the road to the infinite. Dr. Marlowe at the computer, Roy and I at the center console.
T-2.
Check.
By the way, Doctor, I meant to ask you before, what made you pick Deimos as our first target?
Well, it was a few weeks after you left the project. We got a message from there.
No.
Well, there was some question about it, John. First, as to whether it really was a coherent message, and second, as to whether it was from Deimos.
The British got a fix on it, too. And it was on the hydrogen wavelength, the one we always said anyone out there would use.
That's true. And even though we never got another one, I thought it was worth exploring further.
Of course. But that's fantastic.
Yes, it's an exciting prospect. But it's also a rather frightening one.
Why do you say that?
We're reaching out, John. We're getting close to the secret of matter. The origin of life, the mystery of the universe. Sometimes I become a little afraid. Afraid that we may stumble onto something that's too much, too big for us.
T-10 seconds.
Check. Power on. Give me a reading, John.
Vector 9, 18.2 and steady.
Time.
How long to contact?
3 minutes. 28 seconds.
We sat there tensely, watching our instruments and the clock. Then...
There it is, the feedback. We've done it.
The trick now will be to maintain contact. Wait a minute. What's that?
It sounds like a pattern. Listen. Even numbers.
Now odd numbers. Great Scott, do you think we've got something?
Follow it. Follow it. Start with an even series.
We started following the pattern, and we got nothing. We kept at it all night, most of the next day. Still nothing. Wait. The next night, it's starting to come back to me now. I remember. It was the sound of the generators that woke me. It was about 2 in the morning. I padded out along the duct boards to the control building. The lights were on. I went in. And there was Dr. Marlowe. He was sitting at the control panel, and he was strange. His eyes were open, but he didn't seem to see me. Dr. Marlowe? Dr. Marlowe, what is it? What are you doing? Dr. Marlowe! Then something very odd happened. Half of him came alive. His right side first. His right eye lighting up while his left eye stayed dead. His right hand twitched while his left one remained stiff. And then...
What? Oh, hello, John.
Is anything the matter, Doctor?
No. Why should anything? Hey, what am I doing here?
Doctor, have you ever walked in your sleep before?
Not that I know of. Of course, I haven't been sleeping too well lately. Rather disturbing dreams, but... John, did you change this beam frequency?
No, Doctor. You must have done it in your sleep. Shall I switch it back?
No. Cut the power, but leave it. I'd like to look at it again in the morning. Do some thinking about it.
Somehow, neither of us mentioned it the next day. We just went on with our work, collecting data, trying for another contact, if it had been a contact. And that night, yes, it was that night that we discovered what it meant. The generators woke me again. I looked at my watch. It was almost 3 o'clock, and for some reason, I was terrified. The door of Roy's room was open. As I went by, I saw that his bed was empty. Then I was walking along the duckboards to the control building. The lights were on again. I looked in through the window. Dr. Marlowe was at the panel as he'd been the night before, with that same dead look on his face. And Roy was standing in front of him, talking to him. I could hear him through the window.
Dr. Marlowe! Dr. Marlowe, what is it? Is anything wrong? He's asleep. Walking in his sleep. Better get John.
He started toward the door. Then, apparently deciding he'd better not leave the generators on, he turned and went toward the master switch. And as he did, Dr. Marlowe moved. His face still dead, expressionless. He got up, took a heavy wrench, and followed Roy. Then, just as Roy put out a hand to throw the switch, he hit him. I saw Roy's body crumple to the floor. I stood there frozen, unable to move. Dr. Marlowe looked down at him for a moment with no sign of emotion on his face. Then, like a zombie, he went over to the workbench again, picked up an odd assortment of tools, and returned to Roy's body. He bent over him, looking at him as if he were a laboratory specimen. And as I realized what he was going to do, my paralysis left me. I shouted and started for the door, but just before I reached it, I tripped, hit my head, and that was the last I knew. I'm not sure how long I was out, but when I came to, I was lying in front of the door and a dark shape was bending over me.
John, what happened?
Keep away from me. Don't touch me. I saw what you did in there.
And where? When?
Just now in the control room to Roy.
What do you mean? I just came up here from my cottage. I had a bad dream, came out to get some air, and I found you lying here.
But I tell you, I saw you and...
And what?
I must have imagined it, dreamed it, because I thought I saw you kill him. We looked everywhere, but there was no sign of Roy. Then we hurried back to the control building and searched it again.
He's not here either, John.
No. Must be in my mind. Of course, if it had really happened, there'd be something, if not his body, at least his blood.
Where, John? Where would it be?
Right here in front of the master switch. But there's nothing.
No. Except that the floor is wet. Looks as if it's been scrubbed.
Hey, you're right.
John, did you change the beam frequency this way?
No, Doctor. You must have done it just the way you did last night.
Last night? You mean something happened last night, too?
You don't remember?
No. Tell me what you thought you saw happen tonight, whether you believe it or not.
Well, you were sitting at the control panel with your eyes open, but as if you were asleep.
Yes?
The generators were on, and the beam frequency was set the way it is now. Roy was speaking to you, but you didn't answer him. Then when he started to cut the power, you picked up a wrench and hit him.
I hit Roy?
But that's not the worst of it. After that, you picked up some tools and bent over him as if he were a laboratory animal. Telling you about it now, I know the whole thing's mad. It's impossible.
I wonder.
You mean it could have happened some way? Without your knowing it?
In the old project, and in this one. We've been listening for messages from out of space, trying to determine whether intelligent life exists anywhere in our galaxy. John, if it did exist, what form would it take?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily look like us with 2 arms and legs.
Exactly. And suppose it existed in a totally different form. in the form of electrical energy.
Electrical energy?
Why not? Isn't that the way the brain functions, giving off electromagnetic waves? And what do we know about Deimos? Suppose living beings existed there in the form of complex electrical charges, and a channel were suddenly opened between it and the Earth.
Our laser beam? You mean they could travel down and take hold of someone,
I'm speculating, John. Of course, even if it's true, we don't know if these entities are malevolent, dangerous, or not.
When they made you kill Roy?
Because he was going to shut off the transmitter, cut off contact with their base. As for the rest, well, they'd be very interested in the human body, particularly the brain. They'd want to examine it, study it.
Do you realize what you're suggesting, Doctor? Intelligences from outer space, another world, the taking over of a man's body by forces that we...
Yes, John, I know what I'm saying. And while I'm only hypothesizing, I don't really believe it's possible. Do you own a gun?
Yes. So happens I do.
Well, start carrying it. And if you notice me doing anything strange, don't hesitate. Shoot. And shoot to kill.
I didn't go back to sleep that night. And I was convinced that I would never sleep again. Because it would be then that it would be easiest for them to... No, I can't think about it. I won't, even now. I felt a little better in the morning. I went over to have another talk with Dr. Marlowe. But he wasn't at his cottage. He wasn't anywhere on the base. And no one seemed to know where he was. Then I called Colonel Gately at headquarters. No one there knew anything about Dr. Marlowe or Roy. But by that time, something had happened to me. It had all become blurred, like an old nightmare that you know was frightening, but whose details you can't remember. About a week later, the colonel called me and asked me to meet him at the police station in the town nearby.
You knew Swanson pretty well, didn't you, Parker?
Yes, of course.
Some fishermen found a body in their nets this morning. We'd like you to look at it.
Oh? All right.
Brace yourself. Here.
Good Lord. I can't be certain, but I'm fairly sure it's Roy. How did he die?
We'll have to wait for the coroner's report, but my guess is that he fell off the cliff.
And Dr. Marlowe?
Nothing new on him yet, but if they were together, his body may turn up soon, too.
He was a better prophet than he knew, because Dr. Marlowe came back that very night. I'd taken something to make me sleep. It was the only way I could sleep, but the sound of the generators woke me. I took my gun, went to the control building. The lights were on. I opened the door, and there was Dr. Marlowe. He was standing near the console, his face thin and drawn, and his eyes blank. And when he spoke, his voice was hardly human, as if someone was speaking through him.
It is unfortunate that you awakened, Parker. And even more unfortunate that you came in here.
What do you mean, Doctor? Where have you been, and why are you talking so strangely?
We have been looking over your planet, studying it and its life. Particularly, you so-called humans. We have found it very interesting. And now, we are ready to go.
Go? Go where? What? You said we. Dr. Marlowe, have they...
You will stay where you are. You will not move. We have some preparations to make. And then...
Her voice, that horrible voice, broke off. And Dr. Marlowe swayed as if he were about to fall. I grabbed him, held on to him. And then his eyes changed, came alive. And when he spoke again, it was with his own voice.
John, for heaven's sake, help me. What? They got me. They took me that night. Took me all over the country, looking, examining, studying. They picked my brain, John. And now they're going to take me with them.
Take you?
Back to where they come from. Not my body. They're not interested in that. But the essential me. And in heaven's name, shoot, John. Shoot me!
And now, closely. Yes, like that. As your friend told you, we are taking him with us. But you will not remember what has happened. You will remember nothing. Do you understand? Because someday we may come back.
I stood there, frozen, holding Marlowe. Suddenly, he broke my grip, pushed me away. Walking stiffly and mechanically, he went to the door, opened it, and went out along the duckboards to the edge of the cliff. Then, without hesitating, he stepped over the edge and disappeared.
Now do you remember, John? It's all true. They exist. And they've got me here. Not only that, but they may return to Earth again for others. John, they're coming back now. They're coming. Do something.
When I woke up about a half hour ago, I found this all written out on the pad I keep next to my bed. I remember some of what I'd written, but other parts, like Roy's murder and Dr. Marlowe's death, I don't recall at all. Either I'm mad, completely mad, or... No, I can't think about that. In any case, if I showed this to anyone, the world would think I was mad. There's only one thing to do. Tear it up. Every last page of it. Every last page of it. Every last page of it.
Theater 5 has presented Terror from Beyond, written by Robert Newman and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Robert Dryden, Ralph Camargo, and Gilbert Mack. Audio engineers Marty Folia and Bill Sandreuter. Sound technicians Ed Blaney and M.C. Brock. Original music composed by Alexander Vlastatsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. This is Fred Foy speaking.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.